Late Night Grin. Also, what does that name mean?
Triumphant Halloween revival, Ibou and Joe are back together, motivated by their successful investigation of my murder. Granted, it's unclear whether or not I actually died there, let alone who killed me, but the effort of that plot development will be saved for another day. Regardless, the lads followed through on their promise to meet up over the holidays, actually going one step further. Well, 11 steps further in fact, meeting up for 12 grins leading up to the big day, December 25th, my birthday. They talk about Christmas some too, looking ahead to a new chapter for Hanging with Hulbert. Happy holidays, folks, and Merry Christmas. But most importantly, welcome to the eve of my birthday. I'll be checking in occasionally throughout the night, as will your favorite Grinners. But for now, I hand you over to the safe and alive hands of Ibou and Joe.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love sent to me a partridge in a pear tree.
We're here. Merry Christmas. I know what you're thinking. It's a little bit soon for that. It is November 27th, and like you're worried about Thanksgiving and stuff, but I don't have to worry about that. I have the hat. Uncle Alan represented here on Grin 1. We're rocking and rolling, brother. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, brother.
Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you as well, Joe, even though, like you just said, tomorrow is my Thanksgiving. A lot going on in my life lately, Joe. My diet's starting to change. Yeah, my diet's starting to change. I'm becoming a pot pie guy now. You know, it's kind of eating those. It's an interesting era, you know, just eating.
You moving up to heavyweight?
Moving up to heavyweight
for the G1.
maybe against my will and to my chagrin. Because
yeah,
you ever walk by a full body mirror and go, "Fuck"?
Oh, every day, every single day, multiple times a day. Yeah.
I look like that because here's the thing: bathroom mirrors trick you, you know, because they're like shoulder up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You look at the bathroom mirror, like, all right, you know, and then you walk by a full body mirror, you're like fuck.
I've had to like collect tricks to work around it. Like, I don't own a single piece of clothing that I feel doesn't like in some way just like guard me, you know? Because I still look really fat in Hawaiian shirts, but Hawaiian shirts pop visually in a way that's like, it's like the perfect fat man outfit, you know? Because it's like, look at that big fat guy with his Hawaiian shirt, you know? Rather than just look at that big fat guy, the Hawaiian shirt is kind of, you know, it's like a headline in itself. But you have to really navigate it, you know, extensively. I mean, the beard is a whole thing. Like, if I go too short on the beard, it's a real situation, obviously, because then you're starting to expose the flesh that you don't want to be there, you know?
Dude, I have no clue what I look like without facial hair anymore.
How scary is that, bro?
So here's why it's terrifying, because I've had a full beard now for 7 years, something like that.
Yeah.
And there's times, out of curiosity, I want to just shave and just have like a mustache just for the fuck of it. But then I think, like, what if I do that and I just look insane? You know, like, what if, what if I just look fucking insane?
And what pedestrians and citizens don't realize is that means that every time we trim our beards, we like live in danger, you know? Like, every time I want to just clean it up, I'm worried that I'm one bad move from having to take the whole thing off. And that's like the scariest thought imaginable.
I'm going to reveal something to you, Joe.
Oh, no.
I have my fingers crossed at the barbershop chair every time I get a haircut. I'm always worried that, like, one day just something wrong is going to happen. And he's going to, like, cut a piece of my beard off or just something weird, right? And it all comes because, dude, there was one time I was at this Dominican barbershop, and my barber was like this 60-year-old guy who, like, doesn't speak English. And, like, he decided to give me a completely new mustache, this triangular thin mustache, and I was just like, "What the fuck is this, dude?" And like, he gave me a fade that I didn't ask for. He's like, "That's un fade." I'm like, "I didn't ask for a fade." He starts giving me a whole new look, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" So, thankfully, it was 2021. So, you know what I did, Joe? I put a hat on and wore a COVID mask for a week.
That's some real shit, though. To be fair,
Yeah.
the hat is a life changer when things go awry. I mean,
Yeah, I just threw a hat on, I put a COVID mask on, and basically that just kind of neutralizes the haircut, but it's like, fuck it, I guess I just wasted 40
hey,
bucks.
look, bro, whatever it took you for you to put a mask on, right? Whatever it took. But
to finally protect others and mask.
Anyway, speaking of beards and such, I'm like a dude. If I dyed this, I could pull off Santa Claus. I could go full Mick Foley, I feel, at this point in my life. What do you reckon? I should play into that, maybe? Make a new gimmick?
That'd be a bad idea, you know.
What you think?
Don't do that. No.
I just do wrestling podcasts just with a white beard. I do my monthly WrestlePeers cameo, and the audience like, good God, that LNG Gold is kicking Hulbert's ass, dude.
It's funny you say that because the other day I revealed to my brother that Keith Lee has white hair. He didn't know, and I was just showing him pictures. He was just like, "Good God, what the fuck?"
Yeah, that was a moment in time, dude. That was.
He came out with like that wizard hood, you know.
Yeah, that was honestly more striking than the grey.
With the outfit.
Yeah, he could have rocked but the cape was outrageous.
I can't remember the last wrestler to like not look egregious in a cape.
Because that was a big issue with Kyle Fletcher at first. Like, when he dropped the cape, he went up like 20 spots in the big board, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. Kyle Fletcher, circa the Orange Cassidy singles match, was one of the most unfortunate televised wrestlers of 2023.
He was kind of offensive.
Yeah.
And now he's real, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to say, but I've just kind of embraced and accepted it. I'm like, you know what, man? All right. This is an interesting transitional year for us, Joe, you know, because Kyle Fletcher's like good now, and whatever you may say, you know, Bronson Reed isn't like a total loser anymore. You know? Who are going to be who's going to be our punching bags? You know what I mean? It's like,
that's a good question, actually, because we have come a long way. It's a good time to think about this as we're, you know, approaching the end of the year, and by that I mean we're about a month away.
Right.
You know, we've come a long way. I think we've softened in some. I think we've also got more venomous in other areas.
I have a few new targets of my ire, you know.
Yeah, you've become you're more sinister now going into 2025, I think.
Am I?
You're like, you used to be very blunt and straight ahead. You still sometimes are. Poor Jay White learns that regularly.
Mm-hmm.
But your tactics are more like underhanded now, I feel.
You think so?
Yeah, because like as your friend, I'll see when you're doing something, like you're burying someone, but you do it in a way that's kind of, it's kind of like a Bond villainish, you know?
Are you implying, Joe, that I do these kind of sinister, vague, almost passive-aggressive setup posts where I just, you know?
Yeah, sometimes you'll tweet things like just a wrestler's name in quotes when someone else is having a match, and it's like, well, I mean, that seems unnecessary, you know?
During, I think it was during Fletcher versus Osprey that I tweeted Jay White. Oh, was it Jay White?
It was. Yeah. But here's the thing with that. Here's the problem with that. As people are watching this, Kai Fletch may have had a rough Continental Classic. We don't know, right?
That would be sick if we're having this conversation, right?
And Jay White, the consensus may be that he should become the world champion at World's End, brother. We don't know.
But what if this ages perfectly and like Kyle Fletcher rattles off a bunch of really like promising performances, and you know, Jay White's just kind of being really annoying on TV?
I think Fletcher's most likely going to do what you said there, but I think Jay White will probably something in the middle, right?
Or he's just fine.
He'll be fine. Yeah, he'll be fine.
That's the story of Jay White's life, you know.
I don't know, man. I think there was a moment there. I think a moment that's now kind of gone, but you know, here's
the thing. I remember when I first got to wrestling Twitter, right? This was early 2021. And I was somebody that respected Jay White, and I thought he was very good. Right? And
Whenever you say that, I know where you're headed. Go for it.
And I peruse Twitter to see what the vibe is on him. And people are talking about him like he's like one of the most skilled and gifted masters of this craft that they have ever seen. I remember he did this like promo backstage at the Tokyo Dome, and he's like sweating and like drooling and shit. And he's like acting all like desperate and crazy. And someone said like this is one of the most cerebral and psychologically advanced promos I've ever seen. And I was like, it was fine. Like it was good, you know? Like
yeah. He is a very good wrestler though.
He's very good. He's very good.
Yeah.
His work looks good. It's snappy, it's sharp, it's logical, it follows a through line from beginning to end usually. He has good finishes to his matches typically.
Yeah, he does. He gets the people pop on his finishes a lot. Or again, they used to in November 2021.
I will say.
Yeah.
I never loved the Ibushi stuff the way other people did.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was like 4.25 grade, not 5+ grade. You know?
Well, we're busting out the spreadsheets on Christmas.
We're gonna do it, man. We're doing it right now.
Do you think that's the thing that happens nowadays? Like, do you think there's families meeting up and like comparing cage match profiles? How hot do you think the business is right now? Because that's what I wonder.
I think Dave does it. I think Dave with the kids, he's just kind of like, yeah, I mean that was a 4.25, but this is a 4.5.
Yeah, and he has like his juggling brother to explain the evolution of athletes and sports and stuff.
100%. He calls the juggling brother aside to kind of just really break it down physically, and he's just kind of like, yesterday's 4.25 is not today's 4.25. And then the juggling brother explains like the physiology of the legs and how that has changed from the 80s to now.
That sounds pretty sick. I'd like to. Dave should throw like a Christmas party for us.
Yeah,
we're in the media, right? Are we in the media?
I hope not.
Is this media what we're doing now? I mean, it is media, but is it wrestling media?
I think it's just horseshit. But
yeah, well, yeah, true.
But then again, I see people like burying me on Twitter and they go like, Ibou wrestle Pierce. That fucking horseshit journalist, that fucking piece of shit journalist that just lies. And it's always funny when I just make a stupid dumb guy post. Like last night when I said lingerie is overrated. And then it'll be like a guy.
Hold on, stop. Hold on. What? What did you say?
I tweeted that lingerie is overrated. Yeah, it's like overrated.
What was the... Where did this come from?
I gotta be completely honest with you. I don't remember. I have no memory of why I tweeted this. I don't remember.
Okay.
I made the tweet. It garnered a lot of interesting reaction from women. They're just reactions ranging from what to you're wrong. So it's very fast.
Did you get any positive feedback on it? Of like, hell yeah. Did you get any of those? I doubt it, right?
One girl was like, yeah, it's just meant to be taken off anyway, and it's like overpriced. Yeah, and I was like, hell yeah.
Interesting. You run an interesting account over there on that app.
Yeah, it is funny to think about, but yeah, like I tweeted that, and people generally just disagreed with me. Yeah. One very straightforward wrestling account who doesn't do anything but straightforward wrestling tweets DMs me and is like, "This hot take is a bridge too far," and I was like, "Oh shit!"
I can't believe Bruce still runs the 83 Weeks account, bro. That's fucking. It's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember why I brought this up, but because I tweeted it and some guy like replied like with in quotations journalist. I was like, I'm not a journalist. I am not a journalist. Like I'm just a guy with an account that posts and people pay me to talk about wrestling.
Yeah, we've lost. I mean that's just I don't know where that line exists anymore between like fans that podcast and media. Like we're a big, we're part of that problem too. Like hands up, you've got us, but I have no clue, dude. No idea.
Bro, the thing is, though, in my defense, I repeatedly say, like, whenever I get a chance, here's a good example. I made it very clear to Monty, whenever I would do a so-called interview with a wrestler, I always told him, don't brand this as an interview, because I'm not having an interview. This is a conversation. I'm a conversationalist.
You've got a big ego on you, son. That's pretty impressive. You like you're doing like one of those Netflix shows. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you remember, you go back, it's just a conversation with MJF or a conversation with Jonathan Gresham or a conversation with whoever. And I don't do interviews. I talk to people. I am not a journalist or a scoopster. I just relay information that I'm giving. Very different things.
Which are often scoops.
But Nevertheless, I feel like the Charles Barkley controversial ad from like '92, where he's like, "I am not a role model," but it's like I am not a scoop. I guess like technically, I'm a guy with scoops, but I'm not a scoopster. I'm not a journalist. I'm just I don't know, man. I'm just a guy on Twitter. You know,
Fight Ful should do that for your promotional campaign when you're coming into territory. Fight Ful should remake the Barkley thing with you.
Oh hell yeah, Kendrick Lamar at the end of I'm forgetting the name of the song, but it's on the Section 80. It's like I think it's the last song, or it's a song with Absol on it. It's one of the late tracks. And at the end, he goes, I'm not the next pop star. I'm not the next socially aware rapper. I'm just a human motherfucking being over dope instrumentations." Like that's how I feel, man. I'm just I'm not a public figure, you know. I'm just a bloke, you know.
Well, as a bloke,
yes.
Would you agree this is the dumbest thing we've ever done? Because like I feel like we're already pretty aware this is what this is going to be. This is definitely the 1 seed, I think, already.
For the stupidest shit we've ever done.
Yeah, because it's like we don't even know what this looks like, you know?
Like, what's the point of this?
Like, we're going to watch this with the audience in a month and have no clue what we spoke about at any point. Like,
no.
And the craziest thing is our goal is to not talk about anything noteworthy, too.
Oh, man. Then again, though, our podcast about nothing was pretty successful.
Well, goes without saying, right? All right, we'll see how it goes, I guess. Anyway, Merry Christmas, bro.
Absolutely, Joe. Wait, before we go.
Oh, yeah.
Another life update.
Oh.
You know, earlier I started this by saying I'm a pot pie guy now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm also becoming a jelly guy.
How old are you?
Exactly. I haven't been a jelly guy since I was like 8. I feel like we all like jelly when we're like in elementary school. And then we get over ourselves and it's like, what the fuck, dude? You know what I mean? It's like put some real food in your bread, you know, like grow the fuck up. Why are you putting this sweet paste onto your bread? You know? And here I am. This is the most stupid, pretentious dickhead thing I've ever done. I have a coconut shell that's like hollowed out that I sometimes put things into and eat out of. Right? And I have a coconut shell with jelly in it. And I'm dipping crackers into this shell and eating it. It's pretty good. This is where I'm at with my life.
I mean, I think I'm happy for you. Maybe. I don't know. By the way, while we're here, happy Thanksgiving too, by the way, brother. Enjoy that. So.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for the happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully it's a fine day tomorrow. And we'll see how Christmas goes.
We sure will.
Good evening. Confirmed Shoot here, one of the founding members of the Late Night Grin, fulfilling my contractual obligation to provide a holiday message for the Hang with Hulbert Late Night Grin holiday special, which is definitely not the name of this program, but that's what I've gone with. I am certainly here out of the goodness of my heart to bring joy and happiness to the world, and not just because I don't want Joe to not pay me for this month. So yeah, that's about it. Merry Christmas or whatever. No, but genuinely, guys, thank you to all of you for what has been a successful 2024 for the Late Night Grin. We can't do any of this without all of you. And I do want you to know how much that I appreciate all of you. You made the launch of Late Night Grin Gold wildly successful beyond anything that I possibly could have imagined. You inexplicably watch all this insane stuff that we produce, and I can't thank you enough. We have not, I don't want to overstate how successful we've become. It's not like we're some massive conglomeration, that's going to start producing top 10 WWE return videos and shit like that. But we've carved out a pretty good niche in the community, and niche, whatever. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone on the channel. There's so many of you now. I've made some new friends through this journey. All of you I'm terrified to start listing names because I'm going to forget people, and that's the last thing I want to do. So I'm just going to say all of you have added so much to what we do. You've allowed us to, branch out as far as what we offer on this channel. And you've made it easier for old fucks like me to not have to do every single show. So I love all of you on the channel, all of you that watch the channel. Here's to a great 2025. And again, genuinely, I hope that you have a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, a Happy Kwanzaa, or just, like I said, a good week. Much love to everyone, and have a great night.
On the second day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 2 turtle doves and a partridge in a
Yo,
Bro,
I feel
the
very
timing on
American,
this
so.
just about worked because like I was just hitting the wall, like when you feel good and then like boom, it
Yeah,
was getting to me. It was getting to me, but then you messaged. I was like, all right, we can do this thing.
bro. Number one, I just feel very American right now. Here's the deal, Joe. Here's the deal, man. Today's just one of those nights where I'm just proud to be an American.
Yeah, very much so. We should know. I mean, it will be on the title screen and such, but we are just mere hours removed from the Survivor Series.
Yeah.
Technically, it's even a new day, but we'll leave that for Raw's big segment.
Absolutely.
And I strolled outside of my studio here at 4 a.m. Like, maybe I should do a barbecue. I don't think it was the weather, but I tried, bro. Just our tribute for what we experienced is very, very powerful scene there at the Survivor Series. War Games. War Games is back, maybe. I don't know.
This business is about courage and sacrifice,
honor, dignity, pride,
honor, and family.
Definitely family, yeah.
Brotherhood.
Oh, yeah.
These are just core values that just resonate with the American. When you create media that just highlights these values and these feelings, and they can amplify them, and speak to them. You're reading or you're consuming powerful fiction.
Yeah, definitely. It's the kind of I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take like a projector.
Yeah.
To the local mall and just set that thing up and just let people enjoy it. Maybe put an American flag over my shoulders, like Kurt Angle in 06,
Oh, yeah.
Just circle and just watch people watch it,
It just felt right, because here's the thing. It's just, you had a proper stinker on there,
Yep.
You had that polite, solid pros 3-star match.
Mm-hmm.
You had thrills.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you got to sit back and just observe some really quality actual wrestling, scientific wrestling, as they say.
Oh, yes. Scientific wrestling. Now it's
scientific. And then in the end, it was just a big it was an experience. It was a spectacle. It was brotherhood. It was honor. It was sacrifice. It was courage. Men walked out of there changed forever. Bronson Reed giving up his life to the game, breaking both of his ankles on one dive.
Bro, I'm sorry, but this is it. I've conceded officially now.
Come on, man.
You know me, man. I try to be fair. Yeah. I ain't pushing back. I mean, the man went in there and broke his damn ankles in the name of War Games. He wanted. There's one thing I ask of a pro grappler is to dare to be great. He dared, man.
That's the
thing.
He rolled the dice. He could have done some safe, boring top rope tsunamis and just walked out of there healthy and and unremarkable and been on Raw the next night facing Pete Dunne. He could have done that, but he said, "I'm not an unremarkable wrestler that works Pete Dunne. I'm going to be a man you remember."
He's never going back to that shit, bro. He ain't going back. He's in the real now. He's in the main event,
This guy, Joe, I mean, we got to talk about it, dude. The last third of his year, Holy fuck! Talk
Where
about
did it come
that.
from, bro? Where did it come from?
It's like a switch flipped, and people have been saying this, but like it went from just a good couple angles to it turned into a thing where in my head I was wondering, okay, where does this end? Like because I was like, surely this is gonna fizzle in a month or two, but it's been a fun couple stretch. It's been a fun couple weeks here. Let's see how long it lasts. And he basically has insisted like this is not just a couple of weeks. It's not a couple months. This is what I am now. And he's had a lot of creative assistance that's aided in his presentation. But beyond that, the man himself is clearly driven. And on this night, he showed you, I am not a system quarterback. I am not a product of just the coaching. I'm a good player. And not just a good player. I'm a player you're going to fucking remember. Because two men on this night, Joe, did what they had to do for their legacies. Jimmy Uso gave up his big toe for this match.
Jimmy
He sacrificed his toe.
He will always be famous.
He will always be famous. Bronson Reed breaking his ankles. Like, you can't go below 4 stars in this match.
It was powerful.
It's powerful. Braun Strowman, Joe, currently cannot walk.
He did
his cock is split in like 3 places.
Come on, man.
It's the truth. It is. And if you watch his last man standing match, I'm watching it and I'm like, this guy's giving it all he's got. This might be it for him. And it felt like he knew it, but said, that's okay. What we go into this business for, they always tell you this. They always say, like, you got to go out there like every night could be your last. But that's the truth, man. You could die out there anytime, and it's like he went out there and he said, look, man, I'm fucked. I can't walk. My knees are not cooperating. Whatever the fuck happens. When I'm in there, I'm going to make sure this is special. And he went out there, no knees. And then he walked out there, no knees and no cock. And he did what he had to do. And then Bronson Reed now, months later, is in the main event with Roman Reigns and CM Punk. And he said, I'm going to climb this fucking cage as a very large, rotund man. I'm going to jump off of it. I don't know what the fuck is going to happen when I touch on this canvas. I have no fucking clue. But God damn it, it doesn't matter. It's in God's hands. I'm going to die a legend. Mick Foley once said, Joe, to CM Punk, do you want to be a statistic or do you want to be a legend? No one cares about dates. What they care about are the moments. Mick Foley has won the WWF Championship 3 times, Joe. 3 times. If you combine the total days that he's held the championships, it equals 29 days. Wow. Nobody cares. No one remembers. Nobody thinks about that. When you think Mick Foley, you think about the guy that fell off the cage. You think about the guy that got hit in the head with a chair by The Rock.
That sounds much better.
It's true. He's the guy that went to war with with Stinger and Vader and Terry Funk.
You just said when people think of Mick Foley, they won't think of him as the champion. They'll think of him as the guy who fell off the cage.
You're damn
There's
right.
no way he's happy with that. And on Christmas, he loves Christmas, bro. He's gonna be devastated.
I'll tell you what.
Yes.
If he's a true American, he's happy with that label.
You're not the first person to say about Mick Foley. If he's a true American, he's happy with that result.
Absolutely.
All right, let's do this.
This business is about being remarkable. Mm-hmm. So much of wrestling is unremarkable, and we consume it day after day after day. And things happen before your eyes, and you've seen a lot of it, and it's monotonous, it's repetitive. People just do moves until somebody wins, and it's like, okay. But who wants to be great? Mm-hmm. Part of being great is sacrifice, mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical. And Bronson Reed, your name will not be in vain, sir. By the time that this special airs, he will still not be on television.
That's probably true.
100%. He will not be on television.
All right. I want to play a game.
Go for it.
And I usually wouldn't do this, but it's Christmas.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Sort of.
Let's rank heroic feats. Braun, Bronson, Jim Uso. Okay, now here's what makes this compelling. Jim Uso come out the least damaged.
Yes.
But Jim Uso may have entered in many ways the most fucked because you mentioned the mental element of the game. You know, let's be real. Jim Uso walks into War Games averaging 4 points a game. He's shooting 19% from free.
And
he's gone, bro. I mean, and he still goes up.
And you know what he did tonight, Joe? He hit 4 big threes. He hit 4
down the stretch.
Fourth quarter down the stretch threes. He's diving into the stands for loose balls. He's going in there with the big man, mixing it up, trying to get rebounds. And you walk away when you think about how the OGs won the championship. I mean, you think about CM Punk's defense. Punk's defense was incredible.
Yeah.
You think about Roman Reigns closing it out at the free throw line.
Mm-hmm.
And you think about Jimmy Uso hitting some big 3-point shots.
Yeah. Yeah, man. They left him open.
They did, because they don't respect him as a shooter. They say, look, he's not a consistent shooter. He's been shooting 20% from 3 on the season. I mean, why would you can sag off on him and you know, you could sag off on him and on the weak side and get 2 defenders on Roman Reigns. Because you don't want to let Roman Reigns beat you. You know he can get to the rim. His thing is to barrel through you like Giannis. Double Roman.
I don't
take
know,
your chances.
Man. Jimmy's made a lot of big shots. I still think you got to get a guy out there.
And that's the thing. It's like they didn't respect his reputation. Historically, Jimmy has hit some big shots. But because his season has been so poor, they said, all right, we'll let him shoot. And 4 occasions, Joe, Jimmy wide open, corner 3, bang. Jimmy wide open, top of the key, bang. Jimmy contested, step back, bang. And you're like, what? Contested step back 3, Jim Uso hits it. I mean,
I'm so cooked. Like, as we're talking about this, I'm visualizing this. The idea of Jim out there. Because
he's like dribble crossover.
Yeah, his gear kind of fits it too, right? So you can you can used to see it.
He's dressed like he's ready for a YMCA pickup game.
Yeah.
He's the overdressed guy who thinks he's swagged out like at the park, you know, playing a basketball game.
He's my 1 seed, bro. When it comes to heroic feats, he's my 1 seed personally.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's tough, man. I mean, I don't want to put Bronson Reed third, but like it's tough. Braun Strowman, my God, I don't know.
I think the impressive thing with Reed is, see, Jimmy and Braun are like 40, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
not a lot left in the game for them anyway, so they're in that fucking mode. But with Bronson, he's 34.
Yeah,
prime of his life, prime of his career,
red hot.
That's a big sacrifice, you know.
Fuck, bro, that's hard. That makes it even more difficult.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he knows. I get out of this unscathed. My push continues, and I continue to work with top guys. This is the biggest I've ever been. I've worked with Seth freaking Rollins, Roman Reigns, and CM Punk. I'm in a pay-per-view main event. I walk out of this unscathed. I'm probably in at the top of 9 p.m. doing a big angle with one of these dudes on Monday. But it doesn't matter. It's not about that. You die a legend.
The fact that this segment is framed like Bronson Reed died is crazy.
I mean, he's a fat man with no ankles.
You're approaching this like he died, and I'm saying that he's my 3 seed.
It's real shit.
It works for me.
It's Americana.
I guess so, man. Yeah, I mean, I had a good time. I think this will definitely be a definitive moment for a generation of fans, and I think it is so funny that Tongaloa is central in that. Like the idea that like one day, whoever's doing whatever this is that we're doing in 25 years, they're going to be like, I'll never forget it, man. You know, it was Thanksgiving week. You know, I had to go back to school on the Monday afterwards. I was kind of dreading that, but I had this escape. You know, I tuned into the Survivor Series to see if the OG bloodline would get it done, And they're running down the lineup. They're like, yeah, Tamatonga was in there, Solo. We had Bronson, we had Jacob, and then there was and everyone's like, who was the other guy? And then someone, a real historian, steps up and is like, it was Tonga Loa, the infamous Tonga Loa.
If Nakamura didn't win, if Nakamura did not win, that matchup would have been trivia like 5 years from now. Who did LA? Because people would think, oh, LA Knight 2024, though, that was the year he kept facing Melo and Andrade over and over again. That was probably the match. And it's like, no, he faced Nakamura, and you'd be like, what? But
instead, the innovation of Jean-Paul Levesque is now we enter a new era of the Shinsuke era. And my question for you is, by the time people are watching this, is Shinsuke Nakamura the United States heavyweight champion?
I'm going to be completely frank with you, Joe.
Yeah.
There is a non-zero chance that when this makes air, your United States champion is Penta El Cerro Miedo.
Let's go.
Speaking of which, did you know that as we've been talking, a Fightful update on Penta has
okay, we have a chance to do something truly artistic here, because we could now react live to an update that by the time this airs, people won't even know what this is. What they won't even remember this. This is a great opportunity to make.
Like I said, this will make air, and like Penta will be the United States champion. We have a Penta AEW update.
Let's go. Let's do this.
Penta's present is not with AEW. Earlier in the week, Fightful Select reported that after months of speculation, Penta's AEW deal was set to be up soon. Based on what we've heard within the company, Penta's contract is now up, and he's effectively a free agent. His brother and tag team partner Ray Phoenix is not. We'd not heard of any creative plans following the issues regarding AEW finding out that Penta had been on contract with WWE. At one point, Death Triangle were considered to win the Trios Championships at All In. However, that changed as things between the two sides became strained in the summer. Penta has heavy interest for marquee matches on the Indies, which has been the case throughout his AEW run. So there you go. And of course, he is expected to have interest in WWE.
He could either be the United States champion or he could be wrestling Matt Cardona at GCW.
Tough choice.
Anything can happen.
Very true. Again, this can make air, and he's booked on the Hammerstein GCW show. Wrestling.
I can't wait to find out.
Wrestling alley catch in a death match.
All right, Bobby. Holiday special, bro. What you got in mind?
I mean, I thought all of you were just going to sing happy birthday to me or something. I don't know. I didn't really come prepared for anything. Other than that, I was expecting to, be serenaded by the Grinners and my friends here.
Happy birthday. I mean, we can do, but like, this is more the part where you address the audience for the holidays. Like, we can do that separately, especially off the air, like we usually do. But for the special, because this is, the holidays, Christmas,
Yeah. No, I get that, and that's important, but I do a lot around here, and I think my birthday should be, celebrated accordingly.
Again, I think you're kind of I'm willing to celebrate your birthday, Bob. It's more that I think this is probably not the place for it, because this is going to be for like the audience to watch. Mm-hmm. So us just singing happy birthday for you, again, happy birthday, obviously, like,
well,
great. But I think the idea is that like the Grinners are going to address the audience and be like, happy holidays, have a great Christmas, happy Hanukkah, so on and so forth. I don't know if we achieve that by saying happy birthday to you.
Okay. I will go back to the drawing board then, and I'll come back with something.
All right, mate. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Happy birthday, by the way.
Yep, thanks.
On the third day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree.
All right, cool.
You sound like you're in like an alleyway, or like you're in the shadows, like whispering.
Oh, let me make sure my audio.
You sound like you're like sneaking on.
Hey man, this could be the vibe of this one. It's just I'm kind of just bullshit this having tonight.
Look, like the Christmas trees next to us. We're just talking shop quietly. We don't want to wake anyone up.
That's the thing. I don't want to wake anyone up. Let Shit, let me open Hulu up. Open up this fucking Collision deal.
Have you not started it?
No. Couldn't do it.
So it's December 2nd now, bro.
Kind of terrifying.
You feeling the festive spirit?
No, not really. Well, actually, I don't know. You know what it is? I've never been in my adult life, I haven't been a Christmas guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Am I changing that for you?
No. But it's nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go to these like you know what it is? It's the overstimulating like supermarkets and shops and shit in America because they put all this Christmas designs and shit in like December, and it's like fuck off, you know? It's just too much.
Yeah.
It's
like, kind of worse because you guys have Thanksgiving in November.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't, like, they kind of just jump us as soon as Halloween's done. It's like it's now Christmas. It's a lot, bro.
It's like they do Halloween shit. And then, like, give you a week to, like, take in Thanksgiving. And then it's like, all right, fucker, go buy your eggnog. And we're now in the Christmas mood. And it's like, dude, it's not even snowing outside. And it doesn't even snow anymore because of global warming. So, like, it doesn't snow anymore. I'm not a kid, so I'm not on the channels that have all the fucking Christmas specials.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And I don't get the winter break like I used to do. Because, again, I'm not a child. I'm a grown man pushing 30. But it's just...
when you put it that way, I suppose. But then, what better way to get in the mood for Christmas than to record 12 conversations across a month-long stretch of time?
That's good shit,
Yeah, I'm getting into it, man. I don't know. It's December now, right? So,
I'm happy for you. Yeah. I hope I get into it over the course of this month, to be honest with you. Maybe what I need is, I don't know. That would help. That would definitely help.
Yeah.
Maybe a Nick winning streak. That would get me in the Christmas mood, which they're doing pretty good right now. They're 12-8,
Are you guys playing on Christmas Day this year?
We're the Knicks, so we probably are. We're in New York. We matter.
Usually you guys play. Even when you were an awful team, the first game would be at the Garden.
Yeah, they'd be like, all right, look, 5 games tonight, guys. The first game is the Knicks. All right, we'll throw them at fucking. It was one of those things where it's like, even when we were bad, they're like, they had to acknowledge and accept, like, okay, it's the Knicks, it's New York, and so they had to get us on the card. They always had to get us on the card.
I'm sitting there at Christmas Day watching Frank Ntilikina fucking hooping.
Every time, it'll literally be like a quiet, not quiet, but like a tired garden matinee game, and like Frank Ntilikina's out there with fucking Kris and shit.
They would go full graps with it too, and they'd start matching you with like rising stars because they wanted to get him over. Like the Knicks would put over Giannis.
Yes. Yeah, they really, those Christmas Day slates really would be very much like wrestling cards, and like their main event, like you're on the business end of the card when they throw LeBron versus Curry or some shit, like it was always LeBron's team versus like another team with the top guy, Hilarious. The difference though with the NBA for Christmas Day cards is the last game is usually like some bullshit that only like the sickos give a fuck about. It's always like some late West Coast game between two sicko good West teams that are like they're good, but they're like mark teams.
Yeah, that was when Jokic, when the Nuggets were becoming a thing. That's where they'd put Jokic Nuggets.
Yes, exactly. The Jokic Nuggets went there.
Vivid Christmas Day NBA memory, bro. When the Sixers traded for Butler, like a month later, we played Boston. And Boston always get out of the Sixers, right? Like, they're now forever. I just remember vividly, like, they actually got me to believe they're going to win that game. Of course they didn't, But
right, yeah,
that 10 minutes where I thought they were going to, it was very special.
Oh, man. At no point when I was watching Will Ospreay versus Juice Robinson did I think Juice Robinson was going to beat Will,
Yeah, poor Juice, bro. I hope he's okay. I mean, by the time people watching this don't know, but he looked in a lot of pain during that match.
I like that guy,
Yeah, me too. He's a throwback, I think,
In the sense that he's a weird little fucker,
Yeah, and he doesn't really have like great matches, but he's just sick and he's just cool. Like, he's Juice Robinson, bro. I like him, I want him to be around. He has many good matches too. Many good matches.
I feel like I think about the fact that he's with Tony Storm, and they both seem like they're off their fucking rockers. You know,
So it's so sick.
it seems like both of them are off their rockers. Like they are both out of their minds.
Yep.
And, I don't know, man. It's just
It's kind of what wrestling's all about, really.
a little bit. They should. I wish they were an act and not like, I don't know, Mariah May and Mia or some shit. I don't fucking know.
1-to-1 comp there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't know. It's 1 a.m. I say that it's like fucking whatever the fuck it is in the morning for you. I don't know what your sleep schedule is at this point in the game.
the sun isn't out yet. If I told you that I haven't opened my eyes once during this conversation, would you believe me?
Yo, during that fucking during that C2 thing, that's the other part that we forget that's so funny. Is that we're tired, Kaden's screaming. You see the lineup right and you have to like fake it. But like your eyes are like closed for like the entire past 15 minutes.
Yeah, I was sitting with my eyes closed, just talking to Kaden about the Continental Classic.
He's just like yelling at you. Like he's just fucking screaming at you, man. Oh my god.
That's the game, man. That's the magic right there, you know.
I guess. Just
You know.
Kaden Lee attacking about semifinals, and then they eventually tell you like a couple days later that it's going to be the block leader versus like the other block's like second place, I think it is, and then vice versa.
Yeah, which is much better to be fair. I didn't like that last year. I didn't like that thing where the finalists would face the second in their own group. It was like a rematch situation. It was weird. I didn't like it. This is better.
Yeah, I think so.
I like it.
I think so. Speaking of which, you know what I'm going to do, Joe?
What's that, mate?
While we're having this delightful conversation,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put Collision on.
Good. You CM Punk on?
No, that's a different time. You know, it's a different time. I was going to say better, but then like people would like fight, and then like you know, yeah, it's just not worth it. And
the correct answer, the best way to navigate is just say the Bryan era was the best, because then no one gets upset.
And that era was incredible. Specifically,
was,
specifically, I want to say C2 Collision, and then like the first month or two of the new year.
Yeah. Yeah, bro, people don't talk about it. That House of Black FTR feud, they got some good TV out of that, man. Good TV. Garcia got in there. It was good shit.
I'm trying to remember if I liked the cage match. It was a cage match.
You didn't like the cage match.
What was my problem?
It was escape the cage.
And then we had a burger with the guy with the deformed face.
Oh, chicken wings with Michael Berryman. I
Michael
remember your
Berryman.
life stories better than you do.
Michael Berryman. And
it was like you had to race out, and every member had to get out. You didn't like it. You said it was like woke or something.
Didn't I like the action but hate that aspect of it, or didn't I like something?
Yeah, you thought the action was good, but you liked there was like a long FTR Buddy Malachi tag that you liked. There was a Garcia Buddy match that was good.
Yeah,
there was some good stuff in there, man. People forget about it, feud.
I feel like Collision changed when like FTR wasn't there like a period where FTR went on hiatus because of an injury or some shit?
Yeah, when Dax the Axe had like a second back grind, it was unfortunate.
And then did he come back prematurely from that? Like he clearly like needed to like take more time off, but he just rushed back in like a month.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I thought he was gonna be like done. I was very scared.
Yeah.
I remember him announcing it and being like, maybe the FTR are no more. And then if the FTR are no more, what does that mean for Joseph Hulbert? You know?
Oh man, dude, he'd be cooked.
I mean, I already am, but imagine how much worse it would be.
Oh, it'd be over, dude.
Yeah.
Anna Jay's on my screen. She's a nice girl. You know, she tries a lot.
Yeah. She said something like she said I'm a fat ass that's hard to whoop or something.
So literally right before you said that, she just said that in my mic, in my headphone, and these
I'm so glad, because otherwise you definitely would think I was lying.
yeah, it's very stilted. It's very like just imagine like the writer with her like, this will knock her dead, you know.
That's what I always think. Like, how do they like pitch it to her? You know,
there's people that still think that AEW promos aren't scripted, you know, and then like
the companies are the same now, right? Like the top guys don't script and everyone else does.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely.
Yeah.
The top guy's bullet point, and then like a couple people are just straight up no script, which is like John Moxley, Kevin Owens, Cody Rhodes, people like that.
Yeah.
And then like when it comes to a backstage interview with like lower level talent, bro, their shit is written out word for word.
Oh, you can tell. Yeah, you can definitely tell.
I was gonna say, you can also, you can really tell. Anna Jay is not off the cuff talking to Lexi Nair going like, this is one fat ass you can't kick. Like, why are you doing the slogan? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
it would be pretty sick if she was doing that off the cuff though. Like on the format, it just says like 1 minute Anna Jay promos every time. She's like, I need to get this line in there, bro.
Really, like, they're really trying to get this like Anna Jay as a fat ass thing over as like a thing that like people say, and it's like, I don't know what you want from me here. You know, it's like, yes, she's attractive. Yes, she has a big ass, but like, what do you? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I don't know, man.
Is the crowd supposed to go like, big ass, big ass?
They might, bro. Crazy. I mean, the other night they were talking about people being bald.
That was bullshit.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest. I hate meme crowds.
Yeah, I do too. I'll never forget when Keith Lee and Sam Joe were in there sweating bullets and they started chanting meat and all that. And I thought, oh, come on, guys. Let them rest. These poor old fellas are in there trying their best. Just cheer one of them, will you? God almighty.
Dude,
just chant one of their names, please.
Now it's both these guys. Now it's Meat Forever.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck happened, you know? What happened to just liking the guy and being desperately invested in the result, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, well. Merry Christmas, I suppose. Huh?
I guess. Morodos is coming out here to face Kyle
The
Fletcher.
Beast Maltos?
Yeah. This match is probably going to be good, so I'm gonna go right to, like, something else while we're here, you know?
Yeah.
Feels right.
Yeah, that's a good idea. While we like, I guess we could be done though, kind of, right? How long have we been here? It says 13 minutes, 35 seconds. That's a long shift we put in here, bro.
It is, but then it's like...
But did we say anything, though?
Did we say anything? Did we say anything?
Well, we did talk about Christmas at one point.
Was there anything there that's, like, usable? You know?
I don't know, man. Just keep going.
That was kind of shitty, you know?
So anyway, back to Anna Jay.
But, you know, it feels like, Joe, it's like we're in the ring, right? we're working at 2 and 2 1/4, and you're like, let's go to the finish. I'm like, you sure? I'm like, oh my god, this is kind of bad.
I started hoisting you up for the Brainbuster.
I'm trying to midway. I'm like sandbagging it. I'm like, I don't know, man. You gotta give these guys something. Like, I'm like, let me do a dive or something, you know.
I'm all for it, bro. I mean, look, the thing with this is, it ain't gonna be any good, but it might end up being really long. So, Okada's been saying that for years.
On my screen is Kyle O'Reilly talking to the Kingdom. What the fuck is the storyline, dude?
Bless their heart. I like all of them too. That's what makes it worse. I just want them to wrestle.
What is happening? Kyle looks like he hasn't slept in 5 days.
Yeah, bro.
I'm gonna raise my volume for some reason just to intake this dialogue. Because genuinely, Joe, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've seen all these segments. Right now, if you put a gun to my head, I couldn't tell you what this conflict is even about anymore.
The question is, where is it at by the time people are seeing this? That's the question. What do you reckon's happened?
It got worse.
Come on, man.
Like what? It got fucking worse.
Do you think there's been any like big like happening though?
When does World's End?
After this, that's at the end of the year, right?
Oh, it's gonna be fucking putrid by the time this thing drops in. Because like at least I was gonna say at least the match will be good at World's End, but then Adam Cole's on the other side of that, so it won't be good. But I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be continuous bad TV, Joe. Like,
I like that still. I'm glad we got that Max and Roddy adult match they had.
I genuinely liked it, and I was seeing people going like, you know, it was ass and this and that, and like I was kind of like, I don't know, I liked it.
Yeah, it felt right, didn't it?
Yeah.
Very professional, I thought. Very professional.
What I've noticed though is that today's kids, they have an aversion to things that are right and adult and proper, you know?
Proper.
Yeah, people like wrestling tries to give you justice and people respond back with a 6 on cage match. And it's just like,
yeah.
Like look at Survivor Series, you know, like that was America.
I just feel like Cage Match should put out like a statement about the power of the 6 and like how a 6 is something to be honored, and you know they should really respect that. I think as a score, like imagine Steve Regal's catalog if you take the 6 away, you know.
Oh man, that's tough.
Suddenly he's in pieces, bro. He's got nothing. He's got some Benny matches and he's calling it a day, you know.
I mean, today I watched Steve Regal wrestle Bob Holly on mute, and I enjoyed looking at that.
It was delightful.
Yeah. I bet you there's a TV rematch that's slightly more expansive. I bet you on a SmackDown in that same time period, they're like, do it again. Give him 8 minutes this time, you know?
Bro, what kind of wrestler is Bob Holly? Is he like steak? Fried chicken?
He's a ribs wrestler. I don't know.
Ribs. He's ribs. He's dead.
You know who else is in that category? Jim Neidhart.
Oh, okay, so then when you watch the Hart Foundation, do you have to mix them up? Do you have to like ribs with wine?
I have wine on one side. I have ribs. Then I have a long sandwich for Owen. You know,
a long sandwich.
Yeah, like it's a long cold one. You know, like you got deli meat in there.
Why is that there? Who's that representing?
Owen. Yeah, it's deli meat. And, yeah, you have like lettuce. You know what I mean?
That's like because like Owen's he's very comforting. Watch. Sometimes you just want a sandwich, you know.
Yeah, bro, you need a fucking sandwich.
Yeah, that's good call. Oh.
Ron Simmons is a ribs wrestler.
Definitely, yeah. He's all man, isn't he? Ron Simmons.
Mm-hmm. Not Owen. British Bulldog's one of the greatest ribs wrestlers ever.
Bro, imagine, you know Ron Simmons, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
In his prime, imagine he was having a fist fight with Bradshaw for a shoot.
It'd be fucking sick.
How long do you think John lost in that? I mean, I think if he was here, God forbid, he might show up. He shows up everywhere nowadays. He would concede he wouldn't last long. What do you reckon? Do you reckon he cracks 3 minutes against Ron Simmons in their prime?
No. You know what I think I want to do, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I think I want to do?
What's that, mate?
So, I like the APA.
Well, I do too, yeah.
They don't have many 6s on cage match. They have like a lot of 5. But you know what? After we're out of here, I'm gonna go on YouTube and I'm gonna look up APA versus Dudley Boyz and see what pops up. And I'm just gonna sit back and rub my hands.
You need to get a beer.
I'm gonna get a fucking beer and see what that looks like.
All right, I'm gonna hold you to this because the next time we do one of these, my first question is definitely not gonna be how was the APA versus the Dudley Boyz?
Absolutely. To our audience listening, if you're this deep in the video, What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing with yourself? Talk to your girlfriend. It's Christmas Eve. Open some gifts. Close this video, please. There's like 2 hours left. There's like 2 hours left.
Oh, you are enjoying it. You're in luck because we're just getting started.
Absolutely. Fuck.
Happy holidays, Grinners. As you can see here, Grinny and I are sitting here on a Saturday morning, the weekend before Christmas, as we send this wonderful holiday message to you. I do have some important advice. It might be best not to waste hours of your week in 2025 watching 12 hours of professional wrestling from the big two major companies. I have opted not to do that any longer. I think it's probably going to be better for my health. But, you know, sometimes pain and suffering teaches you some things. Just like when Granny bit me a few years ago. It taught me to respect Granny. Respect the business. With all that said, I wish you all happy holidays, a happy new year. Hope to see you all in 2025. God bless.
On the 4th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 4 calling birds, 3 French hens,
Really?
2
What happened?
turtle doves,
We're recording
and
this,
a
so I had something serious.
Oh. No, it's one of those things where this is the time of the year where there's absolutely zero peace and quiet in the household.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I would do like one of those like nifty nifty quotes. Like, well, it's a good thing, it's great. It's great to have so much going on, but sometimes that's actually completely false.
Yeah, no, I would much rather just peace and quiet and being able to just do my things uninterrupted,
Yeah.
10 times better.
So I'm going to assume that you're still not feeling very festive. I'm going to assume.
No.
Did you watch those APA Dudley matches?
Oh shit! I forgot. See, that's why I'm not feeling festive. You didn't fucking.
Yeah.
You didn't remind me to watch the APA Dudley matches.
I wanted to test them. The beauty of this format is this can now be like a running sort of.
Yeah, right. Maybe day 7 I'll finally get to it.
Maybe, but to be fair, in your defense, this has been a big week for you, brother. The big debut up north. You debuted on Raw.
Yeah, I did. I was on Raw. Cut the promo. The crowd seemed to like it. There was enough people in the crowd that seemed to know who I was. There's a bit of there's a faint backup hangman chant.
Oh yeah, there was It reminded me a lot of Taz at the Garden. Like, I don't know if you're going to get that reaction every week, but night one, you came in pretty big, dude. That was a big deal.
They gave me a big rollout, I had a big angle there. They gave me a lot of time.
They did.
It was interesting. It's funny. I was reading some comments on Twitter. I think Sean was asking people, like, what did you think or something? It was either Twitter or YouTube. But someone was just kind of like, sorry, Sean, not a fan. Too much cursing from this guy. It's just, you guys want a real, like, clean show, and it's just F-bombs everywhere. And I was like, I was just howling.
Yeah. I must admit, I mean, I've done, how many hours do you think we've done shows together now?
I don't know.
I wonder, but
I have no clue.
A lot, right? And even I was sitting there going, God, Ibou is really swearing a lot tonight.
I don't even know.
I think you were just trying to be like extra colorful and funny. And sometimes you just say fuck a lot when you're trying to be funny, right? I mean, here's what we do.
Well, here's the thing about it, Joe. I didn't think about anything while I was on air. My brain didn't know. That's why I was telling people, because people were like, what do you think of this and that? I'm like, I don't know how good that was. I just sat there thoughtless speaking. Like, it's weird. Like there wasn't any mental like I should adjust for Fightful or I should. I just literally just sat there and just spoke to Sean Ross Sapp while the camera happened to be running. I was like, all right, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, like if anything, I sense the biggest adjustment for you is the camera rather than the platform.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Because I mean, you at one point you did like a maybe Obafemi failed a drug test bit, and I was like, my god. Look, man, I said it to you privately, and I'll say this here, but we'll see it in 20 days. I thought you did a hell of a job. You guys had really good chemistry too. I thought very good. I thought.
Well, that's nice. That's nice. People seem to like it too. I had no sense of scaling about like the viewership or anything. People were like, "Oh man, look at what it did." I'm like, "Is that good?" I don't
Oh, dude, it did great. Live it was 1.2K live, and then I checked like maybe yesterday, and it was like over 10K. Like it was a monster, dude. So,
I think last I saw was like 13.
There you go. Hell of a house.
I think so, brother. I think so.
Hopefully, by the time people are seeing this, you haven't like
gotten fired.
Yeah, or had like a stinker on there, you know.
Congratulations, Conan, on finally securing your place as permanent host of the Tonight Show.
Man, week 2, I look like hell. I'm not feeling it.
That's something they can never take away from you.
I got to talk about the Wyatt Six, and I'm like, I don't know, man. What do you want from me?
Yeah. I was wondering about like, there's certain takes that you've established among your audience as being like an Ibou take that I think the bigger audience is going to have to really like, you're going to have to kind of ease them into some of your more aggressive stances, I think.
Well, it's funny you say that because like, there'd be points in the pod where Sean's like putting over people, and I have to kind of like just like nod, you know. I'm just like, yeah. I can't remember what it was. Oh, he was putting over like the Iconics and recommended like Billy Kay on like NXT.
I saw this, yeah.
And I was kind of like, all right.
Honestly, I mean, I actually thought it was a good idea, which made it even funnier that I was watching your face the whole time, like, oh, he ain't in on this at all. I thought it was a good idea, but
I totally get the thought process. You know what I mean? I totally get the thought process behind it. It's more so just like Bill Kay on that NXT. That's a dangerous concoction. You know?
Yeah, but that's kind of what they do, right? Dangerous concoctions. That's kind of their like brand. So
yeah, they'll have like a work rate match, and then they're like, all right, here's Eric Bischoff for 10 minutes, and it's like, what the fuck? I watched their show yesterday, and like, Jada Parker says nigga on live television. I'm like, what is this broadcast?
She's so money, man.
Dude, she's awesome. She's fucking awesome. I'm watching her, and she's going face to face with Lola Vice, and Lola Vice is like, if you want to do it now, bitch, you can do it now. And Jada punches her in the face, and she's like, what's up? What's up? And I'm watching these two, and like, more than anything, Joe, they're very convincing on the microphone, and they're very fiery on the microphone. It doesn't come off like that really stilted, awkward, cringe, like NXT robotic talk, you know, where like some of the ladies, like even Toxic, what do they call Fatal Influence? I like them, right? But they do that very kind of like generic WWE Mean Girl promo where it's just kind of like, we are running this division, and they're all kind of bobbling and swiveling side to side as they're talking, and it's, you know, I know you know what I mean. It's just
exactly
like,
what you mean, yeah.
It's swivel side to side, head bobble, like very coached, very like girl on Collision ass fucking promo, and yeah, like there's a ton of those types of promos, but like these two, I'm watching this, Joe, and like it's kind of like I'm in awe. I'm watching this show, and I'm like, man, there's so many women on this show that have like sincere like main roster like upside, not just as like a girl that's gonna float and like maybe drown, but like girl that could get over as a star, you know. And that's a different difference from the last couple of years of female call-ups in the sense that like I like Lyra a lot, but like she was gonna be a project because there's aspects of her game that she needs to level up to get over on the main roster. You look at like Katana and Kaden, they're a fun little tag team, but like there's a lot of things that you need to polish up there for them to really get over and connect. And then we saw what happened with Eddie Hartwell, for example. Then I look at like Lola Vice and Jada, and I'm like, already their in-ring is like good enough, respectfully, for like main roster women's wrestling. But then like the intangibles and the it factor and like the very distinct persona and then the look and then the microphone ability, they got it. And then you look at like Julia and fucking Stephanie. I mean, it's like,
yeah.
Not to do the whole Dave Meltzer thing, but you know, Dave Meltzer used to always talk about how at TNA, like they should have just gotten rid of all the old guys, like going into the 2010s. And I kind of look at this incoming wave of women's wrestlers, and I'm like, I don't know that. I think some of the
Yeah.
incumbent women are going to get passed by.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. There's definitely there's a turnover there that's probably overdue, right? And,
Yeah.
You know, the stars are the stars, right? Stars always kind of, you know, when you talk to a broadcast, like Netflix is going to want a Becky Lynch or a Charlotte Flair around, but there's definitely some people that have been there for a long time that you kind of wonder where they fit if there's a lot of call-ups. Obviously, that's us assuming that those call-ups be used, you know, well. Obviously, that's a huge if we're being real, but we'll see.
I agree, but here's the thing about it. Nothing more than anything, this regime would love to just because if they could just give the ball to someone who could do TV and not have to put too much effort into it because they can just kind of like do their thing, they'd probably love that. And what I mean by that is like right now they're fucking like straining their backs and their eyes and their necks and their minds, coming up with like, how do we come up with a pre-tape angle here for Ivy Nile and Selena Vega to try to get some heat on this 6-minute match that's happening in a second. But if they could, but Amanda Weaver, they're like, just let Lola talk and she'll just talk shit walking up to fucking whoever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of like how Kevin Owens is a godsend for them because they can just kind of let him do his thing, you know. And I do think with some of these ladies, like they'll have more there in their arsenal to where like they almost have to get positioned because they can just simply do television and do it better than some of these people.
And mid-card titles are going to help. If and isn't, you know, we don't know for sure. By the time we're watching this, they might if both TVs are going to be 3 hours next year. That also will help, even if it won't necessarily help my overall enjoyment or interest. It will definitely help get more people on the show. That's the inevitable, right? So there's a lot of factors. I do generally disagree with the assessment that some of these talents just jump off the page. Well, I mean, Jada is a good reminder of like, I think people get so caught up in promos being like poetry and, you know, these sort of foreshadowing and the lore and all. Sometimes promos are just shit talk, bro. I mean, that's the game. I mean, just talk trash and that's money.
Jada just walked out and was just like, bitch, where you at? Nigga, get these fucking ropes down. He's like, I'm tired of this shit. Just come out here and fight me. And she's just yelling. And I'm like, and like, obviously, like, you know, you shouldn't just be a scream merchant, you know, word to Ethan Page, but it's more just like the feeling and what they're projecting, you know, and she just connects. And then what got me doubly more in Jada, she did a Busted Open interview today and just treated it pure like New Japan style. And what I mean by that is like, she was like, in her mind, she's in kayfabe, but it's not that cringe American wrestler kayfabe where they're totally just doing their shtick on in an interview. It's more like they're talking like it's a real conversation, right? But like when Bubba asked her and things like, so what do you think about the division? Like, what do you think about like, you know, the progression of these women and like da-da-da? And she's like, what do you think about Stephanie and Julie? And she's like, oh, they're talented wrestlers, you know. And she just tosses it in. She goes like, you know, I had a match with Stephanie a couple weeks ago. Really, really hard hitter, really physical. I thought I had a chance to beat her. I honestly thought I had her, and I was going for the stomach and da-da-da. And I had the strategy, and I'm working the limb, and then like, you know, fucking all the vice and messes up the match. And so like, I'll take care of that at deadline, but I do want to wrestle her one again. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's that very like kind of casual sports style. Like,
do we know like her background as a fan? Was she a fan or is she someone who just got it immediately?
That's what makes it fascinating. I can't tell. I cannot tell because she doesn't post about wrestling. She's not a mark. Like she doesn't really post about wrestling at all.
Well, sometimes, you know, and look, I'm not knocking lifelong fans because some of them make incredible wrestlers, but sometimes folks who come in like as adults actually get and understand the business a lot quicker. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes.
Because like they're just approaching it like, I have to pretend this is real and sell these people in a fight.
Yeah. And it's obviously, you know, it depends on the coaching and all there's a bunch of factors. But yeah, sometimes I think there is a level of being attached to wrestling that can be dangerous sometimes.
Yes. Dude, they asked her about Roxanne, and I forgot they wrestled. And she's talking about saying, like, I know I could beat Roxanne Perez. She's like, I have the physicality, I have the speed. It's just what she kept doing was she kept getting back to the arm. And she's talking about the in-match strategy. And she's saying, like, but I've been working on it. If you notice, if you've been watching my matches, my technical wrestling has improved. It's not just blunt force anymore. And so I'm going to get Roxanne. I'm going to get her. And I swear, when I see her again, I got something for her. And she's just talking about it. Like, it's literally, I'm like, it's like watching a basketball player do an interview or something. And you're like, yeah, the perimeter game wasn't really going for me. The shot wasn't falling. So I'll just be more aggressive driving to the rim or something. And I'm watching like her, like, it feels like she's schooling Bully Ray in a weird way. Cause he's kind of sitting there in awe. Like, he's just like, holy shit, look at this girl,
Yeah.
So.
Okay. I can't believe we've had this whole conversation. You've just revealed to me this was a Bully Ray interview.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of nasty, bro. You should have clued me in on that a little earlier.
Yeah, sorry to blindside you with that.
Is this like your trial run for getting on the NXT review over there on Fightful 2? What is this? Bully Ray law here?
Oh my! They wouldn't want me on the NXT review.
The audience would hate you, bro.
Yeah, because I'd be with whoever. I don't even know who's on it, but like someone is going to be enthusiastic. Like, I just like the way they tell stories there. I'm like, I don't.
And you'll be on camera too, so you'll look really mad.
Exactly, dude. I watched yesterday in full. I've been watching the shows in full lately because they've been pushing people I like, right? And there's so many little things that just illustrate the difference between even Sean's approach to Hunter's. And Sean's is very just like the most distilled, pure 2010s WWE you could think of. And what I mean by that is, it's just a minor thing, but it tells you everything. Jada Parker and Lola Vice are yelling at each other. Ava comes out, right, to set things straight. She comes out to a theme song with graphics on the screen. Why does an authority figure have a theme with graphics? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, she walks out, it's just like Ava, NXT GM, and it's like, banana. She's like, it's just walking out.
I would never like watch it weekly because I don't really watch any wrestling TV weekly anymore.
Mm-hmm.
What I do like about NXT as an outsider is the fact that it feels like I'm going to wake up on Tuesday morning, and if someone's going to hit me up with a recommendation from Raw, I've got a pretty good guess who the people are going to be, you know?
Okay, yeah. Sheamus, Kaiser, Sammy,
Dude, I feel like Wednesday morning after NXT, someone could hit me up, and it could be like people I've never heard of. You're talking like Ren Sinclair. It's just random, and that is one thing I think people do like about it is that like Triple H is a much more traditional booker, and that's what we enjoy, prefer.
Mm.
But he does have like patterns that you know what you're going to get. I don't think you have a clue with NXT, which does create. I mean, you messaged me like a couple weeks ago. Ethan Page had like a really good match on TV, and I was like, he did. And I like Ethan Page, but like, good God,
Well, it's funny about that last night, Joe. The best in ring performance. I kid you not. They do a tag battle royal, and in the final three, they do this. They're flexing the NIL program because the final three is I think it's one of the OTM guys, the Bronco Nehmer, Lucien Price. I don't know which one it was. It was big fucker, and it's him, Miles Bourne, who's Def Randy, and it's Tank Ledger, who's the fucking Rad Radford ass motherfucker from Hank and Tank, right? And that thing where like you get down to the final few people and the camera's like showing all their faces and it's like dramatic and the crowd's just getting really into it. They're doing that thing, and Tank Ledger is fucking grandstanding and hot dogging like it's 1986, and I am howling, Joe, because he's like slapping his face, he's popping up, he's kind of pumping his, he's like, come on, bring it on, come on. Look at the pictures of baby face histrionics, right? And the crowd is like, yeah, and they're like, Tank. And he's doing like an arm drag, and he's popping up like, come on, arm drag, come on, arm drag, come on, drop kick. He's like, come on. And I'm like dying laughing. I was like, someone needs to clip up the last 3 minutes and send us to Joe Hulbert because it's so fucking funny. It's like from like 35 years ago, and he does like this move off the top rope. That's so like fucking like it's so like Memphis or some shit, and the crowd is losing their shit, and I'm like, he's not even doing anything. He's just doing a lot of like histrionics, But
that's wrestling, bro.
I guess so. I had a tear in my eye.
Well, that's the result of working dark matches with Gallows and Anderson. You learn the business.
Absolutely. You work with Gallows and Anderson. You learn how to work. You get it. They should talk about this performance on their next podcast.
They should. Speaking of podcasts, I can't believe we did like a full NXT segment, bro. That's pretty sick.
It's kind of weird, but
it's Christmas, right? It's Christmas, right? Weird stuff happens at Christmas.
Absolutely.
I will say, seriously, because if it is Christmas, there should be a couple moments of sincerity. Not many, but there should be. And we have just done a trial run of your eventual NXT review on Fight, for which I was happy to play a part in.
That won't go well.
It was. I have to say this. It was very surreal watching that show play out. From like just sitting there watching it was genuinely surreal, and I was very proud. And I said this to you privately, but seriously, it made me weirdly proud. Like how much it made me feel like I was watching like you'd made it to Nitro and you were doing your Brainbuster and Shivani was losing his shit. Like watching the chat react to your stuff was very weird.
My offense.
Yeah, it was weird, and I do have to thank you for when my name came up, complimenting me, because as much as it was excruciating to see my name all in the chat, it did it was nice too. I didn't need to be part of the moment, but I felt like I was, and the wine at the end. It felt like this weird thing we've done here with the sessions and the specials. It kind of felt represented.
It was almost like a spiritual thing. It was almost like when Eddie Guerrero took art bars like Frog Splash or something, like not that you're dead.
Yeah, but no, it was weird. Like as I watched I wanted to watch the show, and I'm glad I did. You guys had a great show, but it was like I didn't want to be like I didn't want to be a subject.
Yeah.
But the wine thing was it felt like a nod to the people that have watched these shows. It was like that was nice, I thought. So I thank you for that, brother.
It was spiritual, It felt correct, It was a tasteful gesture that was subtle. So
yes,
it was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to do.
I think so. Now I would like to say we're recording this on December 4th. My opinion may change if Fightful begins to sell wine emoji t-shirts. I may.
He may just totally co-opt like Hulbertism and profit off it.
I say all of this with complete sincerity and room to change my mind, folks. But no, seriously, I appreciate you, and I was very proud, as you know. And I think you legitimized a lot of people, even if you don't care about that or realize that. So, congrats, brother. Seriously,
I really do appreciate that. It's hard for it hasn't sunk in that that aspect of it. I'm not really sure. I have to really spend time digging through comments and what people were actually because I still don't have a feel for what the Fightful audience is, to be completely honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
And the people sending super chats with names I recognize generally, some of them. So it'll be interesting to see how it develops. But I'm just gonna continue to just sit there and exist and be back at Peg, man. I don't really know how to do anything else, to be honest with you. I don't know how to work the hard cam. I don't really know how to. I don't know how to slow it down and grab a hold.
Brother, 8 minutes on Nitro. Give them all you got. That's the game, right?
Give them all I got. Dave will give it 3 3/4. That's all you can do.
Works for me, brother. Congratulations. Tremendous stuff. Seriously.
Thank you.
Greetings, LNG family. It's your favorite killer cross stand, Jack Crosby. I just wanted to take a second to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I hope you all have the most joyous holiday. Everyone from my colleagues on the podcast to all of you great listeners who I can't tell you enough. Joe has said it many times over, but we are so grateful for your support the last few years. And I look forward to a bigger year in 2025. So again, everyone enjoy your holiday. And with football season over, you'll be seeing a lot more of me soon. So until then, again, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'll talk to you guys soon.
On the 5th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 5 gold rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge.
That's all I've got. Watched the W show tonight. It sucked. Hi, on Anderson. Ibou's here. Hello, Ibou.
Oh, fuck.
Talking to Tope. Even though he's not here, he's going to see this. So I just was talking to him. So basically, I'm talking to myself,
I was going to say, I pop in. I'm just seeing you talking. I'm like, has he finally lost it? Has Joe finally just reached wit's end and this is it?
Yeah. I mean, I have, but that wasn't why I was talking to myself. You okay?
God damn it.
You're getting too old for this shit, dude. Thank God you're hitting big time in wrestling.
You're I guess this is your first time hearing post-work Ibou, which is a different. You've heard early morning Ibou, you've heard just woke up Ibou.
Yeah.
You have not seen post-work Ibou, which is everything fucking hurts.
Yeah. It's pretty rough, dude. It's pretty rough circumstances to record a festive segment.
I was when you messaged me like, "Hey, well, do you know when this is whatever?" Like, I looked like hell, and I was like a forklift, and I got off, and I was picking up fucking boxes and stacking them and shit. And I'm looking around, and there's like a whole other pile of them, dude. I made that look that like, you know, that Samoa Joe like looking up at the sky, like look
After every match, yeah.
That's me, like just like. Begging for water and food. I was starving too because I didn't eat since like the early afternoon, and I was like, man, my back is giving out. I'm looking around, the floor is a mess at my job, and I was like, oh, God, maybe I'll be done in an hour. And I saw Joe message me, and I was like, oh my God. But I'm here. I am here. I missed out on Eric Bischoff's one shot, sadly. So.
You didn't miss out on anything, brother. Let me tell you. You did not
What was wrong with it? Was it the match? Like what was
so? A couple of the matches were like okay, but more the issue was that Bischoff led with. By the way, is my connection okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Because I'm trying to download like 2 years of Nitro currently, and I'm concerned it's gonna. So
I just realized I'm gonna probably lose on some EC-Dub. Fuck.
Oh, you're definitely going to, yeah. So, Bischoff led with a 10-minute live promo, no, 15-minute live promo, I think, with Matt Riddle.
Oh.
And then they did these like long backstage scenes where he would just like have dialogue. There was one that was legitimately 5 minutes long backstage. It was so bad. Dude. It's a terrible show.
Was it? Did it? Because that was kind of what he was doing in TNA a bit. Like, did it feel like 2011 TNA, just long Bischoff scenes where you're just like, who could give a fuck? You know, like
it was worse because Bischoff's still like kind of good in some of those segments. He's kind of lost his fastball now, sadly.
Oh, so he doesn't even have that like that performer kind of like flair. Like he doesn't have that.
No. It was kind of tragic, to be honest. They also did like parodies of like the Bischoff bits, which is so lame. So like for example,
oh my God,
like they teased that he was going to take Mystico's mask.
Oh my God.
At one point he went on commentary and was like, I would never give away the results of Jeff Hardy winning in tonight's TNA main event. Like they did that bit.
Oh my God.
And he in his promo he legitimately said, "Are any of you guys even old enough to remember the NWO?"
When like the average age like to perform on the show is probably like 38. Like,
dude, it was so.
Bro, they have like that. Yeah. Bobby Fish, like Riddle, died. These are like people like late 30s, early 40s. What is he talking about?
I don't know, man. It was weird. It was bad time. It was sad.
The way you're describing this sounds kind of sad. Like this sounds kind of like
it was. Yeah, it felt very like desperate.
I was gonna like it sounds grabby. It sounds like well, frankly, it's not like the type of thing MLW, of course, because at their level they'll go for some shit like this because they're MLW. Yeah. So it's like even TNA would be like, we're dignified enough to not do a Bischoff tribute show. That's just like really sad. But like,
yes.
MLW would be like, yeah, fuck it, who cares? Like, whatever, you know. But like,
it's a good point. Definitely, yeah. Eric would get booed at TNA, I think, and he got "Thank you, Eric" chants at MLW.
Were they in the ECW arena?
I don't know where they was actually. I'll have a look. Let me have a look. I couldn't really get a good feel because it just looks, you know, they shoot every show now shoots the ramp, don't they? So you just get the big screen regardless. You know, like, could he go for this imaginary match? I don't fucking know. I don't care. Anyway, it was at the Melrose Ballroom, which is not an ECW venue, but did host MLW in 2003. So a place of great history for the promotion.
MLW is just a fascinating company.
It sucks. We spent too much Christmas talking about it, to be honest, haven't we?
I guess.
We should talk about something else.
You know what didn't suck? Go ahead.
What didn't suck? No, what didn't suck? Tell me.
The Armageddon 6-man Hell in a Cell.
You know? That didn't suck. You're right.
That fucking rocked.
It did. We had some good times with those grin alongs, dude. It's a different experience. That match was a blast with the grin along form.
I kind of like, even though it's like talked about and it's like iconic and praised, I almost feel especially because I'm talking in the context of like current trendy modern wrestling Twitter, right? Where like the cool guys post like, you know, pillar stuff and like, you know what I mean? Like there's like the cool guy retro things to post. You know what I mean? Like there's like we should outline. What are the cool guy retro.
Let's do it. Okay, so I would say the three most pimped. I would say are 20 Japan.
Okay.
90s All Japan, 2000s Ring of Honor. Usually, a big account is in one of those areas. Usually, because there are exceptions. But would you agree if someone's deep diving on an era and they're doing match graphic posts and such and clips? Maybe not clips for New Japan, but still, like I think that's where people are normally scattered across those three categories. To me, anyway.
Yes, and then there's like the subsection, smaller niche, but like still like very much like we're cool. People clipping like you'll see a guy clipping like Ricky Steamboat and Tully Blanchard, and you know.
Sometimes I don't know. I think those people are actually cool though, not like pretend cool.
Okay, the people that will clip it to like discuss what's happening in this clip that makes this match great, those are cool people. The people that clip it with like West Side Gun, you know what I mean, playing, and it's like an edit, like they're very much like just trying to be different, like they're trying to show that they have broad tastes, and it's like, like the guys that like you click the video and it's Steamboat doing an arm drag and then like Alchemist starts rapping and you're like, all right,
You're very, very particular about. You need some people. I think underestimate the power when you're doing an edit of having the music actually match the action in some way, or at least fit a vibe with the action.
Yes, dude. I saw an Inoki video and it's playing this like very late 60s, 70s orchestral music with like trumpets and stuff, and it's godly. You're just hearing like you're just hearing. It's very like almost Rocky-ish a little bit, and you're just thinking Inoki in fighting stance, and then you just hear the bass coming, boom, 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 and I clicked the video and the caption and like the song name is like some Italian ass fucking like arrangement. I'm like, oh, beautiful,
that's so based.
Gorgeous. But then like it'll be another person and it's just like it's Lil Uzi Vert mixed with like Bobby Eaton. What are you doing? Like what the fuck?
My favorite is when like you have a double pop. So like it's a match that you love with a track that you like, It's like you have like, I can't wait to see how this plays out. That's like my favorite.
I forgot which. Dude, do you remember? It was I think you remember because I think you quoted it too. It was a Noah. It might have been like Akiyama and Kobashi with like a really moving song.
I don't know. I can't remember.
You quoted it. It was either Akiyama versus Kobashi or it was Misawa versus Marufuji. Both were Noah matches from like, or it might have been Kobashi versus Kenta. It was one of those three Noah matches, all happening within that range of like 05, 06. And I remember I quoted and I was just like, wow. And then you wrote like, this is moving. I can't remember what it was.
I don't remember this. I'm so old, dude.
Yeah, we're fucked.
I do. The Uncle Alan edit with fucking Runaway was unbelievable.
That was God. And I'm always
And the thing is, if you said to me, does that fit him? I'd be like, no. But I watched it and was like, that was magic, dude.
The best edits also when like the build-up part of the song, you just hear like their words from a promo. You know what I mean? Like, that's always got. And then the beat drops, and then like you'll see like text on the screen and like all these highlights. Those are sick.
Oh, sick, man. That's the coolest wrestlers come across, isn't it?
Yo, here's a good West Side Gun one. Someone did one of like the Lucha Brothers, and like the West Side Gun has a song called Lucha Bros, and like all you hear at the beginning, he's just like, mi nombre es Pentagon, el cero miedo. And he's kind of promo in Spanish, and then the beat just drops in, da 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 da. Hey yo, and he's just Penta looking sick, and it's obviously for that to happen, you have to use like Lucha Underground highlights and shit. But like, it's a bunch of Penta Lucha Underground shit, and I'm like, yo, this is awesome, So.
Dude, if Paul Lee had Penta, he would never show a full match. It would just be music videos exclusively.
Yeah, dude.
He would show a Destroyer with Joe Styles yelling it, but mostly it would be music videos and just vibes, bro.
Bro, people don't look, dude. Hardcore TV was sick, dude, because like. You literally hear Joey Styles like, here, folks, we have footage from a recent ECW event in Long Island. And it's like, bro, they have the full match tape, but they're intentionally showing you like the sick, and it'll be like, we have Sabu and Too Cold Scorpio in Long Island. All you see is like the 450 splash, like Sabu's third attempt at jumping off the chair and into the crowd for something, and some other spots, and it's like 4 minutes, and you're like, man, that was godly, you know, and it's stuff like that. Man.
It's wild because it's necessity in the sense that some of the boys he had to edit around, but it's also like perfect for the exact vibe they were going for. You know, it's like it serves two purposes. It fits this like different energy, disrupting the format, disrupting tradition, but it also quietly protects Sandman's matches.
100%. Well, it's great you said that because he told Steve Austin once on like Stone Cold's like super old podcast that he did in like the mid 2010s before the network got it. He said that hardcore TV was invented after he watched the music video to LL Cool J's "Mama Said Knock You Out."
Yes,
and it's a black and white music video where like he's like almost like a boxer, but like, and he has the boxer hood on, but he's like he's fucking like talking onto the microphone, right? And for whatever reason, Paul just said that the video spoke to him, and he said, why don't I present wrestling like a music video, and he's talking about like Yo MTV Raps, which is a big fucking contemporary show in the early 90s, and he's saying that like that shows us a collection of music videos that were really like the artistic expression in them like would take you into these different worlds and blah 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 blah. And he basically, what if I made a wrestling show that felt like that and just felt kind of hip? And it's just fascinating to think about because, and not to relitigate the conversation I had now a month and a half ago about presentation in wrestling and like the next wave and stuff, but like I really do question how many promoters say, I want to present a wrestling show like this, and it's a thing that like has never been like explored or tried. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's that's that particular format, let alone stuff that reflects current culture, and but even just Paul Lee's ECW hardcore TV format's never been replicated.
No, someone should just like look into that. Like,
I mean, might as well try. I mean, it always interests me. You go back and you listen to the old timers, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean the people that know the game, that have played the game and won and lost. They always talk about how wrestling reflects, the media at that time, the pop culture at that time, whatever it may be.
Yes.
And I always think that's interesting because I think that those things are more fragmented now because of how we live now, right? Definitely.
Yes.
But I do wonder, like, there's more to that than I think we realize sometimes. We know we have fun with the cinema stuff and all that, but like, what that actually is, if you take the line of thinking that we just described, is basically wrestling's take on like the sort of detail-oriented like Easter egg thing that emerged with like Marvel films.
Yes.
Basically, right? That's basically what it is.
That's 100% what it is, actually. And like, what WWE is inviting their fans to do is consume their product and obsess over it and analyze it and watch for certain things the way Marvel fans do. And so when people go like those fucking videos with thumbnails that have like a bunch of arrows pointing at things and circling a thing, and it's like, what was on Paulie's phone case? And it's like, like why Sami Zayn switched phones in that one thing? And it's like, huh? And like, but it's very true. And in the interconnected universe where it's like there's creative reverberation still being felt over Roman Reigns turning babyface that affects different characters and interpersonal conflicts and all that type of shit. Like, as someone that consumed wrestling before it became this, I'm totally fine with just an interviewer talking to a guy before he goes out to fight another dude, right? I'm totally, what I mean? Talking all this shit, and it's like, really, it's like, I can just see Gordon Soley just being like, and now we have over here Magnum TA, and it's like, cool, I'm fine with that, right? But like, you do have to, like, Dave always says, you got to learn and study like why something is working, and the enthusiasm from fans about this WWE product and the enthusiasm over the characters, the key characters. It's like, it is that very Easter egg, Marvel-y, interconnected universe type of story.
It is. And, sorry, but we should note this because we talk about the bloodline a lot. That was also something, Bray Wyatt deserves a lot of credit for that. Bray was, I think when you look at, and I did not, look, I've said this before, the Firefly Funhouse thing with Cena was not really my bag. you know?
Yeah.
But like when you look at how that worked, and then you look at the way they did Bray's return, like I think he actually had a much like quicker understanding that wrestling fans wanted to do that, you know. And let me be clear, I didn't really.
Bray fans were not. I remember like there was like a whole Bray Wyatt Twitter, like
exactly
a section of Twitter that was just like just like that. You know what I mean? A bunch of Bray like profile pictures, threads about like.
And now that's the norm. Like now people just dissect every angle like that, which is fascinating.
Right, because before it was just I thought it was a good promo, and that was a good angle, and these guys are gonna fight. That was a good match. Like, that's all it was. Like good promo, good angle, good match. And now it's like something much more expansive and detail oriented in that way. And it is interesting. It is interesting because for example, WWE is getting out of the ball game of linear main event storylines because their top story is just an ensemble cast situation that's just going to breed a bunch of matches out of it. Right now on the big bubble on the top is Punk, Seth Rollins, Sami Zayn, Jey Uso, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes tertiarily, Kevin Owens, and Drew McIntyre. That's a big blob right now, Joe. And all these people are going to cross paths from now in WrestleMania. Every single one of those people. Here's a hanger bomb that I already tweeted about a day or two ago. But expect numerous all-star tags, Joe, on these TVs to start next year. Like, what I want personally, that second Saturday Night's Main Event, Joe, they better put fucking Drew, Mac, Steen, and Seth Freakin' on one team and just pick any of those three fucking good guys on the other team. You know?
Punk in there, definitely.
Oh, baby. Could you imagine? Can you imagine Sami Zayn and Punk?
And Jey Uso.
Oh, man. I like Eat Man again, you know?
Yeah, you can't help it, can you? Like, it pops me. I
kind of forgot.
Every time I see him on the list of like best-selling things, I just go, "Oh, good for Jay." I don't know him, but it's just what I think. You know?
Kids like the fucker so much.
He's their favorite wrestler.
Yes, I've seen videos of kids getting their fucking hair cut like him. Yeah. Did I tell you that I saw a fat kid in a Yeet shirt at my job like a week ago?
Come on, bro.
Like.
It's Christmas, bro. You can't be saying fat kid at Christmas. That's crazy.
I saw and God, I should have told this on a podcast, but I saw him at my job, like just on an aisle, and I looked at him and I smirked, and we made eye contact. He looked like he's maybe like 10, and I did the yeet, like physical yeet thing, and then he chuckles, does it back, and like runs away, like just runs away.
Yeah,
like,
just scared he'd seen another wrestling fan in the wild.
Yeah. He was like, "Fuck."
That's a cute story, but that actually is very festive, very Christmas. You know?
You think so?
Yeah, you did because that's something you'd never do, but you did it to pop the kid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was like all right, yeet, okay. Yeah. I did the yeet thing, you know.
Season of giving, brother. When I was at the house show, it was a SmackDown house show, so Yeet wasn't there. But you know they play like top 10 Raw moments and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Before the show, they played like the Jey Uso clip, and it was like his entrance, and literally like the crowd just stood up and started doing the Yeet thing, even though he wasn't there, and it was just on the screen. It was fucking sick.
That would have been eye opening for me if I was there. I would have been like, people really they just want to do that. They just want to do that hand motion, you know.
He is, we break down all these different skill sets, promo, in ring, but he's likable.
You know what's funny?
He's just likable.
The old hardcore fan would be grossed out by anything like WWE, right? And the old hardcore fan would be at a non-WWE show, and then if a WWE-related thing of any kind or person would show up, they're telling that guy to go fuck themselves, right?
Yeah.
And early AEW had a piece of that, but never like the ruthless killer instinct of the old hardcore fan that would like stab an OVW fucker like if they saw him, right? But like those fuckers were nuts, Joe. Like the hardcore fan of the 90s to mid 2000s were just different animals, you know.
Yes.
But I say all that to say, if Jey Uso pulled up on a Dynamite this week, that whole crowd is doing that yeet thing.
That's when I knew that the tide had turned in terms of like WWE being popular again. When we were in Chicago for All Out, and we were leaving the building, everyone was doing the fucking LA night, and I was like, oh man, this is different. Like we came 2 years ago, you would not have been doing Madcap Moss's shit or whatever.
Oh no, dude. I think I've told this before, but like when I was at Arthur Ashe the first year,
yeah,
it felt like a partisan rally. It felt like a
man, it's tough.
You could feel in the air, like if someone even just said like "Go Roman," like they might get the shit beat out of them or something. Like,
is this the most like WWE has been popular with the hardcore fans? It's like Austin was on top, you think?
Yeah, and it's kind of freaking me out a little bit.
It's weird. Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable, to be honest with you. The fact that like a guy that like knows what Noah is, like they'll go to like an AEW show and it's like and you could just like if you focus in and listen and eavesdrop. Look, here's the deal. The normal 37-year-old wrestling show going hardcore fan guy that like knows about alternate wrestling, right?
Yeah.
You go to a Dynamite and sit next to him and his like fat friend and eavesdropping their conversation. There is I won't even say non-zero. There is a high probability they're just gonna mention like watching Raw like last night or some shit. I'm saying this because it's happened to me at like the last like 7-8 episodes.
Of course, but that was just another long route to you saying fat friend.
There's a lot of fat fucks at these. I gotta be honest. I feel great about myself when I go to wrestling shows. I'm like, I'm doing okay.
You're a piece of shit. By the way, here's something that'll make you feel less good about yourself. Do you know what you brought up that ended up us talking about you burying fat people at wrestling shows? Do you know what the original seed of this topic was?
What's up?
You intended to put over the Armageddon Hell in a Cell match. And then we started talking about the cool wrestling Twitter things.
Yes.
Which then led to edits.
Yeah.
Which led to wherever this is.
We kept opening up tabs. Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is like, so here's the deal, Joe. In the multiple subcultures of like the wrestling community on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
The Attitude Era is only clipped up and posted and like still romanticized by like the normie accounts and the non-wrestling poster people. So like a general broad blue check account person that just posts pop culture stuff, they'll do the ones who go, man, WWE used to be wild, laugh emoji, and it'll be like a clip of like Mark Henry like spanking like somebody. You know what I mean? Like that's what they do, right? And then like some like random like just normie like 40-year-old blue check like Elon Bucks chasing WWE account dude will be like, man, Austin was the man, and like we'll post a clip, right? But like the cool guy, they're first of all because it's just too like it's too basic, bitch. Number one, but also two, it's like it's just not necessarily where their fan leanings lie. It's not cool to be like, man, like what a time, guys, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They will put over like Steve Austin stuff. They'll like
he's the exception in it.
Right. Because he does translate different fan tastes and leaning spectrums. I think he's universal low-key. Except for like, the modern WWE fan who doesn't understand wrestling truthfully, but nevertheless. That's another story.
It's Christmas, bro. Come on.
Fuck them. But anyway, my point is that Hell in a Cell match was just like good punching for 40 minutes.
It's sick, yeah.
It was like legitimately just glorious punching for 40 minutes. And truthfully, it was the actualization of a lot of stuff in Grab's history, especially from the past, that like people say that they love, and like you see it a little bit in flashes in some old matches, but like how do I word this? Sometimes I feel like people will describe some aspects of old matches like how do I word this? Like the idea of the match is slightly better than what it actually is. When they'll say like, man, it was just the chaos and the blood and like the crowd going nuts and like it was just and like there are plenty of Memphis brawls or things that Funk did that are absolutely that, but like or like there's like the very peak of Brody or Bruiser Brody's work is that. But then sometimes it's just kind of like okay brawling, and like the crowd is good, but it was just you know what I mean. It's like okay, bro.
There's definitely a version of that that's like just messiness that isn't really very engaging or compelling. Definitely,
or like well executed to that.
That's even worse, yeah.
And so I say all that to say like this is just like shoot good brawling, like just like the entire way through. And there wasn't just, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, nice. It's awesome. There was definitely a time in my fandom where I would like dismiss a match like that. You know when you become like a hipster.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then I know that, Joe, because like as my tastes have evolved, there were certain things I never switched up on, and that was this. I never switched up on this, but I would see other people kind of do the whole thing of like, it's just very monotonous punch kick wrestling. And the truth is, like, you can do a punch kick match that's just godly if it's just good, you know.
Mm-hmm. So context matters too. The whole sell for that match is like they can't possibly lock these guys and sell it so dangerous. It wouldn't have made sense for them to do leapfrogs, you know.
Oh, that would have been context. It would have been so fucking lame. I just and what really popped me, especially just in the context of like watching modern wrestling, is like the 6 blade jobs from everybody, you know. Just,
oh yeah, and the finish is so memorable too.
It's just everybody had blood on their face, and it was just beautiful.
Finish captures this idea that it's like a fucking apocalyptic scene, you know. There's one guy. By the way, last thing, have you watched APA versus the Dudleys yet?
You know what, Joe Hulbert?
What?
The next time we see each other,
yeah,
we're gonna do a grin along to an APA Dudley match.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm gonna find. You know what I should do? I should pre-watch like 3 of them and find the worst one and say we're watching that together.
It's really short and hurried and kind of nasty.
I'm smelling APA. Joe, I'm smelling a like January 02 SmackDown 3-minute 45-second match there. That feels very like post-invasion, like just bullshit on a tape show type of match, you know.
That's perfect too, because we can't burn our high spots out this early in the process. Like we save our real grin along, right?
Yeah.
The real treat we have. We'll give you like a little thing along the way. There you go. Beautiful.
You know what? Before we get out of here, I'm just gonna look up. I'm gonna type this in on YouTube and see what comes up.
You know, people described some of our prior events as being experimental. I think we may have broken this game with this one, bro.
This is next level. This is my God.
Earlier on, you said, I'm going to give you a scoop that I tweeted a couple days ago, and this is not going to air for another 19 days. The tweet was your scoop was out of date when you told me it. Imagine what's going to be like when the people hear it.
We may have to air an unrated, like unedited version of this 12 days thing where it's like 4.5 hours, and then there's like the cut down like to like the condensed cut.
I gotta be honest, bro. I think the real one's gonna be pretty long. To be fair, I mean we'll see.
I'm saying like I think the real one. I think we may have to like chop down the conversations a bit, just like. Just we might have to hardcore TV our conversations.
My approach to it is like it's Christmas, anything goes, which is completely false, but that's the way I'm approaching it now mentally. Originally, it was like maybe we'll do 6 to 7 minutes, a session, and now it's like, oh, they're gonna be 20 minutes or something, bro. I don't know. What do you want from me?
Joe, I looked it up.
Okay.
Dudley Boyz and APA Barroom Brawl, September 7th, 2000 SmackDown. Is that?
That match is that's too good to be fair.
That sounds good, yeah. Let's see here. Test of the Dudley Boyz versus APA and Big Show from late 01 SmackDown. That's 5 minutes. Oh, that's tidy.
That sounds nice. Sounds very nice.
APA Dudley Boyz World Tag Team Championship 01. That's from July 9th, 01. All right. Let's see here. What else we got here? There's one, but they had William Regal and Kane on the sides. That's so fucking weird. What the fuck? God, these guys wrestled a lot. Dudley Boyz versus the Alkalites. This is April 2000. Oh my god, we got a lot to pick from here.
Dude, only like
Oh.
10 minutes ago we were doing like real wrestling talk.
That's no fun, you know.
We just like broke out of nowhere, I feel.
That's just what we do, Joe. Let's cage match this.
Okay.
This could be used for the extras version of this video where it's like the outtakes or some shit.
You know what would be cool too? If maybe we had like the outtakes in the credits, you know?
Yes.
Agri
Yeah.
3C. 25-minute credits.
Oh. I think you could milk this Christmas thing for like bonus content, you know.
Maybe. But it's Christmas, you know, we gotta give the best gifts we can.
No, we don't. I gotta type in acolytes to get some of this. Acolytes.
Wow. I'm gonna get technical here on the Christmas.
Acolytes versus Dudley Boyz. Cage. They wrestled on a pape. They worked the pape. Oh shit.
This is now you just researching.
Hold on, what did Dave give this? He definitely went like 2 stars. Unforgiven 99, so that must have been fucking shit. Let's see here. Oh baby.
That must be really early in the run.
That must be, yeah, like right away. Let's see. Dave went 3.5 on the Unforgiven 99 main event. It is a 6-pack challenge joke. I want you to guess. Try to guess the names of the people in this match.
Unforgiven 99. Okay.
Unforgiven 99 6-pack challenge for the WWF Championship. Dave went 3.5.
What month is this in 99? October.
September 26th.
Rock.
Yes.
Austin.
No. What is Austin doing here?
He must be good, right?
Yeah, he's not here. He's not here.
Triple H.
Yes.
Kane.
Yes.
The Undertaker.
No. Wow.
Damn.
What's Take doing on this show? Let's see.
Damn.
Oh no, Take's hurt too. He's gone too with the injury. So you got Rock, Kane, and Hunter. I'll tell you this: you can probably get 2 of the final 3. You will never get the 6th one. You will never get the 6th.
I'm trying to think of the main event scene in '99 because it's just like I always think of '99 has been a really terrible year. So the idea of 6 blokes is kind of throwing me, you know.
Yeah,
I'm gonna presume Boss Man's not in there.
No, Bossman faces Al Snow in a Kennel from Hell match.
Oh, of course he does. One of the worst matches ever.
0.98 on Cage Match. Is there any other good match on this show?
What about
okay, Joe,
is Test in this thing?
Wait, hold on. So this main event is the only good match on the show in the sense of like a star rating and Cage Match rating.
Yeah.
The next best thing, Jericho has a 5.6 with X-Pac. This is early Jericho not clicking much. The Outlaws and Edge and Christian have a 5. And D-Lo and Mark Henry have a 5 on the show. So
great show.
The main event has a 7 and Dave goes 3.5. You got Rock, Kane, and Hunter.
No Test.
No Test. Test? What does Test do on this show? Test is
I know Test was getting a big push at some point.
He was, yeah. Test is not on this card though. Oh, Acolytes versus Dudley Boyz is. And they got a 3.5. What happened?
Oh,
what? How is
that
that
sounds
possible?
awesome.
What could have happened?
Well, they probably got stiffed and things got messy, bro.
All right, let's click the match guy rate. Let's see what the inmates say here.
Who's in the main event? Because I'm not going to get this. Dude. It's too late for me. It's too early. The sun's looking at me here. I can't know.
Triple H.
Bob Holly.
Triple H versus Kane versus Rock versus Mankind versus Big Show versus the British Bulldog.
Okay, you were right. I should have got 2 of those. I was never going to get Bulldog. Fair play.
You know.
Yeah.
The Acolytes Dudley's match. The last guy to rated it like 2 months ago. He gave it 4 out of 10. I'm a fan of both teams, but this was but this was a bit disappointing, largely because the crowd was deathly silent. The action isn't too bad at times, but it did feel a bit too disjointed and looked a bit sloppy how they got to the finish, where you have a random Stevie Richards interference. Farouk was kind of funny afterwards, where he slammed him and then shook his hand. A 6, this guy said, well, the crowd wasn't really interested in the fight, and the silence was loud, but the fight itself was nice and good. But the story in the build-up was superficial and not nice. What in the AI is this?
What the fuck? What are you talking about? Superficial and not nice.
I don't fucking know, dude.
Okay. No more. I can't. Why are we not doing this? Where did this come from? Because I asked you about the APA.
I don't remember, dude. Who fucking knows? You know, Joe, you're getting a window. You're getting a window in a 2 a.m. Ibou. I just click things and it's like, all right. Yeah.
I think this peaked at you like going through the motions of typing out acolytes.
We could cut out as I'm going. We could do the crossfade out as I'm going like acolytes versus Dudley. And everything else is like post content, just fucking bullshit.
Look, we'll halt there, and Tope will do whatever he does with it. I have no idea. There's legitimately 20 minutes of like genuine scoop talk here that you cannot use. Do what you want to do with it.
It is unhinged in his hand. This is a 1 hour bomb to Tope and go nuts, buddy.
Yep.
Season's greetings, members of the Grinner Circle. It is I, 1/4 of the Fed 4, Kris Bordine. Did you know that if you took the lyrics from Black Sabbath's War Pigs, the official theme song of WWE Survivor Series War Games, and the lyrics from Deck the Halls, minus the fa-la-las, and you swapped them, they fit exactly perfectly in each other. That has nothing to do with anything. I just thought it was a fun fact. Just want to wish everyone, both the gentleman that I share the screen with, the extended Late Night Grin universe, and all the people that tune in and watch, just a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Being able to come aboard this year and do the WWE PLE previews has been the highlight of my year. Quite honestly, and you can choose for yourself whether that's what that says about me. But anyways, no, it's been a blast. Doing the SummerSlam pay-per-view draft this year was a draft. A couple wash-alongs I did was a blast. I just want to thank Joe and everyone for welcoming me aboard and looking for bigger and better things in the new year. Maybe some more pay-per-view drafts. Still hoping to get that Grin Grappler Kiss Demon. Hopefully we can get that in 2025 as well. So yeah, Merry Grinmas to all, and to all a good night.
On the 6th day of Christmas, my true love sends to me 6 geese a laying, 5 gold rings.
All I gotta do that was what the fuck was I made my good old fashioned Ibou show.
Oh jeez, did you do a tweet?
Yeah. I did.
Was the response, Ben? Has it been similarly aggressive?
Come on, you know, yeah, it's been an interesting response. I tried to get my brother to vouch for the wings, and he gave him a 7. So
he's such a beast.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. You know what? Let's get Sandman says on the 12 grins of Christmas.
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it. He's one of the rising stars of the industry, isn't it?
He is. Sandman says, "You're on a recording for the 12 grins of Christmas. The public will hear this the public will hear this the day before Christmas. What is your opinion on the famed Ibou wings? Give your official review now."
Well, first off, greetings, Mr. Joe Hulbert.
Greetings.
Second off, Happy Christmas, Merry Christmas, I should say, to everybody celebrating tomorrow. I hope you guys have a wonderful holiday with your family and friends. And third of all, I've just been out the bathroom about 3 times.
Oh, come on. No, you.
I don't know what you put in that, but it feels like I've taken Miralax.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you're making too much money now with the FIFO money to be eating them poverty garlic. I don't know, Parmesan wings, bro.
I thought the sauce was pretty good. You know,
those are. I mean,
I put a little heavy cream in it. You know.
I mean, I don't know. The heavy cream's doing a lot of heavy lifting, but at the end of the day,
I had this like garlic sauce mixture that I put heavy cream on there, and then like put like some extra spices. It was good.
Just download DoorDash, download Uber Eats.
No,
you don't got it, and that's okay. Some guys, it's like wrestling. You know, cooking is like wrestling. Some guys, they just don't have it. You know.
Well, you know who does? You know who does have it? Sandman says.
Who's that?
The Acolytes. John Layfield and Ron Simmons. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I would say. I would say so. You know, 2 very famed wrestlers back in their day. Very talented as well on the mic, character-wise. John Bradshaw Layfield, you know, great storyline he had with Eddie Guerrero, one of my favorites.
Oh, that's one of Joe's favorite WWE matches.
Yep.
No,
A classic.
Like, you know, all the stuff he did, you know, the segments, border stuff, you know.
Oh, come on.
I'm kidding.
The match was great.
The
Judgment Day match was lovely with the blood.
It's
and
a
all
work,
that.
brother. It's a work.
Yeah, for sure. Nah, because I was telling Joe, I was like, listen, man, I feel like we need tag teams like that again. You know, like Bradshaw and Ron Simmons. You know, I really thought about it.
Wait, when you say tag teams like that, in terms of what, like in ring?
Well, I'll tell you, like when I really think about it, Joe, I couldn't name you a single signature APA match ever.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of teams that you couldn't name good matches of, but I think you're going to have a further point here, right?
Right. So I can't name you a single APA match, but like,
do you have any names in your mind, Mr. Joe Hulbert?
wait, let me finish this point first. Because here's the thing, I can't name you an APA match, but I remember them. They went out there, Joe, and they wrestled like men, you know?
Yeah.
They wrestled like adults. Ron Simmons had a hell of a power slam, you know? And you knew when Raw was on, and it was 8:45 or 9:15, give or take. You're going to go out there, Joe, for 4 minutes and whack some dudes and then just get out of there, you know?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's, I don't even really know if there's singles wrestlers, though, like Bradshaw and Simmons anymore. So I don't know if we're going to get tag teams. It's not really how wrestling is now, right?
What about that big fucker from WWID that they were showing you yesterday? What was his name? Sam Holloway?
Yeah, Hardway, was it? Holloway?
Something like that. He looks like he hates his life, which is a good sign.
Yeah, I like to look at him. He was promising. But, I mean, generally speaking, it's just, you know, even the big kids now, they do, like, the high spots and such. And it's just a different time.
It's bullshit. The guys are cartwheeling and shit. What's that about?
I don't know. I'm not sure Bradshaw would be a big fan of it, but I mean, he's.
No, he wouldn't. Bradshaw would be.
Maybe he's our answer. Bradshaw is on his way back, bro. Maybe the time we're watching, you know, people watching this, he's going to be back in there.
He might win the TNA championship.
God, I hope so.
Who's going to win what?
Oh, JBL. He might win the. He's in TNA.
What?
Yeah.
Indeed.
He's like lariating people and shit. Look it up. My brother's legitimately miffed at this, Joe. He's like looking it up.
I mean, fair. I mean,
my brother just Googled JBL age.
Yeah. He's done like a tweet that's almost, he basically said like, I'm coming back too, which was crazy.
Oh, hell yeah.
I saw a clip of him coming to TNA, but I didn't know he's wrestling.
Yeah, it's going to happen. You know?
He intends to, it seems like. Yeah. I guess he's going to do something with Joe Hendry, which is unfortunate.
I'll tell you what, Joe.
Can I ask a question to Joe?
All right. Oh, fuck. What are you going to ask this guy?
Just honest, what are your thoughts on the turnover in modern wrestling in terms of wrestlers, you know, getting up there in age, late 40s, 50s, even 60s in the case of guys like Mr. the Ass Man, you know? What What do you make of the turnover of wrestling nowadays? Do you think, number one, do you think it's changed? And if it has changed, do you think it's a positive, negative, neutral phenomena?
I think it's definitely changed. It's definitely changed. In terms of positive or negative, it's difficult, but I think the correct answer is it's a negative because the longer that guys hold on to the top spots, the less room there is for the next generation to come up.
Yeah.
But then if I put on my like personal interest hat, I mean, do I want that next generation to take those spots? I guess would be the question to ask then. So, but I mean, personally, I'm glad because a lot of my favorites are the older lads, but it has definitely changed. I mean, there are guys on TV that have been on TV for like over 20 years. That's like ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know what this was, Joe? What my brother did there, he did the Ibou thing I do sometimes where I have an axe to grind a bit, you know?
Okay.
And I let it out in the form of a leading question, you know?
You do that a lot, yeah.
Your
brother, I will say your brother was much better at disguising it than you are. So.
Mine is as simple as, what did you guys think of Jay White versus Pac?
That is the nastiest thing you do. That those tweets of like, I didn't like this, let me ask what people thought of it. It's so horrible, dude.
There were so many sincere replies, and one guy just wrote LMAO in all caps because he knew what was going on.
Yeah, I don't know how more people don't see through your bullshit, dude.
Because when it's other things, I'll very openly be opinionated and write a paragraph. And certain things, I'm like, what did you guys think of that Mox angle?
The one that popped me was when you was like, didn't you have a chance to get to that Brody Claudio match? I thought, oh yeah, I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't have a chance to get out of that match.
Come on.
You don't fool me, bro.
So you mean to tell me, Joe, that didn't pass the vibe check? You saw something was wrong with that?
You've been on a trend with Claudio that you've been battling. There's no way that was just bad luck. Like, I just didn't get around to the Dynamite match. I know your game.
You know what was a tell was I didn't get around to it, but I still felt the need to review Dynamite anyway in the post. You know, meaning that I just moved on.
Meaning that was you putting a bow on that episode and moving on with your life.
I was like, well, you know, time constraints, folks. Couldn't really watch Claudio and Brody, but thought it was a good show with some solid action, and I was a big fan of the opener. And yeah, 7.5. Later, guys. It's like, what are you doing?
The match was good too, which I know that you're going to believe me on that, but it was good.
Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just don't care, right?
I will say this, a day later I did watch it.
Yeah.
Before I started SmackDown, I felt this weird guilt. I don't know how to explain it. It was like I can't. Let me just watch it. The other thing is like this C2 makes you feel like completionist weirdly. At least I do.
Yeah.
I feel like once I skip one, I have to skip all of them. So.
No, I actually am with you on that. I haven't watched any of the weekend stuff, but I do intend to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
I know it sounds like I'm lying, but like I actually, by the time this is airing, people will have seen my thoughts on those matches.
Right. I'll say this. Rampage is kind of nostalgic.
Yeah, man. 1 hour grips.
Like, when Rampage, remember when Rampage was good? And like,
oh, it was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, you know, it was like 45 to 50 minutes of just action. And that was good. You know?
Yep.
I'm watching it. I'm like, this is kind of, I'm watching it, Joe. And it feels less baggy than a Dynamite. Because it's just like the good C2 matches without like, I don't know, a fucking Mox angle or something, you know? So it's like, it felt very fat-free, you know? Like it.
Well, that's the correct length for a professional wrestling program. As we know, this has been discussed at length.
It's why I haven't watched Collision yet. I watched the opener, but like, Collision has like angles and promos, you know? And like,
yeah.
You're
back to being a spreadsheet guy.
And also, here's the thing. I'm not a spreadsheet fucker. But there's certain promotions where I'd love to see their angles and promos. And in other promotions where it's like, I could live without it, you know?
I get that. Now, I think it's fair to say that a promotion that you would watch the angles for is the WWF that the Acolytes existed in.
Yes.
Are we still in pursuit of a 3-minute match? What are we thinking here? Because if it goes longer than 4, it becomes a real match, and that seems.
So here's the deal. You have 2 options, Joe.
Yes, ma'am.
There's one from April 2000. That's 3 minutes.
Sweet.
And then you have another one that's a title match. That's like a real match. That's like 5.5 minutes. Which one do you want to go through?
5.5, you say?
About roughly, yeah.
That's very tempting. That is because
it sounds tidy. Like it's
yeah, and it's adding a number to my cage match rating too. All right, let's do it. I'm diving into the 5.5. Let's do this thing.
My God! All right, you got the Southern fuckers yelling at him. Vince Russo saying we got to do this shit like the movies, and it's like he's just like I don't know, guys. I don't fucking. Shawn Michaels. I'm locked in, Joe. Look, man. At the end of the day, the Acolytes, they're a real tag team, and you didn't see my way for a while, but I feel like you're starting to see the light on the Dudley Boyz, at least at this time, and why they were so fun and over and dynamic. Was it a 2-year stretch? Yeah. Were they largely kind of wank for the rest of their career? Maybe a little bit, you know. Oh my God, dude, I rewatched the TNA tape from like 2007, and like I watched like that era of TNA up until early like 2010, 2011 in real time, and I never rewatched it, right? And I love the Dudley Boyz from their time in WWE. So when they were Team 3D, I'm a kid, I'm watching, I'm like, yeah, it's the Dudleys, right? And I was watching a TNA show a couple months ago from 2007, and like the Dudleys came on to wrestle someone. I forgot who the fuck it was, and I remember just being like, "Oh my, what the fuck happened?"
They look like hell, dude.
They looked like Joe. I did not remember this. They looked like hell. They were like fatter than they were in the Fed. I think one of them had jeans. Like,
yep.
What the fuck?
It was that's like that run. They win on the belts a lot, but the matches are not. But you know, people they like the 3D and they like tables. So.
All right, well, I like the 3D and I like tables, and I have fun with WWF 2001, even the silly invasion. So this is July 9th, 2001, Joe. It's the APA, the Acolytes Protection Agency, because by this point they protected people, Joe. They had this little door, backstage that people entered and, would barter with them. They're facing the Dudley Boyz. They're going to defend the honor of the WWF because the Dudleys are a part of the alliance, Joe. And the APA are going to fight the Dudleys and try to secure the WWF tag titles. They're going to try to bring the belts back to the WWF. So when you're ready, I'm going to count you down. We're going to see if they can restore honor to these tag belts.
All right, let's do this, brother. Go for it.
3, 2, 1, play.
I have to say, this is a different experience for me. Rooting for the Dudleys, but obviously as part of the alliance, I have to.
You're an alliance guy, Joe?
I have to be. I think it's just what I should be, right? My soul and spirit,
Joe, could you imagine your tweets if this fucking dumb storyline was happening in real time? Could you imagine the pro-alliance bitch you'd be getting?
What would be my profile picture?
Booker and Shane.
Yeah.
RVD's too cool,
Yeah.
Maybe Sean Stasiak. I don't know.
That's too far even for me, dude.
Buff Bagwell, maybe. Could you imagine you being like tagging DDP and be like, "You got this. Taker can't match up with your speed."
DDP would be such a lunatic on Twitter in his wrestling career, bro.
Could you? Because you know what he would do, Joe? Some fan would tweet like, "This fucking storyline sucks. Where's the WCW stars? All we got is DDP and Booker." And he'd be like, "How about you stay in the seats and be a fan while we do what we're doing here, and we're gonna sell some pay-per-views."
And then as soon as he leaves, he'd be like, "It sucked. I hated every bit of it." And so, well, hold on. Did you tell us you liked it? I mean, what's going on here? Oh my God, bro, we're off and running. Look at this.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
It's always fascinating the position that Bubba gets his body in when he throws those jabs, you know? It's like...
That was a good chop there.
Yeah, he's a good chop guy. The punches are always interesting. The punches nowadays are
Oh,
tragic.
now his punches are terrible.
Yeah.
Have you noticed, Joe? AP are in full brother mode, and what I mean by that is they're wearing shirts, you know?
I was wondering that. Yeah, why are they wearing shirts?
Weird time in their lives. Doesn't last long. They get back on cycle and they're looking good, you know, but right now they're brother. Woo!
I love Ron so much.
Yeah, I'm a fan too.
Just his face while he grapples pops me. Just look how intense he is.
He never becomes like a smooth wrestler, but like I don't really want him to be. He's just kind of like matter of fact, you know?
Yep.
Like I can watch a 1992 WCW like 2 3/4 Ron Simmons match, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It just feels right, you know?
He's very charming too as a white meat babyface in that run. Very charming.
Yes. I watched a video of him doing this, like it's like showing him like working with his local community and the kids in their cities and shit. And Jim Ross and interviews him. It's so good.
Yeah, you can actually easily see like why they thought he was a top guy. Like easily.
Yeah.
Oh, we're into some heat here. Oh, there's the chops again.
Those are good chops. The crowd is restless. They want tables, Joe. They want some fucking tables. They probably
just have a wrestling match, guys.
Joe, they saw RVD and Jeff earlier on this show. They saw Tajiri. They saw Steve Austin, Angle. These fuckers, look, man. If it's not titillation or dives, man, get some tables out or be a big star, you know?
Fair.
Oh,
he caught him. Oh, baby.
All right.
Little Scott Hall there.
Yeah, the SOS. That was an
We
interesting
need more wrestlers to just clobber people in the back.
Right? Like, I was like, that is an interesting strike, and he just over the.
Especially for a baby face. Like it's not like an exciting thing. Oh, is it? It's just like a blunt strike to the spine.
Yes. Oh my god, backdrop. That was nice.
That's the one that JR would always be like, 3D.
Yes.
How did they never like tell him to stop doing that, dude? It was brutal. Like, they would always go there, and JR would just yell 3D.
Listen,
like,
bro, he's talent relations. You got to just hold that out.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good call. Good call.
Yeah. You yell at Jim Ross, he'll put you on another house show. You know, an extra house show for that week.
Look at Bubba.
Hell yeah.
It's so funny that he's now like the sacred sport guy. Like he's
dude. Like in his day, that's not what he was, dude. Like he's onion rings, you know. Like
he's like such a shtick wrestler. Like, everything he does looks silly. Like that's part of the fun with him.
Did you see how he took the powerbomb there? Like you know, like he's onion rings, Joe. He's popcorn. He's chips.
Yeah.
Chicken nuggets.
Oh, bro, this Farouk hot tag is about to.
It's gonna be very funny. I think it's gonna be funny as fuck.
Man, he didn't even have the tag right. What is this, AEW?
By the way, it's very obvious. His bicep is fucked. He has like this robo arm going. Like, yeah, let's go.
My god,
let's go.
Oh, there we go. So let's be honest, dude. The Spinebuster's always pretty, but he killed Dave on that because he has one arm.
Yeah.
So he just like
so godly. Give me a lariat here. All right.
Oh,
shit. This is kind of sloppy in like a scrappy way. Like I kind of dig. It's like just big bodies, just you know what I mean, just running into each other. Oh shit!
That was a nice little sequence there to go into the Dudley offense.
Yeah.
Did you see the whole building stand up for that move?
Hell yeah. Jamal said a what's up off the top.
Come on, Ref. Look at the Ref. Oh,
it's Mike.
Oh,
what?
Oh my god, betrayal.
He's Team WWF.
Oh my god.
The APA are the tag champs.
It happened. It happened.
Shit. Look at Bubba.
Ron Simmons with just one arm has become a champion again.
He's like 40 at this point.
Yeah, he might be older, dude. He's
Yeah.
Interesting. 2001. This is 9 years after he's the WCW Heavyweight Champion. So
That is godly.
Yeah.
He looks like a
Wow.
fucking. Bubba Ray's very upset.
I didn't realize we were going to be
replay right-
watching history there for Christmas. That was incredible.
Yeah. My God. Spike Dudley.
Do you know what I love about a match like that, bro?
What's
like, I just watched it.
Mhm.
And if you said to me, like, what did you think of that match? I'd have no idea how to answer you. Like, no clue.
That's so godly.
Well, I think I liked it, and I enjoyed watching it with you, but I don't really remember anything that happened. So I guess
They just,
I don't know.
You know what I gotta say, Joe. Part of what it is like I noticed this when my a couple years ago, my cousin came from overseas, and he was staying here to go to college, go to high school and college in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And he was staying in our house, and he speaks like decent English, and he like vaguely likes wrestling, and he came to our house and we have the WWE Network, and so he was like, oh hell yeah, and he just started digging in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he started watching a bunch of WWF TVs from like 99 onward, and I would hang out with him sometimes, and he would just like have dominoes on, and like he'd have the WWF on the laptop, and then he's playing like Xbox, right? And so this is just premium like American guy dude setup. You know what I mean? Like Xbox, pizza, WWF, right? And with that setup, with another guy next to him in a social situation, I really understood it, if that makes any sense. Like, I'm sitting there with him, right? And like, you know, guys will just start punching and kicking for 3 minutes, and then DQ happens, and like, you know, and then Rock comes up, right? And then you see him kind of pay more attention. He's like, oh shit, The Rock. And he like looks over and like he cuts his promo, you know, and then like, I don't fucking know, Godfather comes out or some shit. The point I'm getting at is you realize like in a social setting like this really just Neanderthal man setup, you realize like how this was meant to be consumed. And I say that to say that 8 p.m. match you just watched, right? I watched so many matches like that in this room with my cousin eating pizza, where the match kind of just happens and you have like observations to make, kind of, you know, you're like, like you just have some passing observations.
That was a hell of a spine buster.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And then you're kind of like, all right, like that's all you can really say, just all right.
We shall conclude this Grin with some trivia. I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Who won those very tag team titles from Bradshaw and Farouk?
Oh my God.
They did not make any defenses. Their first one, they lost the belts.
Give me what show did it happen on?
Happened on SmackDown.
How long after this?
1 month. The match went 4 minutes.
Oh fuck yeah. Is Lance Storm a member of the opposite team?
He's not. I would argue in some ways it's funnier than that. I will give you a clue.
Wait. Kronik.
Okay, good. No.
Wow.
Not as funny as that. Not as funny as that.
Okay.
One of these wrestlers we actively talked about in the Grin Along that just happened.
What? What? I can't even. I don't remember what we were saying. So.
Well, of course. That's why it's the perfect clue.
What? DDP. Okay. DDP and Canyon?
Yes, sir. DDP and Canyon.
Oh, let's go.
Became WWF Tag Team Champions. They held the belts for 12 days until the infamous cage match with Undertaker and Kane. So,
who did Taker and Kane lose it to?
They lost it to the Dudley Boyz.
That had to be like a brother job. That was a super brother. I guarantee you, if you looked it up, Taker's not eating a pin. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Let's see if it has any ratings. Okay, 6 minutes match. Here we go. It has 2 ratings, a 5 and a 4. I'm going to read these here close. 4 out of 10. This was competently executed, but insanely boring at the time. On the positive side, the crowd was red hot for this, and they at least made the correct decision to switch the belts to the Dudleys. That doesn't sound like a negative review, really. I mean, insanely boring, but if the crowd loved it, I mean, how boring was it? I don't know. 5 out of 10, a mid-tag team match between 2 great tag teams. I think the main problem this match with the end, since Kronik is not working for me. Fair. All right, we can all agree on that much. All right.
It's not working for me. That's godly. That is amazing. I'm now remembering WWE like last year did like a greatest tag teams of all time list ranking, and like number 4 is like Brothers of Destruction.
I remember that vividly because I was campaigning for the Good Brothers placement on the list.
I mean, fuck, shit.
They had like a top 50, bro. I mean, surely, right?
I gotta be honest. I don't remember. I watched like most of them in real time. I don't remember any Good Brothers match in WWE prior to this like last.
I'm not sure they remember many of them. To be fair,
I know they faced the Bar and the New Day a lot. I don't remember any of these matches.
There's one of the Usos matches because the first thing they do is work with the Usos because the Usos with Roman.
Yeah, those are kind of fun.
Yeah, one of those is good. Like it's like a tornado tag. I think it's good.
Mm-hmm.
The New Day stuff isn't really good.
Really?
But the thing is, it's like it's not as bad. It's just they're like 2 and 3. They're gonna have 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just
right. I vaguely remember most of them just being like a lot of heat and then like some flashes of stuff in the last like 2 minutes and then it's over. You know?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
The Good Brothers.
Credit to it. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Right.
Grinners, what's going on? Is Marcus checking in with y'all, man? Wish y'all a happy New Year's, Merry Christmas, all that good stuff. Thank you, Joe Hulbert, for the money that's finna come in my account pretty soon. Finna be popping tags with it. But anyway, I ain't gonna bother y'all too much, but I'm finna go out the Wingstop right quick. Pray to let me in.
What's up, Grinners? I am here at Paisanos. You guys know this. This is obviously where Ric Flair got kicked out of the bathroom for doing lines of cocaine. And while I did not do any lines of cocaine, I am here to wish all of the Grinners a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, regardless of what you celebrate. Yeah.
On the 7th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 7 swans a swimming, 6 geese a laying, 5 gold.
I put way too much pressure on myself. Because like now it's a time-sensitive thing where Uncle Howdy's on, and I was like, I have to capitalize on this, right? Like you know what I mean? And so
I messaged you like, when do you want to record? You said Uncle Howdy on, and I had no idea if that meant now or after. I had no idea what that meant, and then I thought, of course, content brain, of course.
Yeah, I was like, you know what I mean? Like the content brain kicked in. Where like I looked at my TV, and like Uncle Howdy's on with like the Final Testament. I was like, I can't pass this up. We can get something out of this, right? Like something. So
this sounds good. So this is going to be, we're going to have a conversation, and then you're occasionally going to be like, oh my God, Dexter Loomis, you know? Like,
sure.
Holy shit, Joe Gacy.
Right. Right. So they're making their long entrance right now.
Good.
So yeah, the WWF are doing an experimental 75% women's wrestling episode tonight, which is fascinating. Yeah. Yes, three of the 4 matches are women's matches, so that's it's a fascinating experiment there. I feel like a piece of shit because when I saw the rundown, I was like, "Oh fuck!" Because usually what happens is Sean posts the rundown, right? And my brain like scans for the names Sami Zayn, Sheamus, or Braun Breaker, right? And I go, "Oh, all right," you know. And then I didn't see any of those names, and I was like, "What's going on here?" And I'm seeing Dakota Kai and Ivy Nile.
Come on, man. Is there any to this Dakota Kai slander at this time of year, especially? Come on.
You know, it's funny. Her work actually looked kind of tight last week, but you know,
she's good. I've been telling you this for years now.
she's not bad. Last week she had a tidy 3-way with.
How dare you frame it to me like she's made like some big improvement at 35 years old?
I did. You saw I try to slip that, right? Like I tried to.
I do that all the time too, because that means you wasn't wrong before. It's a very cunning maneuver.
Yes.
Very
yes. The Wyatt Six are here. Those Dexter Loomis dreadlocks are so fucking funny.
Kind of crazy, to be honest, for letting him do that. But I mean,
you know what's the funniest part about this act is Dex Loom being a spot guy. You know, like just
it's so sick, man. I kind of feel, honestly, I feel like they should have done more by this point. But I'm not the booker,
You know what it is? It's one of those weird things where I feel like Hunter, I feel like he assumed it was gonna suck, and was like, you know what I mean? And then it did, and he was like, "Well, I didn't have plans to fucking use you fuckers every week, so I don't, you know."
It's honestly probably he just didn't know what it was going to be, to be honest, right? Like,
yeah, and beyond that, dude, I mean, it's not his natural leanings, wrestling wise. he likes flirting with the spooky. You know, he doesn't like.
Yeah, he likes the spooky. Is just entrances for Hunter. That's all he wants to be spooky. Just the entrances, maybe an angle or two, but that's it.
He wants like the dark vibe, the entrance, maybe a jacket. You know. He doesn't like that's his thing, like, you know,
spooky jackets.
Yeah, like he likes flirting with it, you know, but like he's not man enough to go all the way in, you know, and and I mean I should applaud that because I don't like spooky stuff, but in a weird way, I've now decided my new take is it makes him kind of a coward. I don't know.
I respect that.
Be a man. Use lightning.
Yeah. Embrace spookiness. That's good call.
It's WWF. You know?
Now we're talking. I like it.
It's like, can you imagine Bruce looking at Hunter? Can you imagine Hunter like putting together the angle? He's like, we have to have commentary explain that his real name is that. Like, can you imagine Bruce be like, oh, fuck off. Just
yes. There are extended hanging with Hulbert segments where you were like talking like Bill Watts, putting that stuff over, and I was just like, brother, just let them go out there with their masks, please.
Joe, it was godly though because they listened to me. Like,
no, it was good stuff. It was good. Yeah, it was.
At the beginning, you're like, Michael Cole was like, that's Huskus the Pig, but we all know, folks, that is Joe Gacy, the NXT wrestler who's been called up and signed to a contract, and like, you know what I mean? Like that is Sister Abigail, but that is obviously Nicola Glencross, the WWE contracted women's wrestler, formerly known as Nikki Cross. These are individuals who are signed to WWE contracts that are just they've identified with the philosophies of Bo Dallas, the man that poses as Uncle Howdy, and I'm pumping my fist. I'm like, yeah.
Meanwhile, like the rest of the audience is like, whatever.
They're sitting back like, I didn't need this explanation. You could just set people on fire if you want, you know.
Let's pull back the curtain for a second here.
Sure.
While you watch the White Six,
right?
Last night we ended grinning, and you warned me that you had a take so dynamic that you couldn't do it without me being on the air.
Yeah, now I feel like it's too built up. It
definitely is. At one point, you started hatching like an emergency plan for us to like do an edit, and then like,
you know what? I might have to like, I might have to make it more severe just for the pop. Even though I don't even know if I feel that way. Like now, I feel like I had to like feel stronger about it.
Okay,
So
I have a hot take too, so you go first. And
all right, I gotta kind of skip Bayless to take up, but here's my take. Because I listened to your NXT Grin along, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lola Vice versus Jada Parker was not only good, it was better than the opener.
Okay, so here's the problem with this. Firstly, obviously, I disagree. However, I have had multiple friends come to me with what can only be described as like a wrestling wellness check, because they heard that I loved the opening match and was very confused and or scared on my behalf.
Really?
Yes. And I don't know what happened because I wasn't on any substances, but I read on Cage Match, everyone was like, you know, when people put matches over on Cage Match, but in like a backhanded way, like very sloppy but fun, you know, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Like they're talking about like a crazy white woman, you know?
Yes.
And
yes.
They were all saying that, and I was thinking, it's crazy because I thought the match was awesome, but you know, the Grin along bump, right? Like,
I'll tell you what,
yeah,
it was a lot of fun. Like nothing that you said was like unfounded. I think it slightly suffers. Oh my God, Joe Gacy doing his Tajiri move there. Dexter Joe. So
Tajiri.
Yes, you know that he did a handspring backwards jump like lariat, and then Dexter Loomis on the apron to get the fans into like an upcoming hot tag. He starts like headbanging, so his dreadlocks are flopping up, and it was so funny.
Headbanging, you say? Motion pressure?
Yeah, he's doing it. Now we have Eric Rowan doing spin kicks. Oh, Redbeard's so sick.
He's awesome, man. I'm so happy.
He's so awesome. I will say, to your point, this act wasn't ever like. Going in, it wasn't going to be my thing. I didn't think it was. But there's some weeks where I'm like, I'll watch Redbeard and Dex Loom wrestle. Fuck it. You know, like, who gives a shit?
They are an actual novelty and, like, attraction on the show. That's the best way I can put it. Like, when they're on the card, it feels different, and that's a good thing.
If WWF had a collision, I'd let these guys rock out every week, you know?
Yeah. It wouldn't be good for them to rock out every week, though.
You know what? Let's fantasy book this real quick, Joe, before we get back on topic. Okay. And I did put a pin on that. But if WWF had a collision, who are the guys you're letting go like 20 minutes in a main? You know? Fuck the brand split shit. We're talking graphs here, you know? Just
artistically.
Yes.
So you need like the obvious answers, the kind of cool guy answers are Andrade and Gable, right?
Yeah.
But that seems too easy.
Mm-hmm.
I think the best answer I can give you is that you do like a team speech, but it's just Finn. He's the only guy in there. And you basically just like, look, man, 8 straight 20-minute main events.
Do you know how gross Finn Balor's collision matches would be? At this
Maybe he gets it, unless he's working Machine Gun, bro. You don't know.
Joe Gacy! Suicide dive! Dexter Loomis to the outside! Oh shit, is back!
Oh no! Oh no! Is he okay?
He did a back senton splash to the outside, and like the AOP missed him, and he just falls backwards onto the floor.
Oh dear God! Say, put the headbangers in and take AOP out, bro.
Yo, this rocks. This fucking rocks.
I'm gonna be there in Vegas with a white 6 shirt on.
And just beat the shit out of Judgment Day.
Yeah, as they topple the Judgment Day, and it builds to a Nikki Cross, Liv Morgan shootout. After Alexa Bliss has put Raquel Rodriguez for a table.
See, this team rocks because it's just big fuckers awkwardly doing high spots while the crowd just loses their mind, you know?
It feels like weirdly WWF 97.
Yeah, like I don't even know what. I think it's the way they look, you know?
Yeah, isn't it great if it's like you can imagine their matches on that.
Yeah, like I could see the Wyatt Six beating up Los Boricuas in 6 minutes, you know? Like,
oh baby, that sounds like money.
Is Bo Dallas gonna do a tope?
Oh my
God. Scarlett grabbed his legs.
Damn it!
Wait, I know what's gonna happen. She's posing.
Oh.
She's looking very lovely. It's Nikki Cross, Joe. They're losing their minds here.
Was she trying to seduce Unc Howard?
A little bit, yeah. And then Nikki shows up, and then she acts scared, and now the crowd is popping, and now Scarlett is very, very afraid.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get okay. Nice little spot here. Nikki just did what's this about to be here? A Luthez press off the apron.
Innovative.
Sister Abigail, no, the Miz saved him.
It's like a radio broadcast.
Yeah. I wanted to sound as like as preposterous as possible. The mandible claw! The mandible claw! The mandible claw! No, what? Paul Ellering is back! Powder to the eyes!
Paul Ellering is back!
The final prayer! Unc Howard has been defeated!
No!
The final testament have beaten the Wyatt Six!
Fuck!
My God! Paul Ellering! The difference maker!
I thought we was going to go the other way.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to lose. The final testament were going to lose this one, and then to protect Scarlett, Cross was going to...
Here's the deal, Joe. It's a make or miss league, man. And when you go down the wire, it's really about making plays. You know,
100%. Yeah, and the thing is, you know, Unc Howard's been great in the clutch this year, but you can't do it every game.
You know what? I'm telling you, dude. That was dude. Oh my! They're doing a sit down with Phil Punk.
Oh my god!
The visual is so funny. Why is the shot like this?
Anyway, what I was going to say was...
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
Say about Collision.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Oh, yeah. But so I don't really remember even the matches for NXT now, so I can't really fight back the way I'd like to. But I am surprised because I thought the Lola match was quite bad, if I'm honest. But...
Yeah, so you know what's funny? I kept hearing that when I was listening to you guys, right? And I totally believed it. I was like, this probably fucking sucks. Then I was watching it, and I don't know what it is. Because it is a dumb match with really vague rules. Like, extremely vague rules that are very unclear. I was like, is this no DQ now? I thought this was fucking martial arts. What's going on? You know? Like, what the fuck? I thought this was karate. Like, why am I having a last woman standing match? But, I don't know. Something about, like, their commitment to being serious throughout the entire thing. Because that is a big thing. Because sometimes, like, women's war games, for example, they get cute with it. You see them smiling while they're fucking whacking each other with shitty kendo sticks and stuff. And like Naomi running out with the birthday hat, and it's like, I'm gonna twerk in your face, and toilet seats, and too much hot. Like, these ladies just had a game face, and they're like, even though it's dumb, they took it so fucking serious that they're doing submissions in this fake karate fight, right? And you know what it took me back to, Joe? It felt like a match, legitimately, unironically, that would be on a Puro undercard in 2004. Just a
like,
really fun.
You mean in tone and spirit, I assume here, right?
And slightly in wrestling, because like, are you familiar with Hustle, Joe?
Okay, that makes more sense. If you're talking about Hustle specifically, then yes, I could see this being on there.
Yes, I could see this being on Hustle.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit that's on Hustle. To be fair, most wrestling matches you could say I could see this being on Hustle, and there's a chance because that's kind of how Hustle operated. But
I'm pretty sure Goldberg wrestled like Kojima on Hustle.
Yep, Goldberg. Well, there was a lot of wacky matchups.
Yeah, I just, it's weird. Like, I just thought they stayed with it. There was an intensity. They were serious, and admittedly, I'm biased in the sense that I do like look. If it was any two other women wrestlers, I'd probably think it was like bullshit. But I don't know. There was something that carried it over the line. Something about how they approach graps, and yeah, it just spoke to me. And regarding the opener, its biggest sin was not being as good as last year's, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But it was good. It was good. Wesley is a little looser than he used to be.
Okay, yeah, I wondered if I was imagining that.
Something. It's like subtle enough that people aren't catching it, but something's up with that guy. Yeah.
Is it since his injury? Well, because he had a really bad injury, right?
Really, really bad back injury. He came back, and like when he came back, he's in multi-mans, so like it's almost like you didn't notice because he's in multi-mans. But I did notice that, like, even in some key matches, he still does his stuff, but like it's just slightly sloppier and like looser.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't Dynamite Kid before, but
he was pretty sharp. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a shame, dude, because he's a young guy, isn't he? It's a shame.
That's dude. Back injuries and ankle injuries now are fucking killers.
Speaking of such, that brings us to my hot take.
Oh my god!
And we're about to make podcast wrestling video stuff history here.
Oh my god!
As about 6 grins ago, we did a segment dedicated to the heroic efforts of Bronson Reed, and I have an update on my stance on Bronson Reed.
I'm scared. After
seeing the slow motion replay of what happened to that man's foot and ankle,
yes,
I'm no longer convinced that he made the right choice.
So you know what's funny about that, Joe? Like, in the moment, I was like, heroic sacrifice, what a beast, right? Then you know what's weird? It like kind of set in like what's his next few months gonna look like? You know what I mean? Like his immediate future set in, and I like really realized like he's cooked as fuck. And then I was like, damn,
you were way wrong, bro.
Like he's a big boy too. Like
that dude's foot was fucking scratching his arse, dude. That ain't right. What the fuck are we talking about?
Bro, he's gonna wrestle like Earthquake when he comes back in like fucking June, you know? Like,
I'll respect that tremendous. Look, I mean, love to the big man. To be clear, we're not knocking him, but it's just we were riding the high of the match,
yeah.
and we were like, heroic feat. And then I saw that slow-mo and I thought, how long's Big Bronson been wrestling? I'm not sure about this.
You know what's funny is that night I made tweets like "Die like a man," you got to sacrifice, things like that, right? And there were so many wrestlers that just DM'd me to tell me to go fuck myself.
Like playfully, I assume.
No, they're just like he's like, "You're the problem." And I'm like, "Oh shit." They're like, "Bro," one of them was like, "You're all right." Like, fuck, you know, it's not a fucking goddamn. Man, I'm still thinking because they're playing the replay now. I still can't get over fucking Paul Ellering making his return and being the difference maker.
He was done, dude.
Me, Joe. I thought like this was like he's not traveling anymore. He's old and it's over. You know, he was yelling too. He was like, "Get him! Come on, get him in the ring!" He did the salt in the eyes gimmick, Joe.
Holy shit!
Yes, it was so 80s.
Mr. Fuji.
Yes, he did the Mr. Fuji on Uncle Howdy. He's probably gonna cut a promo where he's like, "Uncle Howdy, you're just a man. You're not a monster." Like he's gonna cut that promo.
All right, you're getting your high hopes. You're starting to get carried away now. You think he's gonna cut a good promo too?
Well,
Jesus, man.
Here's the thing: they don't let him talk on TV, unfortunately. So he has to do them on. He has to
I
do them
wonder
on
why.
So he had one a while ago, like earlier in the year, where he was just kind of like, "Street Profits, Bobby Lashley," and he's like pointing at his finger shaking, and he's just kind of like, "It's over," and he's doing like the throat slash thing, and I'm like, "Oh, he's fucked. He is fucked." But yeah, so they don't let him talk on TV at all now. He cuts his promos on the Twitter gimmick. But I go out of my way to see if he speaks every week. I'm like, "Please tell me we have a Paul Ellering promo." And sometimes they let him talk for like 3 seconds, you know. So yeah, man.
God bless Paul Ellering.
Absolutely.
For all we know, by the time people are seeing this, his run has already ended again. But either way, a Merry Christmas to you, Paul Ellering.
Merry Christmas, Paul Ellering. We love you. And I don't know about Joe, but I love the Road Warriors. I am a fan.
I do too, and we will always have the dream match of the Wyatt Six and the Road Warriors.
That would be awesome, depending on the year. Depending on the year, that would be kind of like 1989, 88 Road Warriors versus Wyatt Six, just kind of clanging and banging in All Japan, you know?
Big Roman, bro.
Dave would give it like 3.5 and talk about how like hard hitting it was, you know? saying it was a Japanese style match because of the hard hitting and like.
Okay, that's an important point actually.
Okay.
Dave Meltzer, this is a request for Christmas. We love you. Bring back the phrase Japanese style match for any match involving arm drags and or chops.
You remember when he would do that, right?
Yes. Bring it back, Dave, please.
Bro, it'll be a fucking 1995 American match, and like Dean Douglas would like do a leapfrog, drop down, drop kick, and then do a side headlock takeover, and then Dave would be like, it was a very New Japan style match here with some of these exchanges with Shawn Michaels, and it's like, I guess.
Let's say.
Hello, Grinners and or Grinettes. Brainbuster here to wish you guys a happy holidays. It's been like 5 months since I started being on this show. Thank you guys for welcoming me with open arms. I think, at least. I don't know if anybody protested. If they did, my bad. Hopefully I have earned your respect since then. It's pretty sick being on the shows, I can't lie. I've started watching like a month or two before they went on part-time, and then I went back and I caught up with a bunch of other stuff, LNG wise, and then I started watching, well, I was watching Worldwide before then, but Joe left, and then I was like, fuck that shit, brother. So it's cool to be here now. It is pretty sick, like I said. So yeah, thank you guys. Happy holidays. Here is the Warlord, and I'll see you guys later.
On the 8th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 8 maids a milking, 7 swans a swimming, 6 geese a laying, 5 gold rings.
This is unhinged. This is so unhinged. If I told you like how tight the window is that I just decided to like go through,
this is what this business is all about, brother.
I literally looked at my time, Joe, and I said, 10 to 15 minutes, and I said, do I do the stupid thing and hit up Joe and say, let's try to get something in here?
Yes,
or
you do.
And I said, yes, I fucking do.
Yes, you do. Because let's be honest, and imagine the people watching this right now, they're like 2.5 hours in, maybe.
Yeah.
They need even more than we need a sprint right now, you know?
Yeah, they need just all action. All action.
We talk so much about these tight TV matches and how much we admire them, but we never have any of them, you know?
No, we have these like obnoxious, mid-80s style.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we got like a booking from Giant Baba, right? And Baba's like, look, go as long as you need to. It's for the world's title, and we're having these like we're having these kind of uneven 40-minute bouts that have a lot of flashes of very good, but some unique stuff and some innovative stuff. And then Dave gives it 4 3/4 anyway, you know, just because it's, you know, but it doesn't make for like the tightest viewing, you know?
Dude, low key, we kind of have the like podcast equivalent of the matches that we resent.
Yeah. Because we're kind of just, here's the thing. But what's fascinating though is we're not agenting these things in the back either though. We kind of just go out there.
True. Yeah.
We go out there, we just feel it out. And then we kind of see where the crowd is going. And then the obnoxious part is the match finds its way like 9 minutes in, you know, like
we have no respect for people's time.
No, we're consistently just over and over again just working like I won't name names, but you know.
So Hardcore Hack, who did you work on Nitro?
Oh man. It was fascinating, dude. I was on there and I was just trying to find my openings, you know what I mean? And just kind of like trying to find my openings, just kind of just come in and just do a thing, you know?
You're killing it, dude. This is funny. This 12 Grins of Christmas is like, it's quietly like a documentary.
I was gonna say it's a diary of like Ibou's first month on the mainstream, you know? Yeah, man. I shook Bruce Pritchard's hand. I shook Michael Hayes' hand. It was fascinating. Yeah.
My God. Well,
I was just waiting for like, my openings. I asked before we recorded. I was like, hey, like, am I allowed to say bad words on it? They're like, yeah, go ahead. You know, I was like, all right.
Man.
I don't know if my character fully came off through. I don't know if like it's. I don't know if the casual viewer can like get a feel for it. To be completely honest with you, I kind of just popped in and like swung my kendo stick once, you know. And then
thing is, he's like, you're a new character now. You're Hack, you know.
That's true.
Hack didn't have Metallica, bro.
That's a great point. You know what's funny about it is, I could see a casual watching that and be like, "Those guys made. What was the hype all about?" You know.
Yeah. And Dean Douglas type beat.
And then the hardcore fan is like, no, you gotta watch him in this place. He was awesome. He had all these crazy matches, man. He was jumping off the top rope. He's diving to the outside. And they're like, I don't know, man. This dude was just kind of just hanging out in the corner, you know, throwing some punches.
That's kind of money, bro. Like, what if you start purposefully phoning it in and being shitty and just so we can do like a washed king bit? That would be pretty sick. Like, he's lost his fastball.
I feel like the multi-man match that we worked up there in New York, right? I'd say it was a 3 3/4, but I don't really feel like it was because of me. I feel like Sean Ross that was very comfortable. He was doing RKOs and power slams and draping DDTs. Yeah. You know what I mean? He was on fire, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Denise was out there just diving to the outside. They were they were cooking. They were cooking.
Yeah,
I
they got
kind
good
of just
chemistry.
I slid in and just throw some punches, kendo stick shot.
Yeah. You were like, you know, how, like when you go to Kane's cage match,
Yes.
and like you click on rate by the highest rating, the highest ones are like 4 ways and 5 ways. And
Yes. It's
you
a
were
bunch
like
of money in the
Glenn.
banks and shit like that. And
Yeah.
elimination chambers.
You just get rolling in and hitting choke slams.
Yeah, like I caught a dive, It's just fast. I feel like Dave's gonna write in the Observer, like, a lot has been made of this guy, but he didn't really distinguish himself or make himself look like a star out there. He's kind of existed. He was there.
Dave would be because you'd be like one of the tape trading guys,
You think so?
Yeah, he'd be doing like a big. I remember when Tozawa came into the WWF, and he was like, he was reviewing Raw, and he was like, "Man, Raw weren't very good, but they're gonna get Tozawa in soon." And I remember like laughing out loud at this, even as a young Joe Burr in 2016, just thinking like, how does Dave possibly think that Tozawa is gonna like improve this? Like, he's not gonna get a chance to do anything.
No, he's gonna be like a difference maker. Well, the funny thing about that is, you remember like a year into his run, he got a weird summer push where like his thing was screaming and because wrestling fans are stupid, it got over.
Oh yeah, I mean, great worker, obviously. God away, great worker.
They really
he's still good too, right? Still good.
Yeah. It's funny because in the pandemic he had neck issues, and that's the real reason why he did the ninja stuff. Well, he didn't have to be a fucking ninja, but he couldn't really bump. And he got himself checked out, and then he was like, all right, I can like wrestle for real. And then he's kind of settled into this role, which I don't hate.
Yeah, I mean, the Otis thing was interesting because it felt like Otis was flirting with really exploding, it felt like, for a second. But
well, what's fascinating, Joe, is so with a lot of like these WWF storylines that Hunter like prolongs, right? He's gotten pretty good at like smoothly elongating it, generally speaking. Like, it's very clear he wants to blow something off at a certain point, and so he'll find like creative or like smooth or smart ways to do that, right? And then there's two ones that are very unelegant. There's Stratton Nia, which he didn't know what the fuck to do, so he was like, let me just tease cash-ins, and then like Twitter bullied him enough that he just stopped. And now Joe, they don't like appear on TV anymore together. Joe, they just stopped doing cash-in teases, and now like they're just separated quietly.
So, by the time people are watching this, will there have been a cash-in? Probably not, right?
I have no clue. But I'll tell you this. So they did that, and then here's the one that they just didn't even try on like the prolonging. So that one, Joe, would be Otis and Gable, because on this week's Raw, Joe, Chad Gable had a backstage bit where he was talking shit about the Alpha Academy. And he basically made it very clear, go like, I never got my fucking hands on that fat fuck. And it's like very clearly, for whatever fucking reason, Hunter was like, I want to do that one at the Rumble or some shit. And it's like, why?
Look, dude, I don't watch Raw, and you review it on like 8 platforms now, but you are not convincing me that Chad Gable said fat fuck under any.
No, he didn't call him a fat fuck. I just, could you imagine?
It'd be kind of crazy.
It'd be sick.
It's like when the Netflix deal was announced and all those accounts were like, they could swear again.
It's so funny because like people are like, oh, they're gonna bring sex, violence. I remember CM Punk did a Mania Weekend interview where he was like, guys, please chill.
People were acting like it was gonna Raw was gonna become like a Tarantino movie.
You know what it is? It's because right around the announcement of Netflix, that was the Raw where Rock bloodied Cody.
Yeah.
And on that show, Phil said shit. And like someone else said a bad word. So and then also Punk also like teased the mention of Vince. So Raw felt kind of dangerous. You know what I mean? It was kind of a dangerous show.
Yeah.
And so people
dangerous is good, but people get carried away, don't they?
Right. The truth is, Joe, that episode was dangerous because Dwayne was at TV. That's all it was.
Yeah, which was pretty easy to figure out, wasn't it? I mean, it was The Rock,
He shows up at TV and they can't tell him shit. That's all that was. And also Punk said shit. And when he went to the back, they were like, we can't say shit, right? And my bad, guys. It's like, okay. He had to give him the obvious, like, I can bet you Levesque was backstage. And he's looking at Regal. He's like, should I say something or should we just like no sell that? Or and it's like they're debating it, you know what I mean? It's like, do you want to say it? And Regal's like, oh bloody no, I'm not gonna do it. And he's like, all right. And
I have to say, we were talking earlier about your run up New York, and
yeah.
I was impressed. I wasn't sure you were going to take your whole like collection of impressions over.
Oh,
but you did, dude. You started Brainbuster, Arm Drag. You doing all of it, dude. It was impressive. The crowd liked it.
Yeah, I was surprised. On the debut, people were really was really getting over the impressions. That apron, fucking Brainbuster. You know, you got to show them you're still a little. You can still bust out some of those dangerous moves. You know, I'm not gonna.
What is wrong with us? Listen, what are we talking about?
It's true. Like, people are like, yo, he's not gonna do the impressions and fight for him. It's like, all right, keep fucking testing me, fucker. I'll do a Brainbuster. I'll do an apron move.
Package pole driver.
Yeah. Oh, we'll see one of those in 2 days, 3 days. Oh man,
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, man. I tried to break it out. I tried to break it out in the multi-man. It didn't work out.
Too many big stars, man. You had to stand on the outside.
There's a lot of different names. Plus, like people's Wi-Fi's are kind of janky, so like people are hearing you at different times. So I busted it out, and it just it didn't land.
The dumbest thing about this bit, where we talk about wrestling podcasts like it's wrestling, is we do it in a way that suggests that other people are doing it, and no one else does this in the world. Like, not one person outside of us two does this. Why do we do this? What are we doing? What are we achieving? I don't know, but I enjoy it. I think I enjoy it.
It feels like the most correct way to analyze what we do.
I guess, man. I don't really want to analyze it all, but I guess.
Did you see Dave Meltzer's like breakdown of Nathan Frazier?
No.
Really? It was so fucking funny.
Of course it was. It was Dave.
He was just like, man, this guy's just like Osprey, man. Like he was like, he said, I'm looking at Wesley and Javon and enjoying what they're doing, and then this kid comes in and it's like, man, he's just faster and better, and he's just doing that whole deal. And then at the end of it, he says all this stuff about like his athleticism, right? All to go around and say, I think he should go to AEW. It's just so funny.
The greatest of all time, dude.
He was like, I don't know what they're gonna do with him on the main roster. I know in AEW he'd get pushed. He did that whole deal.
2024 Dave as a podcaster is like late 90s flair, where like his stuff doesn't really make sense, and psychologically it's kind of broken at this point, and he's just playing the hits. But God, the hits sound great, dude. You know,
Oh yeah. You just want to
crowd loves him.
Do the chops, dude. Do the strut. Oh man.
I would love that comparison too.
Hell yeah. You locked in on tonight's Winter is Coming, Joe Hulbert? Pull the card. Pull the card up. Pull the card.
Let's just do this. This is a good way to close this out, because this could go very poorly for us, which is always good. You like danger. We like danger around here.
Yeah. You can't leave on a safe note.
All right, this is what we'll do. We'll give some analysis of how we think these matches will go, yeah?
Okay.
Adam Cole versus Kyle O'Reilly.
It's very us to give people a Dynamite preview that they'll see like fucking 3 Dynamites later.
It's kind of bad because they'll know like we're full of shit if we're wrong or we get it right. It was kind of, we can't pretend it's on tape, right? I'd imagine Cole and O'Reilly will be at the level that like closer to Cole Takeshita than Cole Malachi, if that makes sense. I think it will be fine, to be honest. What do you think?
So if this was in a full small venue, I'd say this actually has a chance of being the type of 3.5 that I don't like. Like, not don't. It'll be like a 3.5 that I still like won't give a fuck about, I guess is a better way to say it. Because of where they're at, where it's like 4,000 in an 18,000 building. Cole O'Reilly. Cole not super over. I think they're going to have a fine wrestling match that will have heat at points, I think.
Yeah. A little bit uneven. Yeah.
O'Reilly's going to do some cool stuff here and there. Cole's hits will get over, the Panama doohickey that he does. Yeah. I think Adam Cole is 100% winning, and he's going on to face MJF at World's End. It'd be cool if Max showed up here.
Yeah. Ricochet and Brody King. This should actually be quite good, I think. Good styles clash here. I think this will be very fun. I think I don't know who wins this actually. I think I would like to see Brody win, but I'm not sure he will. What do you think?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, sorry, I got called.
Who's going to win, Brody King or Ricochet?
I imagine Brody King wins this match.
I thought you were doing like a bit then. That was incredible. Okay, do you think the match will be good? I do. I think it'll be good.
Yeah, it'll be safely good.
Claudio and Will. This is a rematch from a match I don't remember that well, but I'm told was very good. I'd imagine this will be very good. Will Ospreay surely will win.
I might skip this.
Wow. All right. We'll see. Imagine this gets like acclaim. This gets critical acclaim, and you have to just live with this tape making air.
It's like one of the great Dynamite matches of the year.
Yeah, it might be, dude. They're very capable of that. Let's be honest.
No, yeah, of course. Will Ospreay's tremendous.
Mariah and Mina. False.
I think they'll have a good match.
So do I. What do you think the crowd will be like? How much time do you think they're going to get?
I think they get like 9 minutes, and yeah, I think they get 9 minutes.
Just a pretty physical match, good match, but it doesn't go much more than that, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Main event, Moxley and Pac versus Jay White and Orange Cassidy.
Good Lord.
Road to tag, brother.
Oh, my God.
I don't know. Put myself into this now.
Have you?
Yeah, Jay and Orange, like an odd couple thing.
This is going to be a fascinating TV. I think the match will be safely good.
Are you going to watch this show?
I thought I was.
You sound very unconvinced by this lineup I've given you here.
I feel like I forgot what the card was. Like, I don't know. I'm hearing it now, and I'm like, where's the C2 matches? What's going
God, if this episode is incredible, this is going to be a tremendous piece of business to have this in the can.
Yeah.
Just waiting.
In my favor, remember that legendary hang with Hulbert we had where you were like backflipping over like what Dynamite was going to be that week? Remember that? It was
I try and forget it, but yeah, I remember it.
It was coming out of Wrestle Dream. You were buzzing. You were glowing. I remember
you were so just like reserved. Like, all right, we'll see.
Yeah. I wasn't negative. I was just reserved. I was like, yeah, it was a great ending to that pay-per-view. We'll see what they do with that, you know. And like the next month, the TV was like mad mid. Listen, hopefully the show kicks ass. I can't say I'm very whelmed, you know.
You know the coolest thing about this? By the time we next record, we will have completely forgotten, like, that we had a preview of it. We were definitely not going to talk about this on the rest of the show, are we? Like, there's no way.
No.
Which is also because it means that there's not any follow up. Like the next episode, the next Grin would be about something else completely, which is it's tremendous.
We're working an hour-long match with no connective tissue. That's what we're doing here, folks.
Yeah, it's like we're doing one in like the Thunderdome. There's no feedback, so we're just gonna go on our own feel for the thing. Fuck the crowd, you know.
God bless
the
America.
Thunderdome. The Thunderdome. That's what this is. The Thunderdome.
God fucking bless America.
Man, I cannot watch Raps without a snack. That's by law, you know what I mean? Oh, hey. You know, I was actually supposed to send you guys a video for the holidays. You know, what better time to do it than right now, you know what I mean? So, look, I really do appreciate all the support on the Late Night Grin Gold. I appreciate you guys welcoming me into this community with open arms, showing me all the love the Grinners have to offer. It's just been a wonderful ride. You guys are fantastic. Happy holidays to all of you. Merry Christmas to all who celebrate. And, you know, let's keep grinning, because at the end of the day, who's going to stop us? Am I right? You know? So, keep grinning, folks. Be well, and happy holidays.
On the 9th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 9 ladies dancing, 8 maids a milking, 7 swans a swimming, 6 geese a laying, 5 gold rings.
4 calling birds, 3
Oracle and I were just talking grass. We were booking WrestleMania. We were booking territory. We were just doing what we do, and I just left, and I was about to do some stuff for the Grin Grab the Paul Heyman show. And you hit me up, and the people watching this one, I haven't even changed. I haven't got a hat on yet. Give me a second. But I mean,
it's like you haven't even taken the gear off. You haven't taken the.
Yeah.
You're still warm, you know. And you went,
it's a new day, which means it's a new Grin, right?
Absolutely. Did you get buzzed after our first session earlier today?
No, I was just wearing a hat, bro.
Oh, I was like, he wasn't as bald.
Yeah, the light is also like right over my head, but I mean, I'm getting kind of crazy with it, I can't lie, but
I was gonna say,
yeah.
Was I seeing things, or are you now growing this like really cool comic book style like gray streak on the top of your hair?
Yeah, that's why I shaved it, bro. You said it was cool. It was doing a lot to my confidence. I couldn't deal with it.
Really?
Yeah.
That was a new one, right? Like that just kind of.
Yeah, it was really strong. I'm gonna put this this Alexa Bliss Christmas hat on while you. So sure. I'm gonna take these headphones off. So for like 5 seconds, I won't hear what you're saying. So you could either bury me, or you could say like something dramatic. But I'm gonna take them off here. Okay.
All right. I don't know. I was saying this.
I appreciate him burying me, you know.
No, but I was gonna say, yeah, it seemed like that was kind of a new development that just happened. Yeah. Like it was like, all right, now we're gonna just get this like silver streak here, and it's like, all right. I thought it was kind of cool looking.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm too young for that, you know.
That could have waited like 8 more years, you know.
Yeah, for real, dude. I'm 27, dude.
I know the Brits go gray like quick though. I've noticed this.
Yeah, because we're just all miserable with time. Ages, bro.
I noticed all the other like British wrestling YouTubers. They're all a bunch of gray-haired like 36-year-olds. You know, like they're all like gray and like 36, and it's like, my
Look
God,
at this fucking thing, bro.
Yeah, that's insane. That's fucking insane.
I just want the show to be the best it can be. You know, I believe in props.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I was looking up something the other day. I was looking at my tweets from last Christmas.
All right.
Because I was trying to remember the matches I watched. Because this has become a tradition recently where when it goes quiet, Papa Hulbert and I will start watching some graps in like the afternoon on Christmas Day. This is like a new tradition.
Okay.
Like last year we watched, I realized this by doing tweets, we watched the FTR Bullet Club Gold Hour match. We watched that on Christmas Day. Very based.
Oh baby. You know what I'm trying to secure a tape of, Joe? I've never rewatched it. I want to rewatch the Bucks FTR second match.
Well, I can get that to you, I think.
Yeah, I need that.
That match is incredible.
I remember being godly, and like now I'm like wondering if I'm just like remembering the legend of the match rather than the match, because I do talk it up a lot.
The vibes are. I think you overstate it a little bit, but the vibes are incredible.
It just feels correct.
And that is like the height of like FTR are like kings there, dude. Like the people love them, you know.
That's what I'm saying it feels correct. It feels like the definitive match. It feels like the definitive Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels match, frankly.
Yeah. Yes, true. I'm sure Bret would be thrilled by that news.
Yeah, right. Hey, Bret, a Young Buck FTR match on TV from 2022 Dynamite is the best version of you versus Shawn. Oh, thanks, you fucking asshole.
He punches you in the face.
That'd be sick.
I discovered, so I was looking this up, and I realized, dude, I don't know if you remember this all, but you watched a lot of Graps last Christmas. Do you remember this?
So I vaguely remember that being New Year's Day or New Year's Eve, but maybe it was Christmas. What was I doing on Christmas Eve or Christmas?
You watched like a bunch of Puro, dude. It was sick.
That was that day?
Yeah, let me find this.
That was one of the greatest sessions of my life.
When I
I'm
When I
not
was
even
looking
kidding.
up, I know, but it's just an incredible phrase, you know. Because when I was looking at what I watched, I was like, wait, let me see if Ibou, and then I realized I found it immediately. I'm going to my bookmarks here, which means I'm scrolling through many tweets that I will be sending you soon.
Oh hell yeah! I gotta be. I haven't. It's kind of embarrassing. Not even embarrassing. It's just funny. I do this thing, Joe, where I just see something on the timeline and I bookmark it, and I'm specifically with the express purpose of I'm going to send this to Joe in about an hour. You know, when I'm free.
The other one I do is like, if someone tweets a bit of a hot take, I'll bookmark it and be like, I'm coming back to this soon and seeing damage that's been done. You know?
Yeah. No, I won't expose that one, but you know what? There was one that killed me. Was this one guy was replying to me like in August saying that Ibushi was better than CM Punk right now, and I was like, I'll bookmark that. You know, I'll hang on to that one.
Have you quoted them yet? Lashing out? Or?
No, so someone did quote them like recently, and I retweeted that. But I'm gonna say my grand, you know, like demonstrative one for when Ibushi wrestles again on national television in America.
God bless. You watched Kobashi and Kawada. You watched Otani and Ultimo Dragon. Oh my god.
That was
Misawa and Vader. Kobashi and Vader. Oh my god, dude. Kawada and Sasaki. Oh my god. This was good. This was tweeted at. So this was like 10, 11 in the morning for you.
Godly. Well, wait, the list isn't longer? I remember watching even more than that.
It was longer, but my phone and the X app are not very friendly right now. So it was longer. There was 2 more matches. Yeah,
I was gonna say I remember watching a little bit more, and I'm struggling to remember what it was. But Joe, that was a glorious night.
Is that a thing you've done previously, or is that was that a 2023 one-off?
That was one of those weird days where I just said, you know what, and I streamed those matches to a group of friends.
Sweet.
I just said, yeah. So I was like, listen, man, we're hopping on Discord, and we're gonna watch Puroresu as God is intended. Nice, and you know what's nice, great. You know what's great about it, Joe? It was this nice grainy, staticky filter over most of the matches. You know? Some of the matches started in progress.
Oh, that's awesome, dude! I just watched. By the time people see this, I would have reviewed it. There's a Patriot tag. It's like Patriot and Kobashi versus Misawa and June.
Oh man!
And like it's really good. The last 10 minutes are like
glorious.
Yeah, and then you realize afterwards that was what they showed on, because that's the way they would do their TV sometimes, right? They would like join in progress, and it's like, this is the greatest wrestling match I've ever seen. And then the first 10 minutes is them just like lying on the mat for ages.
Bro, All Japan's TV is like, you know, like before like Raw and Nitro got any good at all, like it was All Japan TV that was winning Best Weekly Show on the Observer. And it's just fuck, dude. Their TV is just their best matches of the year, but like the closing stretches. Like, you know how good, think about Joe, man, you watch a 1 hour TV show and it's like, all right, here's like the good parts of like a Dr. Death versus Kobashi match, and then like this tag. It's like, oh hell yeah.
And that would have been the stuff that like a lot of the smart fans, because a lot of the smart fans would have been getting the tapes to the TV show.
Correct.
So
right.
That's why like people they were even more kind of deified, right? Because of that. So
dude, Dave, oh my god, I think we were talking about this on one of I think it might have been the Halloween special, but it was because Dave hadn't gotten a hold of it. Took like weeks and weeks of Dave to see the Super J Cup. That's what I was telling you about. Yeah, and it was just funny because like after like 2 weeks he saw some magazine images, and he's judging the show based off magazine images, because like you're just seeing guys diving into the stands, and Dave's like, that looks spectacular, like, and he's like imagining the match based off those photographs, and then and then that's a total different time there, Joe, where you couldn't access a match, but you read the after mags, and there's just a bloodied image of a wrestler, you know, in a hold, and you're like, man, this must have been crazy. But like, and then Dave, this is what it was, Joe. He got like a tape of like that week's like a New Japan TV, and they showed like highlights of the Super J Cup. And imagine seeing like just a 4-minute highlight reel of that event in 1994 on tape. He was losing his shit. He literally wrote things like, "This seems like a 5-star match. This one seems like a 4.5. This one looks like it's about a 4." Like he's literally doing.
Question for you. It's a fun game to play.
Yeah.
Let's imagine the current wrestling landscape had
Right.
the same framework. So we relied on magazine shots and we relied on like the only access we had to international wrestling was their TV cuts. So like you and I are waiting to get like New Japan tapes, and it's the TV show where it's like like the stuff's clipped up.
Mm.
Who are the gods of the game? Like who are the guys? Like are we big? Who would be the New Japan? Who's the funniest New Japan guy that would pop in that scenario?
Funniest. See, I had answers for like who would be like looking.
Yeah,
good, but, like,
go for that first, and then we'll work backwards.
well, like Shingo would look awesome in this. He already is awesome, but like Shingo would look awesome in this.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, like Shingo Takagi. Hiromu, it would look good for Hiromu.
Mm-hmm.
The images of him on his entrance with the cool outfit and
Yota Tsuji.
Yota Tsuji would look awesome in this as well.
Yeah.
All you see is the entrance and like the Gene Blast Spear. It's like, yeah, this guy's awesome.
Yeah.
Funniest though.
Damn.
I think a Hanare closing stretch on the TV would be.
Dude, the last 12 minutes, one of those Shingo Hanare matches, you're like, this is incredible. And then you read up in the Observer, they went 38 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, and you know what's funny about that was Hanare started to grow on me, and I was like, yeah, this guy's good. And then like I kind of like took a mini break from New Japan, and then in the time since I asked Ash like what's going on, and he was like, Hanare fucking sucks, and I was just howling. He was just like, his matches are terrible, and I was like, oh, God bless.
Well, beast. Now, which wrestler today would benefit most from the magazine shots? This could be anywhere in the world. Like wrestler that's matches. Basically, wrestler who would have like a mystique based on how awesome they looked in the magazines, with blood running down their face. Who would it be?
Not for blood reasons, but Roman in these magazines. That's would be hilarious.
It'd be a fun one.
What's up?
Do you remember the match where Steve Macklin worked PCO and got like insane?
Yes.
Like, dude, he'd be like a hardcore fan god just based on that one match,
Thing. It's just so. There's so many, Joe. If you like pick the brain of a wrestling fan who's like 47,
yeah,
they'll tell you that like, man, there's guys that like my local TV didn't have this, and I could only see WWF, but I heard about this guy, and I kept seeing his name in the magazines. I saw his pictures, and it was like, wow. And it's always fascinating to hear those stories. Or there's people, Joe, that'll tell you like, man, I didn't even get to see Ric Flair until like about 1989. It's like, what? And it's like I've seen him in pictures for like a couple of years, and hilariously in a totally different context and way. I had the same thing, Joe. I knew who Bryan Danielson was 3 years before I ever watched him wrestle.
Like, so what years was these be? Because this is interesting to me. Like,
I first read his name on the internet at the end of 2006, early 07.
So you probably read some shit like "this is the best wrestler in the world" was probably the takes online at that point, right?
Yes, and so you know what else I used to do? I used to go on his website called canoe.ca. I don't know why. It was a fucking Canadian sports website. I'm from the East Coast of the United States of America. But the reason I discovered the site was because I remember I wanted to read about like just old WWF. And I would look up like WWF pay-per-views, and obviously I didn't have there was no network back in these days.
Yeah.
And so my way of knowing about these shows, Joe, was reading people's online reviews. And that's how I got to 411 Mania and websites like that. And so I went to canoe.ca, and there used to be this dude there who reviewed old pay-per-views. And I would read the review, and then the guy would give a star rating. And he'd be like, yeah, and then Roddy Piper versus this guy, 2.5. And I'm like, that sounds more exciting than 2. It's fun. I'd read the match summary spot by spot, and literally, this is what kids had to. I visualized the match, reading it. It's like it's a fucking like novel or something. That's what I did.
I know, it's just so big. Like knowing
Yeah,
you now, that's just such a funny thought, you know.
It is. It's hilarious, and it's like it's hard to explain to someone now when you can access anything you fucking want. You
Yeah.
know, like 2 seconds, you can just and so like that's what I did, Joe. Joe, I read about Mania 3, and like just on, I would just read people's reviews of it, and like the people that were on the internet, you know, were like adults who like were kids at the time when I was there. It's adults who were kids around Mania 3, and so they're super nostalgic for it, right? And so I remember I'd read the lists of like ranking WrestleManias, right? And all I kept saying, Joe, was Mania 3 is the best WrestleMania. This is what I was reading in like on the internet in like the mid 2000s. Mania 3 is the best Mania. And I could be like, really? Like, oh my God, why? And I would read these reviews and stuff from like these fans and this and that.
Cool.
Yeah, and it was just fat. And then they would talk about Steamboat Savage. And it was crazy, Joe. And then finally, my friend had like this like box set of WrestleManias.
Yes.
And I finally watched Mania 3 in 2008. And here's the funny thing, Joe. I thought I wasn't going to like it. I thought the show was godly. You know, and I was like, man, this show is so cool. It looks so cool. The colors pop. People are being like ridden out to the ring. Like just something about the visual and the spectacle. I even thought Hogan and Andre was sick. I was like, man, this show is
I still
amazing.
like Hogan and Andre, dude.
I do too. I give it 3.5. And so I watched this and I was like, man, this show is fucking awesome. And by that point, I'm pumped. And I look up reviews on YouTube, and by that point, I found out people review old wrestling shows on YouTube. It's just a bunch of fucking blokes in 240p looking at the camera reviewing shit, you know? And that's how I discovered just like a whole cavalcade of just fat middle-aged fucks just on camera going like, this is what I thought of this match, you know? And I say all this to say, on canoe.ca, there was a guy that always reviewed old shows, but he also would review current stuff. And I remember at the time, his thought was, WWE ECW sucks, Raw sucks, SmackDown sucks, TNA sucks, but ROH is the real shit.
Which was a common hardcore fan sentiment at the time. Very common.
Right. And it was always funny because like I'm still like formulating my tastes as a guy who now knows that wrestling is fake. And in spite of this, I would read like Raw sucks. I'm like, Raw's okay. Like this is like 07. I'm like, Raw's okay. He said like SmackDown sucks. I'm like, I think it's all right. ECW sucks. I'm like, that does suck. That does fucking suck. And he'd like, TNA sucks. I'm like, no, fuck you. TNA's raw. TNA's awesome. That's what I would say like in my head, right? But I read all about ROH and he's putting the product over so much. And the thing that stood out to me the most, Joe, was he'd review these TNA pay-per-views, right? And he'd review these WWE shows. Just for context and mental scaling, right? I would watch a match on SmackDown. It would be like, let me think. Edge versus Rey Mysterio. And I'd be like, that was fucking awesome. SmackDown TV, let's say, right? And I'd read his review and he'd be like 3.25. I'm like, what?
So you're like then imagining what the 4 and the 5 looks like?
So then I go to his ROH and he'll say like Bryan Danielson versus Roderick Strong, 4.5. And I'm like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah.
What does that wrestling even look like? If Rey Mysterio and Edge are tearing it up, you know, I'm like, that was awesome. And I'm seeing him say names like Kenta. And I'm like, all right. And I'm reading other names, Naomichi Marufuji. And I'm seeing names like that. I'm seeing names like Kota Ibushi. And I'm reading Claudio Castagnoli. I'll never forget. I'm like, that's such a hilarious name. I was like, that's such a funny name, Claudio Castagnoli. And I read that, and I read Chris Hero, and I learned everybody's name, Joe. I knew everything. I could tell you, if you went to fucking middle school Ibou, Joe, I could tell you everything about Ring of Honor. If you asked me, did I watch any of it? I would say no, I haven't seen a single thing, right? And I haven't seen a single thing, but I could tell you everything because I read about it, right? And it was so fascinating. Dude, I didn't know what Eddie Kingston looked like until like 2012. But I knew who he was since like 08-ish. But so I had no access to any of this fucking wrestling, right? And then I'll never forget, dude. I wanted to like rewatch One Night Stand or something on Daily Motion or some bullshit like that, right? And then I was on like a rabbit hole one day, and I looked up like I was like, man, I always loved as a kid. I always loved the Hayabusa and Shinzaki versus RVD and Sabu match from Heatwave 1998. Which hilariously, when I watched the show back, I think Heat Wave is phenomenal. That match is like not even like one of my 3 or 4 favorites on the show, but I love that at the time. And it's just guys doing spots and shit.
Mhm.
And I remember looking up Hayabusa on Dailymotion, and I remember looking up like Masato Tanaka, for example, and that led me down like imagine Joe, like a middle school kid, like just getting like, now you're getting fucking like random like matches from like WAR and FMW and shit like that, you know what I mean? And I remember being like, what the fuck? And then after just some bullshitting, Joe, I stumbled. The very first modern Puro I've ever seen, Joe, imagine this, was a Marufuji Kenta match. Dude, I was speechless. I remember like, I was like, they're so fucking fast. I was like, what is this? And then I remember like, imagine this cruelty. I watched that, and there's no access to any other Noah anywhere that I could find. And I was like, well, fuck.
You go back to watching Vladimir Kozlov on SmackDown.
Then I go back and it was Kali and Kozlov and shit. And I was like, damn. And from that point on, Joe, I was a smart. I was like, maybe Cena does fucking suck.
The way the cycle works is that at that point, you become like a star ratings and like moves pervert.
Yes.
And then you go so far in that direction that you loop back around.
Correct.
And you become like, well, hold on. Let's look at this Hogan match.
Yes, it's funny because I've seen like younger, newer fans go through that cycle in real time in front of me on Twitter now.
It's funny, yeah.
It's very funny because they had to do it with a different generation of wrestling. I mean, there's so many people that like just got into like New Japan's boom in the 2010s, and they're like, man, this is the real shit, man. This other stuff fucking sucks. But then once you've seen all those matches, what else? Where's else to go? You know what I mean? You kind of have to just pivot and watch some other shit, and in the process expand your tastes or develop them or evolve them. And it's not me like denigrating like late 2010s New Japan. It's like some of the greatest wrestling you've ever seen, you know.
Sure.
And like, so it's not me doing that, but it is just fascinating to see people undergo that, like that development as a fan. Someone, I won't even say the name, but like someone posted yesterday, Joe, it was a fucking like clip of a Kenny Omega interview from like 2014, and it was very much, whether intentional or not, the tweet was not framed to basically tell you that this is an old interview, but it's a fucking 14-year-old shoot interview, or 2014 shoot interview with Kenny. And then he basically kind of goes like, I think old wrestling kind of sucks, whatever, right? And like, I'm not saying I know what Kenny's personal views are now, but I'm like almost completely certain that they've kind of evolved a little bit, or you know what I mean, or expanded or changed slightly. Go ahead.
This what's interesting is, firstly, I'm hoping you didn't just reference a Rob Feinstein shoot interview on Christmas Eve, but I'll let that slide. What's interesting is the reason Kenny was so transcendent and so great is that he kind of did like
his own thing.
Yeah, I always remember him saying, he was on Cabana's podcast, and he was like, man, like starting a match at this point with a lockout, headlock, tackle. He was like, why even bother? Like he completely like resented the sort of the accepted rights and wrongs of in ring. And obviously, I mean, that I think without that he doesn't become Kenny Omega. You know,
I totally agree.
Interesting. Yeah, but then I think evolving and accepting that some of those things are of great value allowed him to age more gracefully when his body started breaking. I mean, as the AEW champion, you know, the Jack Perry match is basically like a 1980s NWA title match, you know?
So that's the fascinating thing. It's like physical prime Kenny Omega, 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
He's a force of nature. And artistically, he's kind of incomparable to any other great wrestler in history, which is why when people try to compare him to anybody, I'm like, there's nobody that quite wrestled like him or have since. You cannot compare it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And it's kind of what you said. It's because of the artistic kind of influence that's very much not rooted in anything from wrestling's past. But yes, like once he kind of went to America for like full time, that changed a bit pretty much early on, and you start seeing kind of like more conventional things happening within his matches. And by the time he becomes champion, like you said, like 2021 Kenny's like super old school.
Yeah, that's part of You know, a guy who shook it up and changed it, and then relied on some old tricks to like get through tough times physically. It's really interesting.
It's a testament to how brilliant he is. That like,
oh, he's unbelievable, dude.
Dude, he was so cooked in that year, and he just literally, it's like switching to a different mode on like a vacuum or some shit. I don't know why I'm making this analogy, but it's like he went to a completely different mode or whatever or approach, and still just had great matches. Like he's like, this is just gonna be a different 4 1/4 now.
Dude, there's a large contingent of fans, and it doesn't really show from like a stats point of view because a lot of these fans are diehard enough they'll continue to watch anyway. But there is a large contingent of fans that like their happiness and their interest in wrestling is entirely reliant on Kenny Omega's status. Like,
yes,
people. You know, I remember Dax the Axe said this once, and it really struck me. And I think it was a veteran who said it to him. So he was quoting someone else, and he said, you know, it's one thing to walk out and get cheered, but truly connecting with people is the idea that a fan out there just on any given Sunday goes, I hope Kenny Omega's having a good day today. You know, like truly, when wrestling's not on, just having a moment where you go, I hope Kenny's doing good. I love that guy. You know, that's truly being over. That's a very cool thought, I thought. I like that.
People sincerely are invested in just him, his well-being, everything about him. It was kind of like really cool to see the phenomenon kind of expand the way it did in 2017, because it was almost like for a lot of new eyes, they watched the match that blew their mind, which was the first Tokyo Dome match with Okada. And it was almost like, well, where do we go from here? I need to now learn everything about this fucking guy. And I had friends in my friend group who liked wrestling who already watched New Japan, and I've seen others that didn't, and they watched that. And it was kind of fascinating to see them literally just almost take it all in, like within the month, if that makes any sense. Yeah. Learn all about the product, absorb it, watch New Year's Dash, figure out the schedule, get New Japan World, go to social media, follow Kenny on everything, watch the interviews, watch the vlogs, and all of a sudden now, like, they're just completely locked the fuck in. And I feel like a lot of people did that, and like over the course of this process, you're like learning about him as a human being, you're watching the interviews, the vlogs, all that shit, and it does forge this connection that goes beyond pro wrestling. And I mean, like you just said, Joe, like Kenny's fans are die hard, bro. Like they are. And I think part of it also is because he scratches an itch wrestling wise, what he does, that you can't really just necessarily replace because of how unique he is. I have flyers that I like, and it's like, all right, if I can't see him, I could watch this guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's no like.
No, he's one of one.
There's no replacement Kenny or placeholder Kenny.
You know what? While we're on this topic, this is important. I sometimes see people dunk on fans by saying, you're not even a wrestling fan, you just like this one wrestler.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That is, for people that are like promotion loyalists, to like proudly dunk on people with that, are the biggest fucking losers going. Like,
it's whack, bro.
Dude, that's so like, what's wrong with that? Like, they have a connection with a human being. You have a connection with a logo. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, that's so good. Yeah, I think it's lamer to just like have blind loyalty to a logo.
Yeah, dude.
I think there's something powerful in liking a guy so much that like when they're around, you're back in the game almost. But
their
like
work means something to you. That's awesome. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, and like I said, it's like, dude, I've seen people who like, all right, this guy's gone. I don't really care about wrestling, and then they're back. Like, all right, well, I'm back. Like, it's like that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that happen in my fandom where when certain people aren't around, like I care completely less. I'll never forget.
Yeah.
In the summer of 2022, Joe, I'm a guy who I was in AEW for Punk and I was in WWE. I had an eye on WWE for Cody Rhodes. And if you remember in June, they both got hurt. Cody tears his pec. Cody tears his pec. Punk fucks his foot up. And I was like, well, peace. Yeah. I was like, I don't need any of this shit. I was like, I'm out. But like that's a real thing, you know. And
it is. And with Kenny, I actually have a weird experience with it. I mean, I think the world of Kenny. Obviously, we've just dedicated like 15 minutes to it, but
Right.
I sometimes feel like I missed out because I don't feel that way. I'm lying. I accept, like, my tastes are what they are, and I went the way I went, but I went in the opposite direction to what a lot of people did. In that, my New Japan, peak ends when the Bullet Club that I knew left. So, like, when I know that I watched the big matches, I've seen the Omega, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're incredible matches, but I was all in when Kenny was like the junior heavyweight in Bullet Club.
Right.
And so even though I see it and I appreciate it, I'm not jealous because you have your experience, don't you? Like, it just is what it is. But it is always fascinating to me when, like, to my memories of New Japan, it's like when Honma was the ultimate underdog trying to beat Ishii. And, you know, I always talk about that moment when AJ and Shin went face to face and they'd never touched. And, like, oh my. But to a lot of people, that's like the prelude, you know? It's like, yeah, but then it gets really good. And, like, it's just interesting.
It's funny you say that, Joe, because, like, the beginning of Main Event Kenny is, like, the end of my personal fan peak of New Japan. It's still at that level, but it's, like, the end of it. And what I mean by that is, like, I'm fully all in by, like, 2014, 2015, 2016. I thought Wrestle Kingdom 10 was like the greatest show I've ever seen for a couple of years.
Me too. Unbelievable show.
I thought that show was like just the greatest thing I've ever seen. I remember at the time I was telling people, I'm like, Wrestle Kingdom 10, Mania 17, that's it, baby. I would just tell people that.
Look, bro, I haven't rewatched it, but I'll be surprised if it don't hold up. That thing's a beauty.
No, dude, yeah. I'll put it to you this way, Joe. Don't ever like question if 2010's Nuge holds up, because if anything, dude, like, respectfully, it'll how do I put this? When you watch current New Japan, you can coach yourself and be like, yeah, this is good. This is good. And then, like, you watch like New Japan from like 2016 and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like 2016, I'm like so fucking all in. 2016, I was in love with pro wrestling. But for me, right, it kind of like ends at Wrestle Kingdom 12, which is January 4th, 2018.
Yeah.
And because of this, I don't have the connection to the Dominion 2018 Kenny Omega title victory that most people do. I actually don't even, at the time, I didn't even love the match. Crazy.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, I was like, no.
You kind of checked out. See, because you have to be invested. It's a long match. I mean, it's, yeah.
Yeah, I was a bit. I thought it was really good, but I just didn't have the connection anymore. And because of this, Joe, a lot of that fondness that people have for the Golden Lovers, I never gave a shit. Like their reunion and all that stuff in 2018, and their stuff with the Bucks and all these other matches they're having, I didn't give a fuck. I
missed all of that stuff, dude. I didn't not watch that in real time at all. Yeah.
I was aware of it, and I was catching it, and I caught the Young Buck match. But hilariously, Joe, that was during the beginning phases of me starting to resent that side of the wrestling sphere, which is hilarious because that's coinciding like with All In and stuff like that, and like just to be honest, like that just corner could like just take a hike for me. I was just like,
So is this when like NXT's your shit at this point?
Your shit is strong, but it was.
Yeah, I didn't mean it in like an aggressive way, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, NXT was my shit once.
Yeah.
2018 NXT was like, if you ask me what I think of NXT, I'd be like, well, Velveteen Dream is going to save this industry. 2018, you know what 2018 was for me, Joe? 2018 is wrestling is dead.
I can see that. Yeah. Because WWE has like erased all optimism and hope that had been gained in the prior years.
Exactly.
Because it all gets lumped together now, but in 2016 there was a lot of hope, man.
Correct.
Didn't last very long.
I was kind of just done, and Dream was last hope. I didn't really care about Cole, and I just didn't care about New Japan. So
Dream. We cannot name this session "Dream Was Lost Hope."
no, we can't do that.
People are gonna watch this, dude. This is Christmas.
I mean, I can only just speak for the feelings
Yeah.
of the time. Obviously, this is not any.
Look, you're not alone. A lot of people thought he was the next big thing. I mean, it is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, it was an interesting time, and I don't really know why I was watching in 2018. Damn. I mean, after New Orleans, bro, I didn't really want to watch wrestling at all. I think I was just done. I was probably with you. Wrestling's dead.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I still thought the takeovers were awesome, but I just felt like, weirdly, hilariously, I was feeling the homogenization problem.
That's a big word for Elmo.
At that time too.
Yeah.
And it was I was disillusioned because like Dave was on Observers talking about like wrestling has never been better. There's so many great matches every day all around the world. He was saying this. And like on some level I get it, you know what I mean? But like he's talking about like, man, PWG last night was unbelievable. Man, New Japan was next level. These matches are different level. Takeover, da-da-da.
Dude,
and like it all just like looked the same to me.
You whispering, I was just disillusioned because Dave was saying it's one of the funniest things ever, and I don't know why. It sounded like you were like ashamed to admit that Dave had left you disillusioned in 2018.
It was just weird, Joe. Like I'm looking into wrestling circles, and they're like, "Yeah, man, you got to check out this ZSJ match from Progress." I'm like, I don't want to. I wasn't on wrestling Twitter, so I didn't discover like certain circles yet. So this is just all it was to me. I just go on the internet and it's a bunch of Bullet Club profile pictures, like telling you that like Naito's the GOAT, you know? I don't know. Like it just
Okay. I got it.
People that were telling you like Terry Funk is bad, you know,
Ibou, I've got it. This one is called Bullet Club Profile Pictures.
And then, you know what saved me, Joe?
What saved you, bro?
Cody Rhodes versus Dustin Rhodes.
Yeah, that was magical, to be fair. That was so good.
It was hate,
blood,
heat, punches, and blood. And I was like, wrestling is back.
God, that match was... And the thing is, people forget...
People need to
Dustin,
put the context of the match.
Dude, Dustin hadn't worked in like a year and was coming off a knee surgery, and he just walked in there and had that match.
Context is so important. If you watch it cold, it's just like a slightly above 4-star wrestling match. At that time, dude, Blood in the United States.
Yeah, you're right.
Worked in that way, where they're not doing double downs waiting for Fight Forever chance. And there aren't like 19,000 near falls and shocked faces. Or someone running down with a crutch. I was like, man, AEW's going to be all right. I can get into this thing. And then John Moxley came out the way he came out. And then, oh my God, you know what else saved me? John cuts this promo on Kenny Omega before All Out.
Mm-hmm.
A match that he couldn't even make because he has the staph infection. But he said something along the lines like, this isn't ballet. I'm not trying to have like a beautiful match. I'm here to beat the shit out of you.
Yeah.
And like 5 years later of like AEW TV, like that's like okay. Like, yeah, that's what people say. But yet like wrestling promos in 2018, Joe, were either like the markiest, lamest shit ever about like your match quality.
Or there was overly scripted horse
Or it
shit,
was stilted, scripted horse shit. And there was no in between. That's why I was like looking for an escape. Because on one end, you had Kevin Kelly, who people paper over this. His commentary was the markiest bullshit I've ever fucking seen, dude. He would talk about like star ratings and shit on commentary. I'm like, dude, shut up. Fuck. Like,
I can't believe this has come to you for talking in hushed tones about Kevin Kelly.
needs to be said. Like,
does it? Does it need to be said?
His commentary was so shitty in Ring of Honor. Nobody talks about this because Dave told him to love his New Japan commentary.
Like, poor Dave's getting hit from every angle.
It's funny because I love Dave. That's a funny thing.
He's kicking the shit out of him without even meaning to.
I love, but dude, because I remember Kevin Kelly info dumps with exposition, and Dave like takes that and like, oh, he's a good commentator. No, he's not a good commentator, especially at that time. But anyway, it's like on one side, it's just the markiest bullshit, and on the other side, it's like, it's what WWE was in 2018. Yuck.
Yeah.
And then John Moxley comes in talking about, I just want to beat the fuck out of you. And I'm like, yeah. And then Cody Rhodes and Dustin are punching and bleeding. And I'm like, yeah. And then Dynamite premieres, right? And I'm like, holy fuck. Live TV angles that are chaotic and unpredictable? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Unscripted promos? Holy shit. Rankings? Jim Ross? Everybody talks about, the Elite and like the PWG pilled tag matches and stuff like that. And that's all cool and well. And by the end of that year, I wasn't fully recovered in my resentment from the year prior, but I wasn't all the way in, but I got it. I understood it. But for me, again, what really drew me to AEW was that they brought back a lot of why I love pro wrestling. It wasn't the fucking moves and shit. And
it was the spirit. It was the soul. It was justice. It was honor. It was right and wrong.
Yes, they brought back right.
They brought back America.
Wrestling was fucking wrong.
Yes.
It was wrong.
And they made it right again.
A psychopath monopolized this fucking business and told everybody what it was. And no, wrestling isn't what you say it is. That's your version of it. And you tricked so many people and indoctrinated so many fucking people into thinking that is the medium. No, that's your version of it. And we were able to finally tear that off and rip it off and say, no, we're bringing pro wrestling back to the people. We're bringing back justice, And justice isn't even bringing New Japan to America because that's its own thing. It's not bringing this or bringing that. It was restoring the American spirit of promos.
Was it restoring the feeling?
It was restoring the feeling, Joe. So anyway, how was Winter is Coming? How was that?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
It was the night before Christmas, went all through the house. Not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Our stockings were hung by the chimney with care, hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. Mama in her kerchief, and I and my cat. Joe, this isn't working.
I think it's great, dude. It's very festive.
No, it's not authentic. It's not me. I've done this before.
I don't know, man. What do you have in mind? I mean, it's kind of a classic, It
is, but I can do better. Let me come back one more time. I can do better. I can get something authentic, get something that's just, me, and it'll be better.
If you say so, Bobby. Okay, works for me, brother.
On the 10th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me
10 goats a leaping, 9 ladies dancing,
8 maids a milking, 7 swans a swimming, 6 geese a laying, 5 gold rings,
4 calling birds,
Final Battle 2022.
Sounds like it's a fire crackling. You safe?
Oh, that's my dryer. You can hear that. It's a really big, wet, baggy jacket with and the zipper is like clinking and clanking with the.
For the sake of this conversation, it's a crackling fire.
Yeah, I should probably do that, right? All right, Joe. Can you name me one of these? You might remember because it's kind of funny and it's kind of a Joe Pill match. Can you name me 3 matches on this Final Battle 2022 card that aren't FTR versus Briscoe's double dog collar? Which I can't believe this was 2 years ago.
Jericho Claudio.
Oh, you're good.
Joe and Juice.
Yeah, that's the match I was saying that we were going to remember.
Rouge. Oh, fuck. It's like Blake Christian and like AR Fox.
Yeah, how do you are a sick fuck.
Like, who was Roosh's partner? Was it Preston or was it
Preston was
Drilistico?
It was Drilistico.
Right.
Blake Christian and AR Fox versus Roosh and Drilistico.
Okay. Also, Athena won the strap from Mercedes.
Yes. Oh my God, this tag match! I remember this.
Shane Taylor and that shoot fire.
JD Griffey.
Yeah, versus Keith Lee and Swerve Strickland.
Yes.
What a glow up Swerve Strickland's had, huh?
Dude, 2020. JD Griffey.
I think that's everything I've got. I think
Yuta and Garcia had one of their 19 matches.
Yeah, that was good. I own that show somewhere here. Somewhere in this room, this show exists.
Dalton Castle and the boys faced Brian Cage and the Gates of Agony for the 6-man tag team championship. They were the Embassy at this point.
I don't remember that.
Just the Embassy. And then, if I'm not mistaken, the Mogul affiliates were dismantled. The Mogul affiliates were made after Swerve broke up with Keith.
Yeah.
And then what was that other guy's name? It was Parker Boudreaux, and what was the other fucker's name? He had a weird Trench.
Oh,
Trench.
Trench.
Yeah.
Now, you know who would have been a great fit on these Ring of Honor shows?
What would have been a great fit on these shows?
David Otunga.
He actually.
I can hear Ian Riccaboni calling Otunga match. He's talking about upside, you know?
David Otunga does feel like a 2022 Tony Khan ROH random, like thrown in like middle of the card fucker.
Yeah, like getting a win over Rhett Titus or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would literally be Rhett Titus.
Now, someone I can't imagine on 2020's Ring of Honor, or any Ring of Honor for that matter,
who would that
is
be?
the famed Randy Orton,
He's a good wrestler.
He's very popular.
Yeah.
I think it's only right, Ibou, that we watch some Christmas-centric professional wrestling, some festive professional wrestling. Now, there's a great deal of history on Christmas Day when it comes to wrestling, right? Some great angles, territories. This was a big day for the territories, dude. Big day, Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems lame. Like, we don't watch like something good. We want to watch something festive, you know?
Okay.
So with that in mind, if you're willing to come along for the ride,
mm-hmm.
we're going to head back to 2011. We're going to head back to SmackDown.
I'm terrified, Joe.
David Otunga, Randy Orton, Miracle on 34th Street.
Wow.
Are you in, brother?
Reluctantly, I'm going to say yes. I hear good things about 2011 SmackDown. I don't believe these people. I stay away. This was a time in my life where I was just like, WWE is very embarrassing, and I'm going to watch basketball. But people do like this era. Daniel Bryan, Christian, Tyson Kidd, Randy Orton, Mark Henry, Hall of Pain, Sheamus, Big Show.
Most importantly, Michael Hayes has got the pencil.
Oh, he did he?
He did. That's now convinced you in one click.
Ah, fuck you. Now I gotta watch the SmackDown.
You'll love it, dude. You'll love it.
I
don't think this will be good, to be clear. I should know this is probably not a good reflection of that time.
Oh, I watched this. I'm like, I don't know, Joe. I don't know about this.
All right, folks. This is going to be linked below. This is an official upload from the World Wrestling Federation. They uploaded this on Christmas Eve in 2020. They were so proud of it. They wanted everyone to see it here. All these years later, I have seen people call this the greatest WWE Christmas match. I'm not joking. That's a real thing. I've seen it described as.
Have you ever seen this show?
No, I've never seen it.
Oh, really?
Yep, never seen it. And it has David Otunga in it, and people say it's good. So
that's God. Okay, see, that makes this funnier. Is that we're gonna go in blind and just see what's going on here.
Yes. Do you remember any David Otunga matches?
No, I remember him existing. He was in the Nexus, and I remember him weirdly like being a commentator.
Yeah, he was on color for when SmackDown had like the brand split roster.
Yeah, like he always looked like age neutral to me. Like I couldn't tell if he was 29 or 46. You know, like
he's a pretty striking looking fella. When you are ready, Ibou, I'm going to put this in your hands as it counts down, and we'll see where this takes us, brother. Go for it.
Well, folks, this is Randy Orton. This is David Otunga. It's the Miracle on 34th Street fight. We're going to press play. 3, 2, 1, play.
Oh my God, what an occasion. What an occasion, brother.
Immediately, we were greeted with
oh my God,
a piped-in pop for what was clearly a real pop anyway. Like, you didn't even need to do that.
Yeah, they used to butcher the sound on these shows, dude.
Because SmackDown was taped, dude, you know? So, like, the fans rose up to cheer, but they still had to, like, put in, like, a fake pop. Like, what?
Okay, I have to ask this because I've just noticed something. This show was November 29th, 2011. Why is it, like... It's like Christmas Day, the way they've produced it.
Do we think that was just the tape date and not the air date?
There's no way this was a November show, right? Like,
I think that's a botch date.
It has to be. Look at the stage, dude.
Yeah, it has to be a botch date.
Look at Big Dave.
What is going on with this theme song?
He's all about the power, brother.
You remember this era, Joe, where you had to like buy individual songs on iTunes?
Yeah, I will say, I remember the era. I do not remember ever looking up the David Otunga theme for the purchase, I will admit. I could.
Just imagine, Joe, someone being like, yeah, I'll give that 99 cents. You know?
Yeah. Got a great physique on him, though. You got to say, looks like a power plant, brother.
Yeah, look, I get why they got this fucker.
You know? Yeah. I don't really get how that would like translate to him being good on color commentary, though, but you know,
something he
like
never was quite good. I always was baffled by how long he was under contract in this company. Like,
yeah,
he clearly outlived his wrestling usefulness by like 2012, but he just got paid for like 7 more years.
Well, to that point, like you could have easily convinced me he still worked there, and I'd been like, sure.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's one of those guys you click their Wikipedia and it says like he currently works for WWE as an ambassador or something. You're like, huh? Like,
bro, the way Randy's circling here, imagine he just has like a Randy Orton match, like headlock takeover, and
I think he is.
Oh god, that actually would be funny, especially after the way I set this up.
Good lockup.
Yeah, the mechanics are always. Oh, Randy's already popping himself.
Yeah.
So this is the era, even where Vince wanted Randy to be more of a traditional babyface. So he would do like these quirky things just to pop himself, like the one where he does the big dance. What does he do? He does like a standing. Yeah.
It's almost like him processing that in a sarcastic way. You know what I mean?
Of course, yeah.
He's like, I'm a good guy. You know?
Look, I know he's like real jack now, and God love him, but his physique here is just like he's still like a work rate guy. You know?
Did you hit an ad?
I did not. No.
I just got a 6-second ad for no reason. So I'm gonna.
Well, this is a comment on.
I skipped the head. So, did Otunga just get run into a?
He did. Yes, he did.
Perfect. Okay, perfect.
I think it's fitting there's ads, honestly, because it's this is a Christmas show, a festive show, and it's a comment on capitalism in these festive times. There shouldn't be ads on this match. This is for the people.
Randy just threw Otunga through another tree right there.
Bro, Otunga is taking like Bobby Eaton bumps through these trees.
Like through Christmas trees. He's like flying into them, you know? Like,
God love him, dude.
This Randy Orton physique is sick. He's like very he's very quick. He's lean, you know.
Yeah.
Lanky.
Silky smooth, dude.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh my god, he's gonna work the back.
My goodness. This was also that era where Randy Orton had like the high fade and a beard. He rocked this look until about 2016-ish, maybe early 2017. One thing I am like almost like, I don't know what the word would be, but like I'm good at remembering when people had certain looks, you know.
Good for you, bro.
Yeah. John Moxley, like, you know, he finally cut his hair and grew the beard out, like when he had that last Fed run, you know.
Oh my god, dude! Randy is having so much fun.
He's eating a. Oh, don't waste that cookie. Oh, he laid
what's he doing here?
I just got a 15-second ad here that I'm going to.
Why are you getting lit up by ads?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna skip ahead. All right. Did he now just take a mistletoe or whatever the fuck that thing is?
Yeah, he got thrown and he just did like a cactus bump over the steps.
I just saw it. Yeah, he took a cactus bump. Just pause for like a second and then like unpause.
I'm now wondering if I'm gonna get like attacked in the second half of this.
Yeah. What? We
know,
should have just found like some bootleg Daily Motion link or some shit.
I was trying to be innocent about this, and I assumed WWE wouldn't hit some ads on a Christmas video.
Of course, they would be on a 10-minute videos and like, we're gonna give you like 9 ads. Yeah.
Dude, they uploaded this Kevin Owens video about his whole career the other day, and there was legitimately like 15 ads in that thing. It was unbelievable. Dude. I was watching it on the TV too, so I was getting like just attacked.
You want to sit back? We gotta keep getting up and grabbing the remote.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a loose.
Wow.
There. Randy's life was in David's hands.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
What a bump to take on Christmas. You know what's a good Christmas
potential here in David? We seen potential here.
Good looking kid.
Yeah.
Yo, have you ever seen the Christmas street fight that Braun Strowman and Ricochet had against Imperium in like late 2022?
See, the thing is, like what you just said there, I want to say yes because it sounds like something you would have told me to watch and I'd have watched.
Yeah, especially late 2022. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because we were doing well, but like I have no memory of the words. I mean, I remember Braun and Ricochet as a team.
Okay, so the most notable spot was Ricochet was dying, and then Samantha Irvin kissed him, and then he like woke up.
Yeah, I've not seen it.
Really? Oh yeah. It's what's funny? Early Triple H era SmackDown, kind of my jam. That like period where like the Usos were having tags every week that were like 3.5 to 3/4. You know.
There's one with the little fella you like and
yeah,
and Ridge.
Yes, they had a Saudi rematch that was just fine, but their first one on TV was sick. Also at the time, dude, there's a godly. I think it's like right after Clash of the Castle. There's a godly Imperium and Brute 6-man. That's like a 4 1/4.
I think was that the one that's like an All Japan deal?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's excellent. And I remember the season premiere SmackDown. I got another ad. God fucking damn it, dude! Holy shit!
We've detected racism from the WWF YouTube channel.
The good thing, Joe, is the right directional button on my keyboard goes 5 seconds ahead, and these ads have been 5 seconds, so I can just kind of like recover. But fuck,
dude, this is a
kind
pretty
of ambitious.
awesome Randy Orton performance here, I have to say.
He didn't stumble over the box.
Yeah, like, he's kind of like he's the perfect balance between being like whimsical and silly, and like he's actually kind of kicking ass.
Yeah,
look at him here, dude.
Oh my, he's gonna do a draping DDT on the floor.
Dude, Otunga nearly fell off the apron at first. That's a big fella.
Yes. I'm gonna let you know when he drops on the DDT for me, just to see we're synced.
Okay.
He just dropped.
Okay, he looks in absolute agony too, doesn't he?
He made a good thud.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, it's Wade Barrett, the man that people want to work Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania.
I was gonna say upcoming WrestleMania man, Wade Barrett.
Joe, I don't know how anybody could see what Drew's doing lately and being like, yeah, give that guy Wade Barrett. You know?
It's that take has got big Jack Crosby energy.
Well, you know, I'm glad like Drew's like, because Drew could have easily like slightly taken his foot off the gas right now because he already had his big peak in 2024, and he's like made at least to a degree.
Yeah,
but like he's still really like. He's still like really. Oh my god!
How are they getting like actual near falls on this?
Yeah, with like drama and like actual like the crowd biting on it and shit.
Maybe this is good.
Pause for like 2 seconds, Joe.
Okay.
And then pause.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna tell you what I'm on screen when something distinct happens. Otunga has begun the stomps.
Yeah, still in a mud hole.
Yes.
I'm telling you, bro. Dave Otunga.
I can't remember a single like offensive wrestling maneuver he's done in this match. I think he's just been bumping and like falling and stuff.
Shades of Christian Cage.
He does look great here, like physique wise, you know.
You'll put his name forward, bro. Give him a run.
The guy that Jim Ross would have been so bullish on in '92.
Oh yeah. Having shitty matches with PN News.
Yes. I think Brian Pillman would have had a good big man, little man match with him, you know. Oh my god, that power slam was gorgeous. That comeback. Oh my
Randy's fucking awesome here.
Yes. This is usually, Joe, where they would say the Viper is coiled.
That was like actually pretty fun.
Oh my god, 1, 2, 3.
Gotta be, right? Gotta be. There we go.
Kind of ruled.
It's pretty sick. How long was it? Like 6 minutes? 7 minutes?
Right? He just kind of had an extended squash with like some plunder, you know. It was
So where did
like,
Wade Barrett go?
I think I'd imagine Randy staring across from him right now. Let's see.
I don't know. I think he's just gone home.
He's like, all right, did my spot. Probably built to a Wade Barrett match in like January, you know, or they probably had a 3 1/4 on SmackDown.
My God, the comments are incredible on this. My God.
That's kind of comfy.
Just joy and excitement in this comment section. This is like peak, like this is when WWE was cool stuff, you know?
Oh, man. Just 20-year-olds like celebrating in the comments.
Yeah. Someone commented, we need these kinds of matches again.
God.
Don't they do one every year?
Yes, they literally every year they do a holiday street fight.
Brother.
This is the first year that they didn't do a Halloween one, and it's just because Hunter was like, enough of these fucking candy corn matches.
One of the greatest WWE matches of the PG era is a genuine comment here.
That is amazing.
And that is the power of the holidays, brother. Right
It
there.
is. You know, where you feel warm and fuzzy. See, a match like this in February doesn't go over as well, Joe.
No.
But when you're feeling festive and it's Christmas, you got time for Randy Orton beating up David Otunga in a 6-minute match on a SmackDown.
There is nothing more Christmas than a Randy Orton power slam, spending time with friends, recounting final battle cards, and of course, egregious ad placement.
Yes.
That's the holidays, brother.
That's the fucking holidays.
A Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays, Grinners. It is I, Contrarian Alex, just stopping by to wish you all the best. If you tuned in the most recent Grin Grappler, you know, I kind of profess my love for the Christmas season, and not from any denominational standpoint, but more just I like the lights, I like the splendor, I like the peace to one another. You know, as much as a fantasy as it may be, it's a time where I really enjoy it. So to you and yours, whatever holiday or whatever you celebrate this time of year, I hope it goes as well as it can and as perfectly as possible. Me, myself, I got 2 weeks off work. I got a stack of Japanese wrestling Blu-rays I'm going to burn through, so it's going to be a good time. This is entering, I believe, the 3rd year of my contributions to the Late Night Grin. Joe welcomed me onto this platform, for lack of a better term, and you know, we've had a lot of fun. I would do this stuff with these guys, and I have, if it's just us, you know, in a Zoom meeting or a hotel room or whatnot, just bullshitting about pro wrestling until the sun comes up. But the fact that you guys tune into this is truly humbling, and you know, just some of the responses and comments that we get from time to time are, for me personally, I can't speak for the other guys, but humbling is definitely a word to put in perspective. So I'm glad you guys enjoy it, because I do too. It's a wonderful time. So for me, and at least I can say from the Grin Grappler family, a Merry Christmas, a Happy Holidays to you and yours. And now, as move on here, I believe I have a poem to recite. All right, this is The Night Before Grinmas, and I will be reading this in the key of Lenny Poffo. 'Twas the night before Grinmas, when all through the town everyone was jolly, even confirmed Shoot that clown. Jackie Crosby had hung his playoff predictions by the chimney with care, as the Oracle of Wrestling watched current Ring of Honor in total despair. Joe Hulbert was snuggled by the fire, penning the book in his new sweater, as Contrarian Alex watched 2004 CZW, rambling, "It used to be better." Ever so brief was an appearance from Ibou, of wrestling purist and fightful, as Liv Morgan's push continued, which at this point seemed spiteful. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, most assumed it was Dukes and Mania the Hooper, trying to work a ladder. A startled Joe leapt to his feet, asking who could that be, while Buster and the Young Lions insisted New Japan is still something all should see. We then saw it as our wondering eyes began to scan.
It was 8 tiny Austin Aries pulling a full-size van. With a terse demeanor so cool and so real, we knew in a moment it must be Bob O'Neill. He spoke not a word but got right down to tweeting as he saw AEW Dynamite on the television, with general interest fleeting. His curiosity quickly faded, and he remarked, "Football on." We all shared a look, knowing the night would soon be gone. It was a joyous evening. Unlike working with Chris Jericho, it required no depose. As Bobby's van pulled away, he bellowed, "Merry Grinmas to all, and you get what you get, I suppose." Happy holidays.
On the 11th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me 11 pipers piping, 10 lords a leaping,
9 ladies dancing, 8 maids a milking,
7 swans a swimming, 6 geese a laying,
5 gold rings.
It's just
4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2
We're starting now, but yeah, man, it's been an interesting couple days here. You know,
Yes, we're in the home straight now, brother. We're lost couple of these. It feels like we started this a lifetime ago.
yeah, man. I know a week ago this time we did a whole preview Winter is Coming, and I watched it, and I was very whelmed. I was neither underwhelmed or overwhelmed. And then the weekend really shone the light on me that in this C2 season, which I am enjoying, the weakest AEW program is Dynamite, in my opinion.
Yeah, because the angles get in the way. The collision's just the matches. It's awesome.
Yeah, I thought the last collision was terrific. I thought it was the best one in months. I had sincere, borderline childlike enjoyment for parts of the show. And it made me realize, wow, I haven't felt that way about an AEW TV in a while, where I was just kind of it was one of those shows where you're having such a good time that you don't skip the matches that you probably would have skipped on the show. You know that how that happens sometimes. Certain things come up that you don't normally be fuck out of here. But then I'm seeing a 10-man Joe that has the MXM boys and the Outrunners, and I would never watch that. And I'm watching it, and I'm like, all right.
Good for you. The funniest part of that bit we did last week is that I still haven't seen Winter is Coming.
Really?
Which tells you a lot about my current life, really.
Right. Dude. And I'm not even this is not even me trying to gang up or whatever. Dude. John Moxley and Claudio versus Pac and Orange Cassidy was a 2-star match.
Really?
They don't do anything.
Hopefully I'll watch it tomorrow and I can circle back. We can get a real timely review on this.
They just coldly, Mox and White just coldly trade elbows and shit. And this is very cold and vacant.
Well, it was Winter is Coming. I suppose it was fitting, really. It would be cold.
And then conversely, I thought Kyle Fletcher and Mark Briscoe was tremendous.
Oh, bro. I mean, what is there left to say? I mean, Kyle Fletcher's come a long way and he deserves a lot of credit. What is there left to say about Mark Briscoe? I mean, good God.
I went back through Cage Match, so I think that's the best AEW singles match on TV since Hangman and Bryan, which is weirdly forgotten. That's the Owen final.
The match is great, dude.
Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't stick out more in my mind. I remember I know it's look, those guys can sleepwalk their way into an excellent match, right? Bryan and Hangman Page, because just their firepower is so striking, right? I remember that one not being quite as good as the first two, but being really strong, and there was some Jarrett business somewhere in the match.
Yes,
I remember that.
Well, to that point, I was kind of pondering this the other day. In fear of doing award show talk on this sacred program, I don't think either of us have any intention of doing that. But I was having just a think, what's the stuff that I will remember from wrestling's 2024? Because that's a different thing, right?
But I think it is an important thing.
It is, because when we do awards, we have to do that thing where level-headed, which is the lamest thing you could be about fake fighting,
Yeah.
And be objective and all that. It's putting all that aside, what's the stuff that I'll remember from this year? I think the obvious, two to me is Sting's retirement and Cody's title win. To me, those two, and with the second, you have to include Dwayne in the build, right? Because that's a whole saga in itself.
Absolutely. And to that point, I could just off the top of my head list so many random Rock moments I remember from TV, him singing and then lowering the glasses and doing the "What can I say except you're welcome." I remember that. I remember him doing the bloodline symbol, but having a weird thumb along with the finger. I remember that. I remember him whipping Cody like a dog. You know, like these are very memorable, striking visuals. I remember the insane social media promos that went 20 minutes, but we all watched them every week. We were like looking forward to them every like Friday morning, and then he would drop it, and we would just watch it like in the afternoon, 20 minutes. But like to that point, Joe, I feel like sometimes, right, the people who like have spreadsheets, what they'll do with these year-end things is they just go scroll back to the top and fucking organize it by the highest numbers and go, okay, so I guess these are the best matches. But it's like there are matches, and I talked about this with you last year about how like if you don't really, I think if a match doesn't sit with you and you rated it a really high rating, you might have overrated it.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's always the case. Like sometimes it is what it is. Like so much wrestling happens.
Mhm.
But there are matches this year that were really, really highly acclaimed that like just didn't really pierce the conscious of wrestling fans months later. I looked at my timeline and my buddy Ash tweeted about Bryan Danielson and Zack Sabre Jr.'s match in February, which I know you really love that match, and I think it's great. But for whatever reason, one reason or another, it just doesn't feel in my personal brain when I think of like what are the most like just what matches blew me away in 2024. Like I don't really think or come back to that one.
I think that goes for both of his, trips to Japan this year, right? I think like matches that got a great deal of praise at the time from myself included, especially the Zack match, but haven't necessarily stuck as these like sort of, patented familiar classics that we're going to talk about for years. There's a lot that goes into that. I do think it's important to note that sometimes a lot of that is the promotional vehicle behind it.
Absolutely.
That's really important, right? So, yeah.
Dude, to that point, right? Like for me personally, Punk and Drew's Hell in a Cell match is legitimately a 5-star match, and it's a match that I think it's one of the best matches WWE has put on like in a long time. Like you look last whatever you want to do, 10 years, 15 years, it's up there with most of them. And that's just my personal taste and like whatever. But like I know like there's for some people, right? For some people, especially people who aren't really WWE like fans at all, like they thought it was like great, but like just like low end great, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what I'll say is even if you're somebody that thought that and you felt like there was maybe 16 different Osprey matches that were better this year, one thing WWE did a strong job of, Joe, is like immortalizing the match immediately and lionizing it and like making it stay. Joe, like there was I think 2 weeks after Bad Blood, they advertised on a Raw like the official debut of like the music video of Punk versus Drew, and they have like a licensed song with like highlights of the match and shit. And they did that over and over and over again. They played it. Punk was pumping it himself on social. Drew was doing it. The Staples pictures, the reports, the fans making all the. I remember that whole week after. So many fans made edits of that fucking match. You know what I mean? And it just felt like that like had so much staying power. Like I thought like Cody Roman was going to be the defining WWE match this year, but to me it ultimately ended up being Punk and Drew in the sense that like that's the match WWE fans stand by as like this is our match that we will go to bat for against these other great matches from other promotions.
Right.
So yeah,
I think the blood made it unique to WWE too, right?
100%.
The one that I would say is the opposite of that. That's a great match that I think deserved more promotion from a promotional point of view was actually Ospreay and Bryan, which
it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, the immediate response to that was one of the greatest wrestling matches ever, and I don't think that was like unearned. Like I think that match was incredible.
Yeah, it was.
It doesn't seem to have like stuck in the mind the way that I don't know. Like maybe I'm wrong. What do you think?
When people are asked about it, like what were the great matches this year? Like people will remember and mention it, but I feel like it doesn't unprovoked come back up as much as you would like it to.
Yeah.
And again, I think AEW could do a better job of chronicling their own history.
Because patting themselves on the back, to be honest, is what they really should do.
Because when you think about it this way, Joe, it's been an uneven year. There have been many dips in quality of the show, but there have been some great moments and tremendous matches that have taken place in AEW's 2024. And if they were like WWE in terms of like patting themselves on the back and making you not forget those moments and like showing those in highlight packages, they would easily convince everybody that like they're the promotion of the year and that like it's been an amazing year. You know, WWE, you turn on a Raw and then you get a fucking Triple H video where he's looking epic at a logo, and then you'll talk about like WWE's on fire right now. We're taking the world by storm, and you see slow motion highlights of like Cody winning the big one and Punk beating Drew and all these like epic moments, and you watch it and these people, like, it works because look, that's what propaganda is, but that's also just what promotion is. People watching like, man, this is on fire, man. Is this the best? Is this the best era in the history of the company? Like, that's how people react to those things.
2 examples in AEW of pomp and circumstance and actually raising, meeting that occasion head on, working for them. We mentioned Sting. I think Bryan winning at Wembley is a similar example. They nailed that, the entrance, the video package beforehand. Like, this isn't a promotion. This isn't a tribal thing. This is a kind of pleading with AEW to do a better job, or to use your phrasing, of chronicling their own history. It's like, when they have actually paired the action with the pageantry that we love about pro wrestling, we do remember those things. I mean, Sting's entrance, I'll remember that forever.
So remember the Dynamite, it was like the last dailies one before they hit the road in 2021.
Oh, yeah.
Main event was MJF and Sammy, I want to say.
Yes, Sammy.
And at the end of that episode, they played like a highlight package of everything that happened in dailies.
Yes,
and I remember just feeling like proud of being American. I remember just standing up and like being weirdly sentimental and slightly emotional and just being like,
it was emotional, yeah.
Yeah, and I remember just being like, wow, man, they really just powered through this, man. They powered through this with the best wrestling content that any promotion anywhere provided during this pandemic, and I'll go to bat and debate that with anybody. The creative ingenuity that they displayed in the face of like no fans, they weathered that and navigated that better than anybody. And when you saw it all like bam, 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 and you're like, oh man, the Callis angle, Mox losing to Kenny, the Phoenix match, this match, that moment, Anarchy, whatever the fucking stadium matches,
Stadium Stampede,
all these little things. I'm like sitting there like Starks' debut, Eddie Kingston's debut, this guy debut, like a million people debuted during this period, Miro becoming God, all these things. And I remember just watching that being like, man, like what a year, and AEW, if they're promoted, whatever you want to call that, like if that aspect of the promotion was stronger, they wouldn't make fans' prevailing opinion be, man, it's been just a weird year. It's been an uneven year. It's been da-da-da-da. Like, whether that's the truth or not, the promotion's job is to make you forget that and remember like all the awesome things. Like, they should be telling you, like, they should be reminding us of the fact that this year's Blood and Guts was good. Because it was.
Yeah, we should note quickly, because that video package is incredible. Do you remember how Jim Ross followed that?
Oh, thank you for watching WWE Dynamite.
There you go. Exactly.
That kind of croaky voice.
I was thinking about other matches. There was that incredible Suri tag where she teamed with Iwatani. Remember that Mayo and Suri teamed up?
I do actually. Now that I'm like thinking about it.
That was in the fall, right? It was like September. I'm terrible with stuff like this, but like I remember watching that and thinking, this is like an actual classic match, I think it was Hashimoto and Benny were in there, I think. And
yeah.
If I got that wrong, Tope, tell me so I can go back and change it in post. But I think that was the match, and it was incredible. From a New Japan point of view, like, I don't know. I guess 2024 will be remembered based on how the rest of the decade goes, right? Because they're clearly trying to get new guys over.
Yes.
Would you agree CMLL have been, once again, one of the kind of bright spots of the year overall?
Well, yeah, it's just kind of a continuation of what they did last year. It doesn't pop as much because, like, it's almost like last year was the emergence. It's almost like watching a team take the leap from being a team with a nice young squad that's now a playoff team to, like, now this is a championship caliber basketball team that wins over 55 games, right? And so now this year, it's almost like, what was CML's offseason? Well, they just kind of added a couple young bench pieces, and they had a nice, like, late first rounder. And then they went in with that. They didn't do no big, sexy offseason move. Yeah. And yet, you look at the top of the standings and CMLL is, once again, they have won 55 games and they are in the playoffs. And it's like, yeah, so it's almost like when, like in sports coverage, when they like, in sports coverage, like they talk about the storylines of the season, right? And it's like CMLL doesn't are not one of this season's storylines in the sense that they didn't emerge, but they have continued to exist and just be really, really, really strong.
Yeah. And it seems like more and more fans are turning in that direction. And again, towards the Joshi scene as they're kind of, so a lot of fans feel disillusioned, I think, with the States right now.
Yeah.
Which would be an interesting thing to follow. I guess final thing as we look back at 2024 briefly, because again, God forbid we do awards talk. If Santa could bring one wrestling present for 2025, Ibou, what would he bring to, if you could request anything from Santa here as we're approaching Christmas?
Anything.
Yeah, what would you say? Anything under the tree that would be a positive for wrestling.
Okay.
In 2025.
Dear Santa, make Puro legitimately, sincerely electric and exciting again.
Yeah, that would be big for you. Like, I feel like that would make you enjoy everything else you watch more because you'd have that in your back pocket.
100%. 100%.
My thing, it's cliche. We've discussed it 1,000,001 times, but I don't care. I'm sticking to my guns on it. I don't need a great third promotion. I don't even really need a particularly good one. I think I'm crazy enough to dive in regardless.
You need one that's safe and cozy that you can rely on.
Yes, that's it. I want one that I can watch safely most weeks without feeling a great deal of shame. That's what I'm asking for, Santa.
To that point, Joe, I don't even know we're still on air, but to that point, it post SummerSlam, Raw has broadly been like the safe show for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this week, I was like embarrassingly. It's funny. The consensus in the world was like from everybody was like it was a really strong episode, and I did like the show. It started like ultra white hot for me, but like the thing about Raw is like what makes Raw connect more than like the other WWE television shows is that like they actually have 3.5-star matches on Raw,
Mm-hmm.
And this week I'm hearing they're doing 2-3 segment matches on the show, and one of them involves Braun Breaker, and I'm like, oh baby, we're getting some real action here, right? And in the funniest turn of events, Braun Breaker, who's one of my favorite wrestlers, working a guy like Kaiser, who he has good chemistry with, right? And they're going 3 segs, they're going 20 minutes. I'm excited for this. I'm locked in, right? I based my Monday around this, I'm sitting around, I got the wine out, right? And Joe, this is so funny. And I'll show you my post of this later. They work a limb work match where like Kaiser's just targeting his arm and Braun Breaker has to win one-armed, right? And like I just was like upset because like it's not like meathead Braun, it's like selling Braun, And here's what makes me more mad, Joe. I'm watching this and I'm like, I want to watch you do like moves. What are you doing? Right. And he's like, he's just selling and he's like in pain and he's grabbing the arm and he's trying to get his offense off without the arm. He does one sparkly thing where he does like a leaping shoulder tackle, but then like it was on the shoulder or whatever. But the point is, I was like, in the end of it, that was like a 3-star match. That was fine. That was my least favorite Braun match. And I'm very bummed out about this, right? And then the timeline is kicking the fucking shit out of me because they're like, maybe he just has to. Maybe it's time to just try some different things, bro. I thought the match is fucking great, and the whole consent, Joe. People on timeline 3 3/4, 4 stars. Man, that was excellent. Man, that was a great change of pace for Braun Breaker. Man, it was awesome to see him try a different match. Man, that was really refreshing. And they thought that, and I'm like, I like almost hated it. I was just like so mad.
Dude, 7.19 on the cage match, brother.
Fuck out of here, bro. I was so mad. I was so angry.
They stole your toy from you, dude. That's crazy.
Has it ever a grappler you really like, right? Has a match you don't like that much, but they all loved it.
Yes,
like,
yes, I have a perfect example for this.
Well, go ahead.
I did not watch it live because I was doing something, and multiple people hit me up like, dude, Penta and Samoa Joe tore it up on Collision. And all I could think was like, how have they managed this? Like, how was this match good? And I swear this is so ridiculous, but you'll believe it because you know how insane I am. And like, I believed exactly what you just told me for the same reason. I was like coming home from something, and all I was thinking was like, I was excited. I was like, how have they worked this match? And I'm like pondering in my head like what this looks like. And I watched it and thought it kind of sucked. It was like a horrible styles clash. And
bro, people are tweeting like, this is Braun's first foray into nuanced selling, and I'm like, fuck you. Like, just what the
fuck nuanced selling.
Dude, I don't want. Someone was like, some guy replied to me like, bro, he can't just do the same thing every match. I'm like, yes, he can. Yes, he can. Yeah, Joe, I like familiarity and comfortability. I like knowing that next Monday I get to see him run around the ring and spear a guy. I get to see him do his like that kind of turning spinebuster thing, his belly to belly, his Frankensteiner, his spear, right? That's what I like, that comfort, right? There's a thrill that comes from seeing those moves performed by him, right? And these people have the nerve to point their finger in my face and say, nah, bro, sometimes it's nice to just see like some nuance selling from him. No, I don't. Why do we have to make everybody do everything? We don't have to do that.
So the conclusion from this segment is,
yes,
if you're a rival of Ibou's, you have an issue with Ibou, this is your wish from Santa. You want Bron Breakker to become like a Mark Calloway I Tell Stories merchant, which, if you don't like Ibou, that could legitimately run him off the internet, I think. That's the story here. I think that's what we
I'd be
learned
so
from this.
mad. I'd be so mad. I'd tell you to go fuck yourself.
Look, we have different wishes for Christmas, brother. I mean, it is what it is. But the next one's the last one, brother. Let's lock in. Let's get ready to go. I can't believe we got this far. 11th Grin in the books. My God.
What are you doing watching Late Night Grin on Christmas Eve? What sort of idiot would schedule a Late Night Grin show on Christmas Eve in the first place? Just kidding. It's fine. It's a party. It's Christmas Eve. Lighten up. Call some people you haven't seen. A college friend, an old army buddy, your personal banker. It's Christmas Eve. It's the one night a year where we should all act a little nicer, smile a little easier. We should share a little more. For a couple hours, we can be the people we always hope we are. It's really a miracle because it happens every Christmas Eve, and if you waste that miracle, you're going to burn for it. You got to do something. You got to take a chance. You have to get involved. If you give, then it can happen. The miracle can happen for you. If you believe in this pure thing, miracle will happen. You'll want it again tomorrow. You won't say Christmas is once a year and it's a fraud. It's not a fraud. It can happen every day. You just have to want that feeling. And you know what? I believe in it now, and it's great. It's a good feeling, and I feel better than I've felt in a long time. And you know what? I'm ready. Have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
Bob, that is like almost directly verbatim from the film Scrooged.
It is, but you know what? They don't need to know that. It's fine. It's authentic. It's how I feel. It's good.
Well, Merry Christmas, I guess, brother, and happy birthday too.
Thanks, pal. Merry Christmas.
On the 12th day of Christmas, my true love sent to me
12 drummers drumming, 11 pipers piping, 10 lords a leaping, 9 ladies dancing,
8 maids are milking, 7 swans are swimming, 6 geese are laying,
5 gold rings.
How's it going, Joe?
I mean, it feels like a loaded question at this point, doesn't it? Like, we've been through a lot, man,
Yeah, it's been a long month. And we're like, it's weird. This month isn't over. And it feels like I'm at different parts of the month at the same time.
Yeah.
It feels like it just started. I feel like I'm halfway through. I feel like a lot has happened. And then at the same time, Joe, I didn't realize we're like at the end of it. Also, because I didn't realize the AEW Hammerstein shows was the end of this weekend. And I was like, I literally said to myself, I thought that was before Christmas. Then I looked at the day, I was like, oh shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, the 20th this morning was a jump scare for me, I can't lie. I was like, oh my God, it's almost here, dude. I need to really lock in.
Where the fuck did that come from, dude? Yeah. This thing just like, crap. Wasn't it just Survivor Series?
Maybe, just maybe, and we're the only two people that can speak to this, maybe our experience is a reflection of us deciding to do 12 sessions of wrestling conversation.
I mean, I guess, but fuck.
Look, either way, it feels, I have to say, it feels like the last day of school right now, This feels triumphant to me. I think I'm proud of us. Oh, are you proud of us? I'm proud of us.
Yeah. I'm pretty proud of what we've done here, Yeah. I don't know what was achieved, but we did it,
Nothing. Yeah, and I can't remember any of the stuff, so like
no. If you told me right now, like tell me what each session was talking about, I could name you maybe like 4 conversations.
Yeah. We've even stopped, like, for a while we were workshopping the titles, and then we even stopped doing that because we're just so like washed. It's
God, we're fucked.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, so did I. And then I started like adding them and was like, wait, we used to do titles for these. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, what you gonna say? We gotta go for it. This is our last chance to win, so I don't want to cut you off. Go for it.
I don't even remember, dude. It's like 1:33 in the morning. I got off work, slapped together some something to eat, and I don't know. I am happy that the New York Knicks defeated the Minnesota Timberwolves by almost 30 points tonight.
Oh my God, how did Cat play?
Cat had a tremendous game, Joe. He missed two shots. He missed two shots. He had, I want to say, 32 points, a fuckload of rebounds, made all his threes. Julius Randle was very mad. He played very angry and aggressively in the first quarter, had like 21 first half points. The team got blown the fuck out. And the Knicks offense looked tremendous. Mikal Bridges had like 29, I want to say. And we blew them out. We're having a historically explosive offense this season. Mitchell Robinson back on the way soon, so he'll shore up our interior defense. And if that happens, and he's able to coexist in the interior with Karl Anthony Towns, I think you're looking at a championship level contending team. So,
who are you guys playing on Christmas?
I actually have no fucking clue. You know what's funny about my relationship with the NBA?
It's over. You've broken up.
Well, no, it's weird. So like, I have two mindsets at the same time. I think the product currently kind of fucking sucks, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty bored of the league overall, and I think it's like not very interesting, and there aren't many like characters and stories and things like that. I feel like I'm talking about wrestling here, but I think the product fucking blows. But completely irrespective of that, because I think the product blows, and I wouldn't watch an NBA game that doesn't involve one of my teams beginning to end right now if like you asked me to. But irrespective of that, my Knicks are very good, and they have a chance to do something here. And so, like, I don't watch Knick games for, like, enjoyment. I watch them at a fan obligation to psychosomatically will them to victory with my mental beams as I watch the game. It's a totally different thing. Like, I said this to someone once, for like, oh, man, you're going to catch this game with LeBron. And I was like, I don't care. No, I only watch Knicks games. I watch those games, and I don't watch it to have fun, Joe. I don't go, man, what a thriller. We lost, but man, that was a hell of a game. No, I don't care. I watch specifically to ensure they win games. And then I can go to bed at peace because of this. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but like, it's a totally different thing.
Yeah, it does. It's not a healthy thing, but it makes sense, definitely.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I remember I described watching the Cody Roman matches.
That's your fixture. San Antonio Spurs, early game, Christmas Day. Carry on. Cody Rhodes.
Oh, no, yeah, sorry. I think you like lagged for a sec, so I didn't hear you talking. But I think I once described watching the Cody Roman matches like Knicks games, because I did. I will say, like, when I watched that second one, like, looking back now, I was kind of like nervous, but like, it wasn't the same as the first one in the sense that, like, at the back of your mind, it was like, of course, like, you know, anything could happen, of course, but they weren't going to beat Cody 2 years in a row.
No,
they weren't going to do that.
Especially off night one. They were never going to do that. They were never.
Yeah. And so, like, look, there were certain leaks in the daytime that try to, like, make you nervous. You know, like Jacob Fatu is signed to WWE and little things like that. And I did second guess, like, you know, it's funny, an AEW source the day of Mania 40 was like, hey, bro, Cody's losing. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, Cody's losing.
That's so mean.
I was like, are you serious right now?
Were they ribbing or were they?
No.
Oh, they just said that?
They said that a source. How do I put this without outing somebody?
Yeah.
The information came from somebody who used to work with WWE but now works with AEW.
Yeah.
That isn't anyone because there's like 900 of those people. But that person had it on good authority that Cody was losing.
Oh my God.
So maybe like Levesque was trying to leak to people like the wrong finish to make people nervous. I don't know, but
that's pretty sick, to be fair.
It's godly.
Dude, that feels like so long ago, that match.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does. It's weird. I feel like the build is more recent than the match itself. I don't know why. It's weird as fuck. You know what I will say? So, like, in the moment, I didn't quite appreciate Mania 40 Night 2 that much. And I remember like a lot of the WWE fans were talking about it like it was this magical all-timer night. And I remember at the time I did not feel that way. I was like, yeah, this is a good show. And I got what I wanted at the end, and the main event was great. But I remember at the time all I could think was like, this show is nowhere near as good as 39 overall, which I still feel like that broadly with both nights. But I will say, like, looking at WWE's pay-per-view output this year, and like when I was like trying to rank them and shit like that, I like looked over. I was on Cage Match, and I looked over Mania 40 Night 2. It is a really good show. It is a really good show.
Yeah, no, it's a very good show. The vibes for 39 are just, I mean,
something about it, right? Like just
Hollywood swinging, you know. Just,
yeah, like the music, the Hollywood
it's
swinging,
so
like and like the graphic and the colors that pop the color. You know what it is, Joe? I don't like the color green.
I agree completely, and I had strong feelings on this throughout the road to Mania, but I kind of restrained myself because I didn't want to be that guy, you know. Because you know, like there'll be a guy, like someone will do a tweet and it will go viral. That there'll be the tweet everyone quote tweets where it's like, "Man, this is pretty cool, but green for real," and everyone will be like, "Look at this fucking loser," you know.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be that guy, so I just sat quietly. But yeah.
Genuinely, the only time green as an aesthetic works for me is Money in the Bank. For whatever reason, like I like when the Money in the Bank pay-per-views are like all green. It's like all right, I could live with that, but Mania shouldn't be green, you know. I like warm color schemes as my wrestling show. I like gold. You know what I mean? Gold.
I've just realized
yellow.
We're doing this, dude. We're doing this conversation while the LNG in the corner is green.
That's fine though. There's all these complementary colors. There's red on the screen. There's warm colors. There's warm tones on the left underneath you, Joe. All that orange and then brown. You know, like I'm thinking about it because, you know, WWE and like AEW, like with their pay-per-view color schemes, that's the lighting of the arena, and
it's
so apropos that this is what we chose to discuss, or what I choose to discuss in our last grid. But it's a real thing, dude.
It is. I completely agree, which makes it even funnier.
Yes, there's certain pay-per-views where like it starts and like you see that color and you're like, ugh.
Yeah.
Here's a random one. I like the color blue. I don't like blue pay-per-views. It's a lot. Elimination Chamber in Montreal, 2023. A lot of blue. It's just I don't know. And then remember when they had that aggressive giant square LED screen? Remember that stage that they would have?
Yeah.
That they finally got rid of this year when the pervert took over. So, like last year when Sami and Roman fought, every time the camera gets off hard cam, you just see this ugly giant blue square that just says Elimination Chamber with this like ugly logo. I'm like, this is gross. This is fucking gross. Even worse though, Joe. The worst lighting. They did it for years. Survivor Series always had just red and blue.
Oh yeah, that was awful. Yeah.
And it would just be like red and blue lights scattered on the fans.
Oh.
And it looked so fucking gross. And I remember the Triple H's first Survivor Series War Games 2022. I hate that show. Part of why I hated it beyond anything was just it looked gross. Like this big LED screen, LED barricades, because this is before like they kind of toned all that down. LED barricades, just red and blue all over the place, looking like fucking Fanta.
Why did they keep the red and blue after? Because Triple H didn't do brand supremacy, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they didn't think deep enough about it, and then by the time they came to the show, they're like, "Well, we already have it on like the whatever the file is." And like, clearly, there's like some computer that like they just click a button and it says like Survivor Series dot like whatever. You know what I mean? And it's press it. It's like now it switches to Survivor Series. You know what I mean?
Okay. Another question.
Yes.
When they did Survivor Series of NXT, did they add like yellow, like gold? Or
Yes,
did
they did.
They did.
It was red, blue, and yellow. And I will say the yellow helps. It's still goofy when they did.
It became like I mean, obviously, you know, not to sort of humanize him for a range of reasons. What an absolute piece of shit! But he became like a sort of simpleton, didn't he? As Edlin, like, yeah, like why did it have to be the colors of the? Couldn't it have just been like a cool logo? Everything had to be so like literal, you know?
Yeah, like it's so like just no unsubtle and just I hate it. It's so shitty. Not my thing at all. I hated that type of thing, and I felt like the old papes didn't have that issue, man. It's like there was a motif to every pay-per-view, a visual motif that wasn't just like, okay, it's TLC, so like just literal tables, ladders, and chairs all over the fucking place, on the stage, around the ring, fucking table, ladder, and chairs graphics. You know what I mean? Just like what is this inane bullshit? But like
this, dude, all of this matters because this is the way you remember a show. Like,
yes, I remember what it looked like.
Backlash in Lyon has like there's a cool memory in my mind about the way they presented that, you know, the way it felt, the atmosphere.
It has this kind of diagonal lane towards the entrance stage that leads to like when you switch to certain angles, you just kind of see this like vertical square that says Backlash and a sea of people. And again, like it's not a clean entranceway, so it just has a very specific look to it. I'll never forget. Arena Coliseo de Puerto Rico, I believe, is the name of the venue that they ran for Backlash in Puerto Rico. And the floor pattern in there is not like an American arena. And so I remember when they would walk out, there was this kind of like just unique pattern on the floor that I thought was super fucking sick. So, dude, I'm right with you. I remember how all these fucking shows look. Just like how when shows are in Madison Square Garden, the roof of MSG on the interior has a certain look. Like it's this kind of like pattern. Like I see it in Knicks games all the time. It's just a very specific design. But yeah, man. Which one did I want to fucking cite?
I don't know. What do you think of it? Speaking of the Garden, did it give you like kind of? It makes me it gives me the warm and fuzzies when I see the schedule coming up with the holiday grabs. I have to be honest. When you see the Garden on the 26th, they've got Chicago. They've got these towns. Right? It's the way wrestling should be, right?
It is. I do wish we can run like a great wrestling show at that venue again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't remember the last WWE show in the Garden. I feel like I know that there was one in 2023 that they did a SmackDown there, and that show was, I mean, it was very successful, and they sold like a fuckload of tickets. But it was kind of gross because Vince showed up to TV that day, Joe. It was like July 2023. That was one of the 2 TVs in 2023 that he came to. The other one was like March, where he showed up to help John Cena with a pervert Austin Theory angle. But he showed up in July, and that show had a Trial of Roman Reigns segment that went 20 minutes over its time. There was a Grayson Waller effect with Adam Copeland that led to Copeland working a 2-star match with Grayson Waller, where afterwards he has to give him the rub and the cosign, but like the words don't match the match you just watched. Like it was a nothing match, and he's like, "You swam, kid," and like shakes his hand, and it's like, all right.
You know what rules about that? I never saw the match. I never saw that match with Grayson Waller, but I knew he did what you just described, so I just assumed it was awesome.
Well, you know what's funny about all that is I remember like in the springtime, I remember when he had the match Balor, right? I don't know if you remember this, but like in the spring, people were like doing that post of like, what should Edge do next? And if you noticed, a lot of people didn't have any good answers, and that was kind of your signal that he should probably just leave. You know what I mean? It wasn't that much to do, you know? And I remember people were like, yo, Edge should work Waller at SummerSlam. That'd be a good thing. And I remember thinking like, what do you think? That's what?
Yeah. The Sheamus match was incredible, though.
Oh, it was tremendous. Yeah, that let me think here. I don't know if he's had a non-stip AEW match as good as that yet. Singles.
Yeah, I don't. I think that's one of the best matches of his career, to be honest, non-step.
Oh yeah. I think I went 4 1/4 on it. Honestly, I gotta go back.
Real grit to it, didn't it? That match, real toughness.
It was excellent.
It had a soul.
That TV was built around that whole deal, and very random match to do him and Sheamus, but that match was fucking sick. Speaking of Sheamus, he had I know you fell out of love with him this year. It wasn't a personal thing. It was just more of a I need some space type of thing. Yeah. You and Sheamus, and I get that. Sometimes that happens. You do that short term to maintain long term love for a close one.
It's the kind of one that like over the holidays I'll probably send a text. Just to make sure things are okay.
Thinking about you, yeah. I'll tell you this though. Sheamus took it personally, and Sheamus responded to this abandonment, Joe, with just an incessant, endless stream of 3.5 star matches on TV.
Bangers, if you will.
Bangers, yeah. I'll tell you what, man. For whatever reason, there's certain people that just do their match over and over again, and it's kind of like, we get it, bro. You know?
Yeah.
But it's something about Sheamus. I don't feel that way, and I think what it is every single one of them, Joe, genuinely, had a new and inventive finish. He didn't put much thought into the body of the match. Every single one of them was like, I'm just gonna whack you. You know what I mean? And like, I'm just gonna whack you, and my chest is gonna get red, and I'm gonna fire up and say, "Come on, that's all you got. Come on." Like, that's the body of every one of them, right? But every single one of them had this quirky. He would be in a quirky situation where he had to find a way to like solve a Rubik's cube at the last second and get off a what's it called? A bro kick. Happened every time. And I'm like, oh shit, okay. Oh, that's how you got Bronson Reed. Oh, that's how you got Pete Dunne, you know? So I appreciated that every Monday. Just Sheamus stopping by, giving me that 3.5.
The only note I would give Sheamus, I think there's an issue with the brogue kick. I have a take on this.
What's up?
The brogue kick is one of the sickest moves because he just kicks people in the face, you know?
Okay.
I think the brogue kick has been quietly overshadowed by this thing he does now where he does like the leaping knee.
Oh, I was just about to tell you, I like that move more. It's like every time he counters someone with that knee, it makes a great sound.
Yes.
It feels devastating and crippling. And then he does that. The guy kicks out. It's a sick near fall. And then he fires back up and then sequence, bro kick. And the bro kick's like not as good as the thing that happened like 2 minutes ago, you know?
So to consider it, you know, 20 years into Sheamus' career. So just some advice here holiday advice from your old friend Joe.
The other thing I will say, what is a Sheamus match cliche? I will say is he'll do the Celtic cross, right? Doesn't beat anybody, but he does it. It's set up like a huge move. They kick out, and then he's just on his knees in the corner, like in awe that they kicked out of the Celtic cross. He's just kind of like, he makes that like, oh fuck, I got to take it to another level to end this thing gear, and it's like, that's cool. Like when it happened, like Gunther, it was sick, but like, no one kicks out of this move, dude. You know what I mean?
It's the classic example, and I like this guy, so I'm not knocking him. But when Cedric used to hit the Michinoku, and he would strike guys with this, and he never pinned anyone with the Michinoku drive, but he would every time they kick out, he'd do the oh my god, okay,
bro,
you know,
bro. There was an era of wrestling like 20 like 16 to 19. That's probably the peak of like shocked face. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
and you know that also would coincide with like fans doing the yes chant after it too, because like they're yesing that the match is good and like didn't end. You know what I mean? So like, you know what I mean? Canadian Destroyer, 1, 2, and he's guys are making that face. Oh my god! The thing is though, he can't just be shocked. He has to kind of like be creeping away from like the scene.
He's scrambling to the corner in fear.
He's like, yeah. He kind of scrambles a bit, and the crowd is just like, yes. And then some Mark comment, oh my god, it is hot in Reseda right now. This is a crazy.
That was unnecessary and too close. You had to leave that more vague. This is the holidays. We wish a Merry Christmas to Excalibur. Speaking of Christmas, by the way, I don't know if you've heard of it. So apparently by the time people are watching this, it'll be Christmas tomorrow. Apparently,
okay.
Which is pretty cool, I guess, right? Timely. Just the idea of someone sitting like by the fire on Christmas Eve, listening to us discuss the color scheme for Survivor Series.
Oh man,
after 4 hours.
I was gonna say this has to be like near 5 hours at this point.
It has to be. Now, I asked you like 2 weeks ago on one of these if you were feeling festive. I assume you're not because you didn't realize it was like a week away, right?
Yeah, brother. Something about this time of the year, man. I'm just working. I feel like hell. I'm tired. I don't realize what day it is anymore. And then someone's like, dude, Christmas is tomorrow. And I'm like, really? And then what happens, Joe, is it 10 more, not 10, but like roughly 14 days pass. And I'm like, wait, it's my birthday? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, oh shit. So
my God.
This is life as a person in their late 20s, Joe Hulbert.
I'm almost there. I just, I think it's
You'll get there. Kid.
Hopefully, okay, yeah, maybe one day. Hopefully, we've enhanced someone's holiday experience. I don't know if we have.
I don't either.
I think we may have ruined some, if I'm honest.
If there's a non-zero chance somebody's Christmas Eve was made worse by listening to this fucking podcast.
Yeah, I would actually say, like, the odds of that are probably pretty I think it's pretty likely this happened, actually.
This is gonna premiere, and someone's gonna tweet when this is like done, uploaded, and like when the live stream of this is done, there's gonna be at least one tweet on the timeline that says, "What the fuck was that?" or like "What the fuck?" or "What the fuck was that?"
Yeah,
it'll probably be Kale.
We did the whodunit, and we had no interest in trying to outdo that in terms of quality, so we just went with quantity.
Right. Basically, we had a 4.5. Yeah. And we said, let's just work a really long 3-star match.
but let's do it on like a holiday taped TV so no one will notice.
Yeah.
It's a double taping, bro. What do they want?
Perfect timing, because tomorrow, Andrade, LA Knight, and Apollo Crews work a 20-minute tag match with the Bloodline.
That's what it's all about, bro.
I
can't wait.
I saw a live footage clip of Andy's hot tag, and I was just howling at it. I don't even know why. I just thought it was so funny.
Because it's just wrestling. It's just a beautiful thing. Like the boys getting there and having to leave like midnight because it's double taping, so they can go home. It's awesome.
What
wrestling's all about, dude.
And you could hear it's a quiet and dead crowd, or a tired dead crowd, and then like Andy does his kip up, and you just hear like a scatter like "woo, yeah."
I always love when you see like the dark match for the TV tapings. In the 90s when they would just do loads of squash matches, like 4 weeks of squash matches.
Yeah.
The people would just sit there and watch them, and then like you'd get the one competitive dark main event, and the boys would just go out there and just bravo their way through it, just trudging through these shitty matches. People are dead quiet. It's fucking awesome. That's wrestling, man. I mean, it's as much as it could be glamorous and it could be exciting, it could also be trivial and boring and dull, and that's the game, It's a beautiful thing. I love it. I wouldn't change it. But,
that's Christmas, Joe.
It is. And we should say, Christmas is nothing without some sappiness. We should say, but what a year this has been Hanging with Hulbert didn't exist before this year.
Really?
Yeah, because I launched the old, beloved, now deceased Joe Hulbert Promotions channel. You joined me a couple times just while I was live. It wasn't even like a plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we said, we'll do it. We called it Hang with Hulbert, and then we moved it to LNG when Gold came around. And God, we've done so much stuff since then when it comes to the Grin-alongs. There's so much stuff.
You know what Joe Hulbert Promotions was, Joe?
What was it?
You were Genichiro Tenryu. Joe Hulbert Promotions was Super World of Sports.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
And this version of LNG is WAR.
Yep. Which would make that would make Gristle Purist the WWF,
Oh, hell yeah.
Guys just come over at work occasionally.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It has been crazy. I mean, the wine sessions was allegedly 3 months ago and feels like a lifetime ago to me.
Yeah, that feels like a totally different era,
It does, which is ridiculous and it's kind of worrying. But
was wine sessions only 3 sessions?
Yeah, 3 sessions, and obviously they were one of them was a Grand Slam review. That's why I know it was September, because one of them was after you got back from Grand Slam. It was the day after.
Yeah. You know what's funny about that is at the time when we were doing that, it felt difficult and ambitious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the timeline was kind of crazy, too. Fair. I hit you up on the Saturday before. Hey, bro, here's the idea.
Sure, but it felt difficult and ambitious. Now looking back, I'm like, what a pussy I was. You just did 12 of these motherfuckers,
Yeah.
You know what I think it is?
One. Yes,
the pressure. Sorry, I keep interrupting
you.
You're fine.
You're fine. It's the Christmas holidays. You go for it.
I think I realized like there's no pressure. I can just brother this thing. You know what I mean? I could just.
Yeah, because no one should be watching this really, especially by this point. We could really say anything, but within reason. I mean, the wine sessions was quite the undertaking. The Halloween one for us was easy because we just did one session. But the issue obviously was the sort of booking elements and the party scene.
Oh yeah, it was a bit. There was a couple quirks to that one for sure. You know,
it was. Well, yeah, it was an interesting ride. But I say all this to say, and I've said this to you privately, and I'll say this here on Christmas Eve, and people will, this is not like an announcement or anything. We don't know what's going to happen, do we? I mean, imagine telling us 12 months ago where we'd be now. All this happened in that time. You're reviewing Raw on Firefall, bro. Like, you never know what's going to happen with this.
It's pretty weird, yeah.
It is. But I said to you, I do see this as like the end of a chapter of sorts, Like, when we did the wine sessions, we immediately were like, oh, we'll do like a holiday special. And we added the whodunit in the middle. And it's like, to me, it's like we're closing that book. And that doesn't mean we're not, we're going to do, we're going to do bullshit together for as long as we can. I mean, that goes without saying. But it does feel like we're in a time of change. I'm seeing you emerge. We're doing different things. It's a different time. We're out of our completionist we review wrestling days. I mean, you kind of have to pretend, but I don't. It's this just feels like we're closing the book on something, and not in like a sort of dramatic. It's never going to be reopened. I think there's many books ahead of us still, new ones, even exciting ones. But it does feel like the end of an era to me. What do you think?
When you're on the road so much, Joe, they always say this, you don't stop to think about it. But then when you stop and like reevaluate what this year has been, you're probably right, because so much has happened in 2024 alone. The turnover, the different shows, the new shows, the discontinued ones. And I could find myself at the end of 2025 in a totally different position. I could be fucking doing interviews with Dominic Mysterio and pretending to like be amused by his shtick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably not, but
it'd be pretty sick, to be fair.
Depends what the check looks like. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the idea of this being a book that has closed is slightly somber. But to your point, I think there are still new adventures for the Hanger Hulbert duo.
I agree.
What those are is unknown. But I'll tell you this. I think some fucking loser, some out there in like mid 2025 is gonna just binge all these random videos on your channel. Listen to this conversation and be like, these guys are saying all this, but they did a fucking Easter special or some bullshit. I don't know. But were you talking about God or something? I don't know.
Maybe. Anything's possible.
Session 2, our childhood memories with religion.
God, wrestling really must have got shitty if that's where we end up by April. But it's, look, anything can happen. There will obviously be shows, and I think we could pop up with a live stream at any point, But there's definitely these particular shows, these recorded shows, like there's nothing on the books, basically, right? We'll see what happens. But either way,
right.
I'll continue
no future dates announced. No tickets out for any. No
TV deal.
No TV deal. No venue booked. Yeah.
You never know.
That means that the next video has to be called. It has to be tentatively scheduled and called like "Hanging with Hulbert: The Big Bang."
But
you know what?
Yes.
The name of the session is "Guilty as Charged."
Beautiful, fitting, really, too, considering what we've put the people through. But I will continue to tune in on Monday nights and laugh out loud at you being on Fightful with you and Nick spanner behind you. We will continue to occasionally watch old wrestling shows on LNG Gold. There are many adventures ahead, but for now, I think this one, I don't have a glass of wine, unfortunately. I should really for the holidays, but I think that about does it, brother. Is there anything else you'd like to say to the people before we get out of here?
I don't have a piano on me, but I feel like we owe the people a musical number.
Do we?
I don't know. It just feels right.
I don't have a piano on me. Was unhinged. Like in your pocket, you know.
Looking up the lyrics to something. I'm literally gonna go on a. I'm gonna go on shuffle here for just cheesy 80s like. I won't play
Christmas specifically, or are you thinking just anything retro?
Nah, anything retro. It's funny. It's funny if it's not a Christmas song.
Yeah, I agree because that's kind of cliche for us at this point.
Right. You don't have to join in, but
well, I mean, we'll see how we go. You may inspire me with your vocals. We'll see.
I have the lyrics to "We Are the World."
All right, yeah, go on. You can take that one alone.
Feel free to stop recording anywhere within these first 16 lines.
I'm letting you write this thing out, bro. Do your thing. You pick your own endpoint. I'm still gonna rap after this.
I'm gonna like mentally be like, I'm over this now.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you go as far with this as you want to go. Walk the plank.
Well, folks, I want you to all know.
You're like leaning into the mic, like on stage, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Oh man, I wanted to like stone face that, but I couldn't. All right. Anyway, but no, in all seriousness, man, this has been a cool session here, Joe. 12 of these, half of them in the middle of the night, late night. You know what I mean? We're all fucked up and all that shit. But that's what December is. I'm weirdly getting stuffy now for some reason, but that's what happens because there comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, and it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone, somewhere will soon make a change. We are all a part of God's great big family, and the truth, you know, that his love is all we need. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones to make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we'll make a better day. Just you and me. Happy holidays, folks.
No better outline than that. Folks, have a wonderful Christmas, holiday, wherever it is you're doing. New Year. Take all of it. Take this across the whole year. Go for it. Enjoy next summer.
We are the world.
We are the world. That's the conclusion. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great time.